Hiding Him, written by Adam Hattan, narrated by Matthew Biddulph. For the boy who didn't get his teenage love story, and the other queer people who missed out. Chapter 1. Crossing Paths.
Go around,
she bellows.
Bev, for me to go around, I'd have to go down through music and back up by the library to get to the room that is literally right there,
I say, gesturing towards the classroom door across the hall.
Not my problem. You can see I'm mopping,
spits the haggard dinner lady. I look at her, then at 7B, mere footsteps away. Bev, floors are for walking on, not for eating off, I say, before quickly tiptoeing through any drying patches I find. I'm wise enough not to look back at the slow-motion explosion as I walk away. Profanities touch her lips before she settles with a loud grunt and a huff. Just as West and his entourage of knobheads clatter into the hallway in their football boots, I escape by swinging on the door into chemistry. Mr. Powell doesn't bother lifting his head as he announces, "You're late, Mr. Hawkins." "Sorry, sir," I reply, circling the back of the room and mounting the stool next to Robin. "Where have you been?" she asks. Bev and her mop. Robin has this impeccable ability to roll her eyes in such a way that you can almost hear the grinding of stones as she does it. She pushes back her tightly wound braids just for me to watch her dark brown eyes revolve in classic fashion. "Where's Jerry?" I start. She wouldn't voluntarily miss a whole hour of gawking at Mr. Powell's wavy brown locks, slender but toned figure, eyes that could entice you like a bowl of warm melted. I pull myself out of my fantasizing long enough to catch Robin's concerned stare from my side. "Sorry." "I think she's in Mrs. Barclay's office. Something to do with the extravaganza," Robin replies. "Already? It's not until Christmas." "Yeah, well, you know Jerry. Always the keen bean. No doubt we'll be roped into doing something now we're in sixth form." I reply with an unimpressed but agreeing grunt. Mr. Powell peers over his laptop screen with his bewitching eyes. He stares directly into my soul as if to say, "Shut the hell up, Hawkins." What a dreamboat. After chemistry, Robin and I walk down to Spanish when Jerry and her satchel barrel up the corridor behind us. Her long ginger curls dance over the Year 7's heads as they each recoil from her flailing mane. She announces the occasional, "Sorry," as she barges through groups of lower years to catch up. "Hey, okay, so, Cam, you're doing lighting. Robin, I've convinced Barclay to make you a presenter," instructs Jerry through a pant. "What? You could have asked me first," Robin says. "You don't want to know who you'll be presenting with?" Jerry replies with a smirk. "Who is it then?" "Noel." Robin's eyes widen. She looks away quickly and shrugs off a blush. "I suppose I could do it," Robin says, playing off her previously disgusted tone. "I bet you could," I say, jabbing her with my elbow. Robin returns with a stare I only get when I'm about 2 inches from a friendly bitch slap. Thankfully, lunch falls at a time when, once it's over, we only have one more lesson before we're out for the day. "I think you've got rice in your hair," Robin says, wiggling my brown waves. My eyes cross over my nose as her fingers shake my drooping fringe. "Some may say I have rice in my hair. Others may say I'm accessorizing with natural and vegan-friendly alternatives." I wait until she's not looking, then finger-comb my hair to release several grains of rice. A few tables over, some punk Year 11s cackle amongst themselves, celebrating a successful walk-by ricing. It's not all glitz and glamour being Seton Secondary and Sixth Form's resident homo, you know. "Barclay said I can direct the whole thing. She's preoccupied with new student inductions or something," Jerry says to the table. Our lunch crew doesn't really conform to a clique. After prom last year, everyone got shaken up and spat back out of the popularity sorting machine. We've got former nerds, posh twats, the only gay in a 5-mile radius, yours truly, and even a lad, all living in peaceful harmony. We've unofficially marked our territory on the table closest to the wall on the darker side of the canteen. Who knows, Cam? New students? Maybe there's one for you. Perhaps an opportunity for sexual experimentation of the same-sex kind? Robin says, raising an eyebrow. The closest thing I've got to sexual experimentation is my right hand and the memory of Mr. Powell's shirt lifting up last summer. Ugh, what a day that was. The table erupts in laughter. I'm not the most outgoing person in the year, but when I do speak, I like to make it worth everyone's time. You kill me sometimes, Jack says between snorts whilst balancing Becky in his lap. I give a little bow and roll a royal wave to accept his approval. I'm pretty sure Jack counts himself lucky for landing a girl as beautiful as Becky. She's got this majestic, blonde, layered and highlighted hair that is always curled to perfection. Becky was an early bloomer, if you know what I mean. Even I look at her and think, if I was straight. Jack isn't ugly by any means. He's just not the self-maintenance type. His hair is usually all over the place and his clothes almost always have food stains on them. He's sweet though, so I get why Becky likes him.
Oh, Jerry, I was speaking to some of the lads and they want to audition for a slot in the show,
Jack says, leaning back to be seen behind Becky. Jerry's expression turns into something resembling a bull seeing red cloth. The football lads. The same pricks that stormed science with water balloons and ruined my perfectly good blow-dry? Absolutely not. I won't have them make a joke out of, our show.
No, serious, they want to do Magic Mike.
As soon as Jack utters those words, silence falls over the table. The girls and I look at each other with widened eyes as we consider the mental image. I sit up and place my hands together on the table like a judge giving a verdict. Speaking as a concerned member of the organising committee and devoted Seton student, I must insist we see an audition. The memory of Mr. Powell's shirt lifting up begins to fade as the idea of abs, gyrating and tensing muscles dancing to Genuine's Pony replaces it. My right hand's going to need a holiday. Jerry pauses. They can have an audition, but if they try any funny business, they're out. Robin and I do a little finger wiggle under the table so as not to poke the beast that is organisational Jerry. We learnt the hard way that you just have to let her be the boss. It's safer that way. On the walk home, I'm more grateful for my personal Spotify time than usual. The soft beats and deep-cut bridges of Taylor Swift allow those Year 11 pricks to fade ever so slightly. Opening the front door, I shout, "Hello!" into the house to check George is, in fact, at his daily after-school activity. I wait. No reply. Score. Younger sibling free time is mine again. I push the heels of my shoes off my ankles and flip my shoes onto the shoe rack, landing them the right way up and sticking my hands in the air like a gymnast dismounting a vault perfectly. Rosie and Jimmy clatter their westy paws over the hallway's hardwood floors and nuzzle into my crouched position for their routine snuggles. "Do you want to go outside?" I say to them. They both gallop excitedly to the back door as I let them out into the garden. Plonking myself on the sofa, I get an hour or so of Netflix time before... "Hola!" Mum's cheery voice echoes from the hall at 5:15 p.m. exactly. Apparently, her chosen language today is Spanish. "Howdy," I reply. "¿Cómo estás?" she asks with her head between the door and frame in her quintessentially English accent. "I've been given the task of lighting for the extravaganza." "Oh, that's good. Next door's son did lighting too. You should pop round and ask him about it." "I'm sure he's too busy with wife number 3, I remark, as she turns out the door to put her stuff down in the kitchen. "You be nice. They're coming over for a curry on Thursday. I won't have any unpleasant silences this time," she calls, walking to the kitchen. Once Mum's home, I tend to go upstairs to the tower to do coursework. My room is in the converted attic that George and I shared until last year. I've now transformed it into a navy and white haven. I'm no interior designer, but I love how grown up it looks since George took his F1 posters and PlayStation crap to the old office. The doorbell rings. "Hi, Tracy," Jerry's voice echoes from downstairs. "Hiya, come in, Cameron's upstairs." "Hey," I bellow, welcoming her in but not getting up from my position on the bed. The thuds of her footsteps are quick at first and then slow into more aggressive booms. "Do you have to live on the top floor?" Jerry exhausts with an out-of-breath pant as she stumbles through my bedroom door. "There's less people up here." "I hate people," I say with a crazed grin. "What's up?" She touches the back of her fingers to her flushed cheeks and sighs. "I had to get out. Mum's going off about something she recorded that Dad deleted, and I just can't be arsed today." Jerry collapses into my second-hand sofa opposite. I share a look of half-attempted sympathy, but this isn't the first time Jerry's come over to escape her parents fighting. "Can you help with auditions next week?" "If Magic Mike are performing, hell yes. What day is it?" "Friday lunch, I think." "Yeah, sure." Jerry goes quiet and dodges my eyes, trying to connect with hers. "What's up?" I ask. "Oh, nothing. Just got a lot to plan is all." "Nah, you live for planning. What is it?" I climb off the bed and pull up the beanbag next to the sofa. "I'll only judge you if it's terrible," I add. Jerry fidgets with her sleeves, still avoiding my eye contact. "You know Noel?" Jerry asks as she raises her head just high enough for her face to peer through her red curls. "Voice of an angel, Noel. Robin's crush to end all crushes. I know the one." "Well, something kinda happened." "Go on." "Well, we were in the drama studio, talking about him presenting and stuff. And then, next thing I know, he kissed me." "He did what?" I shout. "Keep your voice down." She looks out into the empty hall. "I'm sorry, I'm just... Are you okay? Did he, ask or anything?" "Well, no, but I kinda kissed him back." "You did what?" I shout again. "Please don't tell her. It was just a heat-of-the-moment thing. I don't even know why we did it. I don't even like him that way. At least, I don't think I do. I won't, but still, this is Noel. Robin's Noel. Noel. I know, I'm a terrible person," Jerry says, forcing her head between her knees. I place my hand on her back. "Oh, lighten up. You kissed. So what? You said yourself it was nothing, so just let it go and revel in the fact that..." I climb onto the bed and begin singing and dancing to "You kissed a boy, you kissed a boy, you kissed a boy." Jerry grabs a cushion from the sofa and launches it at my face whilst trying to force her smile back down. I manage to catch it. "Aha!" I shout as we launch into a quick pillow fight. "Oh, shove off, Cam!" Jerry shouts, smiling, as a cushion bounces off her head. "So, we're not telling Robin?" "I don't know. Not now. I'll think about it." Stepping out of the car just outside the local woods, I'm already regretting agreeing to this dog walk. It's grey, it's cold, the air is still damp after an apparent downpour, and leaves are slowly decomposing into mud under my Converse. Mum opens the boot, clips the dogs onto their leashes, and says, "Down you get." She hands me Jimmy, and Dad takes Rosie. We set off into the woodland walking trail. It doesn't take long for Mum to start trailing behind us, checking work emails on her phone. "Come on, Trace, put it down. It's Sunday," Dad pleads. "Just a minute," she replies without looking up from her phone but raising her index finger. Dad tuts and turns back. "So, Cam, Mum says you're doing lighting for the Christmas thing?" "Only by default. No one else in sixth form knows how to use the lighting board." Still, should be fun. Clearly, he doesn't know what fun is in the 21st century. Dad and I get along well enough. He just tries too hard sometimes. I know it's him making an effort to bond, but he doesn't get that I much prefer when we're not talking. He always seems to ask those awkward questions. Oh, crap. He's doing the look. Here it comes. Any, boyfriends on the horizon? He asks. Perfect. No, not really, I reply, watching Jimmy take a piddle against a log. Rod's nephew's bisexual. I could ask if he's seeing anyone. As much as I appreciate the offer, Dad, I think I'm going to pass. Not really the arranged marriage type. Dad reacts with an overdramatic laugh, as if I've just invented the knock-knock joke. This is it, the trying too hard. About halfway into our walk, we're coming up to the crossing paths. The trees part, and I spot the cutest Labrador puppy being walked by its owners. As I gawk and smile at the puppy, I forget to glance up at the owners and do the cute dog smile as we approach one another. I notice sandy-coloured Timberland boots ploughing into the leaves. The puppy's red lead runs up past fitted black jeans that hug long, toned legs. A green woolly jumper pokes through a dangling burgundy scarf and black winter jacket. As my gaze slides up his neck and passes his ears, his blue eyes cut through the grey mood of the sky and instantly capture my soul. Still not caught looking, I imagine running my fingers through his dark brown, swoopy hair. My mouth runs dry, and I have to blink myself out of fixation. I look over to the person he's walking with. Based on the age difference, I'm going to assume she's his mother. As the pair get closer, Dad and I slow our pace to let them pass in front. I put my right hand in my pocket, trying to look even a little bit cool. However, the dog's poo bags stick to my sweating palms like cling film. My eyes latch onto his like magnets. The world slows down. Leaves gently fall behind him out of focus as the wind slowly flicks up his fringe. He slides his fingers through his quiff to correct it. As our eyes linger, the crook of his mouth lifts into a smile to reveal dimpled cheeks. My knees start to buckle. I wonder if I should look away or smile back. I go to remove my hand from my pocket, but the poo bags are lacquered to my palm. Oof! Mum grunts as she crashes into Dad and I. Watch where you're going, Trace, Dad says as he turns to prop Mum up. I look back at the guy as my cheeks warm into a rosy blush. He's looking at Mum and Dad being chaotic. His smile cracks as he tries to discreetly chuckle to himself. He looks at me. I smile and raise my eyebrows in desperation. Sorry. Morning, Mum blasts at the pair as they pass us. Good morning, replies the mother. Jimmy falls behind, watching the puppy trot away. I do a subtle head turn just to glimpse again, even just for a millisecond. He's not looking back, but it seems like he could have been. That, or I'm just seeing what I want to see. I know I haven't seen this guy around school. I would have remembered those eyes. Cam, dinner, shouts Dad from downstairs. I'll be down in a minute. I've spent the last hour sieving through the sixth form community page and the hashtag on Instagram trying to find this guy, but no luck. Charlie College is 2 towns over. I doubt he'd have travelled that far for a dog walk if he goes to Charlie. I've definitely never seen him in school before. I'd have remembered those dimples. What are we having? I ask, coming into the dining room. Roast lamb, Mum replies, emerging through the doorway with a roast still spitting from the oven. Again? This is the 3rd week running. Yes, well, you can blame your father for getting 4 pieces from the butcher, Mum says, side-eyeing Dad at the head of the table. They were on offer. 4, Simon, 4. In what world would we need 4 pieces of lamb? Our freezer's not that bloody big, Mum exclaims, pulling off her oven gloves and patting them down on the table next to her. She whips up a carving knife and stabs the meat with a fork. Dad's eyes widen at the sight. All right, well, I won't go to the butcher's next time then. Yes, good. Please don't. What have you been doing all afternoon, son? Asks Dad, shoveling a Yorkshire pudding into his mouth. Mum slaps the back of his head. What? Dad replies in a high pitch. The book I'm reading says we should leave space for our sons to tell us what they do. We shouldn't ask. What Cameron does in his own time is his own business, Mum says, as she takes a mouthful of lamb and peas. For the record, I wasn't masturbating, I say. Mum spits her peas across the table and Dad coughs up some gravy. George watches Mum's peas bounce onto his plate before he erupts into laughter. Cameron, Dad says, glaring. Mum dabs her lips with a napkin like the perfect middle-class woman she's trying to be. I think what your father meant to ask is, how's your coursework coming along? Yeah, fine, I reply, poking my fork around the plate. I hate dinner talk. I'd much rather we sat in silence or just put the TV on. Mum has this thing about Sunday lunch being family time, like we don't have enough bloody family time during the week. Just fine? What about chemistry? She prods. That's less coursework and more exams, so there's not much going on there, apart from Mr. Powell's bulging biceps. George, how did your mock exam go this week? Mum asks. George looks up with his cheeks full of roast potatoes. 98 out of 100, he mumbles. That's fantastic, sweetie. But still, you can get that 100. I know you can. Mum points across the table. George raises his eyebrows and rolls his eyes when Mum's not looking. I lose track of the conversation. My mind slips into a haze of replaying the stranger in the woods, running my eyes up and down the memory of his slender physique, his masculine boots turning up leaves as he makes strides with those muscly. Cameron, your father's speaking to you. Huh? Oh, yeah, fine, Dad, I reply, coming out of my daydream. As soon as I'm out, I'm back in again. There's a longing forming in the pit of my stomach, a hunger almost. No matter how many roast potatoes I smother in gravy and devour, it doesn't subside. I need to get a grip. Chapter 2. Fireworks. Want a burger, Cam? Shouts Mum from across the village field. I'm fine, I call back. I am hungry, but bonfire night is an opportunity to escape the family. Why is it so bloody cold? Robin asks, joining Jerry and I. I know it's tradition, but can we just go back to mine? I say, pushing my gloves down into the gaps of my fingers. Where's your sense of adventure, Cam? Jerry says, readjusting her green woolly hat. I will stay until the fireworks, then I'm gone. Suit yourself. I fold my arms and vigorously rub my underdeveloped biceps with a shiver. All right, you three? A voice comes from behind us in a velvety tone. Hi, Noel! Robin barks as her face lights up like a Christmas tree. Jerry forces an awkward smile before pulling out her phone. All right, I say. You guys up for bumper cars? He asks. You betcha, says Robin, pointing and flicking her fingers like she's a cowgirl. Jerry and I have to take a moment to peel our eyes away from just how terrible Robin is at normal interaction with him. Jerry clutches my arm to acknowledge what we're both thinking. Robin chews Noel's ear off about their presenting slots, while Jerry and I fall a few steps behind. You're seeing this, right? Jerry whispers through gritted teeth like she's a talking wax figure. It's like a car crash. I should look away, but I can't help but watch. Reaching the bumper cars, Robin pulls Noel by his arm and into a free car. Prepare for a bumpy ride, you two, Noel shouts across to Jerry and I.
Oh, Christ. He's basically just challenged Jerry. Her expression morphs into her, "Oh, it's on" face. She slams her phone into my chest and my gloved hands muddle to catch it. Jerry pushes any loose curls up under her woolly hat and hops into the driver's seat. "Get in, loser. We're going shopping," Jerry shouts as she wipes her upper lip with her thumb. I clutch her phone, twist myself into the passenger seat, and pull the seatbelt over my head. "We're going to die," I say to myself. The operator passes by to collect £4 from us each. £4 is taking the piss, Jerry slyly says as he walks away. The lights on the ceiling burst into colour as the chorus of Carly Rae Jepsen's Call Me Maybe comes on full blast. Jerry slams her foot on the pedal. While the other cars seem to glide off from their starting position, my head flings back against the headrest as Jerry becomes a Cruella de Vil driving meme. Robin's cackling like a schoolgirl. "Watch out! Good dodge, Noel! You're such a good driver!" she shouts. Jerry rumbles us along the floor, trying to catch up with the back of their car. "Good evening," I say, tilting an imaginary hat as we drive past them. Jerry pulls her foot off the pedal and harshly spins the steering wheel. Our car, in turn, spins just as fast. I dig my nails into the seat as my shoulder takes the brunt of my body weight against the side. "Bloody hell, Jerry!" my voice cracks. "Hold on, Grandma!" Jerry shouts. She slams her foot on the pedal again, and I brace myself for an impending impact. Noel and Robin are too busy bumping one of the lads to see us cascading over the metal floor towards them. My hair bounces up and down as the car rattles over the metal flooring. Robin sees us just before contact. Our car strikes the front side of theirs, sending them into a spinning frenzy. For a solid 30 seconds, Robin and Noel turn into a blurry, blended mess. They slowly rotate to a stop, revealing Robin's hair draped over Noel's face. Both have a nauseous look about them. The four of us all lock eyes, pause, and burst into laughter. The operator jumps onto our car as Jerry tries to speed away from the scene. "Oi, lads, one way only," he shouts, hitching a ride for a moment. "Sorry," I shout. Jerry turns to me in disgust as he hops off our car. "Did he just call me a lad?" Jerry asks. I look at her and nod, trying to hold back a laugh. I break, and we both cackle loudly. Getting off the bumper cars, Noel's holding the back of his neck. Jerry lightly jogs past him and Robin, turns back, and holds an L shape over her forehead. Noel returns with his middle finger. Noel's stare lingers on Jerry. Only by my catching him does he snap back to Robin's attention. "Let's get a burger. I'm hungry," Jerry says, diverting course to a food truck. "Sure, I'll get these," Noel shouts. "It's cool. Don't worry about it," I reply, not really wanting to take money from a guy I only know by association. "Seriously, it's fine. My dad gave me some cash for tonight." Noel takes out a crisp £50 note and hands it to the chap in the burger truck. His colleague passes out the first burger and it's passed down to me. I scan the food counter for sauces before the hair-netted woman notices me. "Toppings and sauces are down the side, fella," she says. I flash back a smile as thanks. Turning the corner of the truck, someone's using the ketchup pump that's balancing precariously on a metal table of condiments. I hold myself a few feet back from the guy topping his hot dog with mustard and ketchup. He's taking his sweet time, though, carefully making a zigzag pattern. Come on, buddy, this isn't the Great British Bake Off. I find myself scanning down his back, pausing briefly at his bum. Don't judge me. Before I notice Timberlands. Air escapes my lungs and my pupils dilate. He spins around, sucking ketchup from the side of his thumb. "Oh, sorry." His deep voice hits me like a frying pan to the face. It's the guy with the Labrador puppy, the guy that's all kinds of dreamy, that guy. "Oh, don't worry about it," I say as my voice cracks. "Bollocks, quick! Think of something to say." "Some saucy artwork there." "What was that? Saucy artwork? What am I going to do next? Tell him he's got a soggy bottom?" "Well, thanks.
I've been working on my piping work, he replies with a wink and a cheeky smile. I don't know how to receive such charm. I look down at his fingers cupping the hot dog, then briefly glance up at his wrists. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up, as the appearance of his veins subtly implies the muscles he's most likely hiding under his coat. I muster a seemingly believable laugh through my internal shrieks. He steps aside and allows me to access the toppings table as he walks away. He looks back and smiles. Cam, say something else. Anything. Anything. He's going. Cam. Cam. What am I doing? More words. What? He replies, turning his shoulder back. The light from the food truck refracts in his blue eyes, microwaving my face. I'm Cam. Finn. I nod and smile. I'll, see you around, he says, navigating his hot dog up to his mouth. My stomach flips over in glee as I watch him disappear into the crowd. Well, that was embarrassing. I smack the palm of my hand to my forehead, forgetting I'd been on autopilot loading my burger with ketchup that entire time. What was ketchup on my hand is now a big splat over my eyebrow. Jerry comes around the corner, watching Finn's back disappear into the crowd. Did you see that? It's like he was walking in slow motion, Jerry says, pointing over her shoulder with her thumb. His name's Finn, I say as nonchalantly as possible while pulling napkins out of the dispenser. You spoke to that? He's a solid 12 out of 10, there's no way, Jerry says, sliding in closer to load her burger with onions. Well, I did. Made a total prick of myself, of course. Her eyes dart up to the ketchup slowly glooping over my eyebrow. She scrunches her face in confusion, tracking the blob as it falls off my brow and lands on top of my burger. Jerry sniggers, takes the napkins from my hand and wipes my forehead. You know how some people can talk to hot guys without completely falling apart? Jerry asks. Yeah? You're not one of them. I'm aware. She dabs the last few bits of ketchup off my face. As the evening winds on and the air gets sharper, my toes curl in my shoes for warmth. How long until this thing starts? I ask. I'm sure it won't be much longer, Jerry replies. Robin and I turn to one another and sigh. I can't believe we're both still here. On the other side of her, Noel's halfway housing himself between the three of us and some of his mates. Robin edges herself back and forth with Noel's group, but ultimately settles with us. I'm just going to say hi to my nan quick. I won't be a minute, Jerry says as she takes off from the two of us. Can I ask you something? Robin asks. Go for it. Do you think I'm wasting my time with Noel? Do you think you're wasting your time with Noel? I really like him. I just can't tell if he likes me or not. There was a cute moment earlier where he gave me a tissue. I pause and reply with raised eyebrows. A tissue? Shut up! It was cute. You had to be there. I'm sure. Just be careful. He's not exactly the commitment type. I don't want you to get your hopes up. Robin nods silently and looks over to Noel. He catches her looking and holds out his arm to invite her over. She doesn't even look back as she slips away, leaving me standing alone. Jerry's still with her family. Feeling like a deserted third wheel, I look around to see if I can isolate Finn from the crowd. No such luck. Instead, I spot West and two of his mates coming this way. I'm assuming he's coming to see Noel, but I know he isn't passing me without at least a comment or an intimidating look. What are you looking at, Bender? He jabs in his quiet thunder. His friends laugh behind him as they merge with Noel's group. Ooh, burn. I quietly quote Easy A to myself. In the emptiness left, I get my phone out to distract myself. I pull my glove off with my teeth and start scrolling through Instagram. Did he just call you a bender? Interrupts my scrolling. I turn to see Finn looking down at me. He looks at the glove still dangling between my teeth like a dog toy. My jaw drops and I catch the glove in my hand. "Oh, hi," I reply. He waits for me to answer his question. "Oh, West. It's just a thing we have between us." Yeah, where I'm a golf ball and he's the club. He stares, then resets his eyes with a quick blink. "You on your own?" "My friend's just over there with her family." I point to Jerry. He briefly looks in her direction before circling his eyes back to meet mine. "Do you know when they start?" "When what starts?" "The fireworks." He smiles. "This is my first time doing this, and I'm beyond freezing." I look at his bare hands grasping biceps through his coat. What I wouldn't give to have one of those arms wrapped around my neck, stabilizing me as he pulls me in towards him. I've been quiet for too long. It should be any second now, or at least I hope so. I can't feel my toes anymore. Finn raises his smile a little higher before turning towards the launch area. I wait for him to walk away. You know, flash a very British nicety, then bounce. But he doesn't. He just stays. I look up at his hair. It's longer than I thought. I imagine running my fingers through it again. He catches me looking and I cancel my stare. The hairs on the back of my neck prickle as I imagine the texture of each curl, my other hand having to steady myself on his collarbone. I'm staring again. I'm full-on staring. "Who are you here with?" I muster the confidence to ask. "Just my mum. She's around here somewhere. If you happen to hear a hyena-like laugh, that's her." I snigger into my chin, blasting air through my nose. His twinkling gaze quickly dances around my face. Is that what checking someone out is? Did he check me out? Are we having a moment? "Hey," Jerry says, returning. Oh, Christ. Do I have to introduce them? Is that what I'm supposed to do? "Jerry, this is Finn." I gesture with my open palm to Finn's chest. "Hi," Finn replies, with his dimples beaming. Before any time passes for things to get awkward, a woman cackles so loud it cuts through the air, exactly like a hyena. "Ah, that'll be Mum," Finn chuckles to himself. "I'll see you guys around. Nice to meet you, Jerry. Nice to see you again, Cameron." My stare doesn't detach until he's completely out of sight. "You really did talk to him," Jerry says. A firework explodes as Don't Stop Me Now by Queen blasts from the cricket club's loudspeaker. I check Jerry's occupied with the fireworks before I slowly turn my head back. An orange glow is illuminating the faces of everyone in the field. There, in the middle, is Finn. Fireworks explode in his eyes. He pans down to catch me. I hold my position. He smiles, dimples and all. The light from the fireworks fade and he disappears into the darkness. "This is amazing!" Jerry cries cheerfully as she bounces up and down, tugging on my arm. Yeah, amazing. Chapter 3. Chemistry. Walking into tutor, Jack and I part ways. I plonk myself down between Jerry and Robin. "Morning, everyone," Mr. Powell announces as he walks in. "What's he doing here?" Jerry whispers. "I'm sorry to say Mrs. Sherman is dealing with a personal issue at this time. As such, I'll be stepping in to cover until she's back," he says, unpacking his laptop.
"When's she back, sir?"
Jerry asks. "Not sure. Until then, you're stuck with me," he says, raising a little smirk. He turns to the whiteboard and picks up an eraser. His silver watch reflects the winter sun into my eyes, as if the universe is asking, "Are you paying attention?" Jerry and I swoon as we watch Mr. Powell's jumper lift up and his bum wiggle back and forth with every wipe of the board. He's not a tall man, so he has to tiptoe to reach all the scribbled notes. As he turns back around and readjusts his jumper, his blue eyes meet mine for a moment. Yep, blue eyes are definitely my weakness. Cam, you're dribbling, Robin jests. I wipe the crease of my mouth and shake off my stare. Silence falls for Mr. Powell to take the register. I lean back in my chair and start wandering around the room with my eyes, counting the ceiling tiles for the 100th time. I glance across the courtyard that separates the sixth form blocks and look into the classroom opposite. Wait, is that... Sitting at a table near the window, in all his shining hoodie armor, is Finn. I gasp loud enough to draw the attention of the classroom. Cameron? Mr. Powell says in a slightly raised voice. I spin my head back from the window. Sorry, here, I reply. Mr. Powell continues taking the register. What? Robin whispers. No one. Crap. Nothing, I correct myself. As the hum of morning chatter picks up, Jerry looks over my head. Is that the guy from the burger van? Jerry points and shouts loud enough for China to hear. My eyes widen and I try my best to play off my fixated stare. I scrunch up my face and squint through the window. Oh, is it? I wouldn't know, I say. You're so full of shit, it's definitely him, and you would know. You were practically eye-humping each other before the fireworks, Jerry says, smacking my arm with the back of her hand. Wait, have I missed something? Robin asks. Cam spoke to a practical god this weekend, Jerry exclaims. My cheeks flush. He's all right, I guess. Robin leans back in her chair to get a better look through the window. Thankfully, Finn's engrossed in whatever his tutor's saying. Mother may I? Robin says, as she rocks her chair back down with a thud. I know, right? Jerry says. We are full-on staring. He turns his head slightly and catches us like deer in headlights. We gasp, drop our heads, and hide behind our hands. I take a beat, then peer over Robin. He's still looking. Bugger! What do I do? I crack a smile and raise a shy wave. He points, twigging that it's me. He mouths, I know you. He smiles, but is then drawn back to his tutor. Robin looks back up to study him. That's the kind of guy you want to treat you like the naughty girl you are, she says to herself, perhaps not realizing she was speaking aloud. She turns back, slightly offended by our surprised staring. What? He is? She exclaims. Mr. Powell raises his eyebrow just before the bell rings. Have a good day, guys, he says. I go the opposite way to what I'm supposed to, hoping to catch Finn coming out of tutor. No luck. Between each lesson, I scan the face of every passing sixth former to see if it's him. By lunch, though, I still haven't seen him. While everyone's eyes are deep in their phones, I scan the canteen. I question whether it was even him. The bell rings. You coming, Cam? Robin asks. Huh? We've got chemistry? Oh, coming. Mounting my usual stool next to the girls, I unpack my bag and drop it on the floor. As it hits the tiles, the door swings open. Finn peers his head into the classroom and my heart stops. Mr. Powell? He says. Yes? I'm Finn. Mrs. Barclay said I'd be joining your class. Ah, yes, Finn Arthur, do come in. Mr. Powell gestures to the empty stool next to me. My heart restarts, but increases in beats per minute as he walks over. Jerry and Robin follow him around the room with their eyes. As he passes them, Robin leans back, checks him out, and winks at me with a thumbs up. I reply with a shut up stare. Finn pulls out the stool to my side and smiles. He drops his bag down on one arm and mounts the stool, flashing his perfectly aligned white teeth. A waft of sandalwood and sage cologne dances on a gust of wind. Fancy seeing you here, he whispers. Hello again, I whisper back. I don't know where to look or how to act. All I can hear is the thudding of my heartbeat in my ears. Mr. Powell's voice snaps me back to consciousness. Today, we're going to continue with reactions of ions in aqueous solutions. For this, we're going to be running a test tube experiment, and I'll need you all to buddy up.
Oh, dearest Jerry, would you perhaps like to be my experiment partner this fine day? Robin decrees, actively pointing out they're colluding to set me up with Finn. Why, Countess Robin, I'd be delighted, replies Jerry in an all-too-English accent. I worry about looking too keen if I immediately try to buddy up with Finn. Evidently, that's not a concern for Helen Miller, who dismounts her stool from the row in front. You're Finn, right? Helen asks as she practically plants her cleavage on the desk.
I am?
I'm Helen. Listen, I know what it's like coming to a new school and not really knowing anyone.
Helen, you've been here since year 7, I interject.
Oh, you, she says, playfully slapping my hand.
I recoil my hand and roll my eyes away from her.
Listen, I'd be happy to be your partner. Maybe introduce you to some of my friends?
Helen seductively places her hands in front of Finn and shamelessly tries to use her biggest assets to win him over. Wow, thanks. That's really kind of you to offer, but I think I'm going to partner with Cam here. Finn jabs my arm with his elbow. My face involuntarily lights up and I do my best to play it off.
Oh, okay. Well, let me know if you change your mind,
replies Helen as she tries to make her voice sound more sexy and less nails on a chalkboard. She fake smiles at me and retreats to her seat. She seems interesting, Finn says, leaning in closer to me. You have no idea. Finn's attention is taken by Mr. Powell. Mine is taken by Finn's right arm, close enough to caress. His t-shirt sleeve tightly hugs his biceps. His forearm has veins crisscrossing from his elbow to his wrist. My God, his hands are massive. I place my left hand flat on the bench to study the size difference as discreetly as I can. He glances at me. I close my hand and smile quickly. Right, you lot. Come and collect one of these, 2 of these, and a stand from the back of the room, instructs Mr. Powell, gesturing to the equipment set out on his desk. I go to push my stool out before Finn rests his hand on my forearm. It's cool. I'll get 'em, he says, turning off his stool.
Robin, dearest, would you be so kind as to fetch the materials that we doth require?
Jerry says.
Certainly, Jeremiah. I'll make haste and return by morn,
Robin replies.
Hi, I'm Robin,
Robin says to Finn, putting her hand out to shake his as they walk over to the equipment. Looks like you've scored Partner of the Year, Jerry says, leaning into me. He's so gorgeous it hurts my eyes. I can't say I've noticed. Do I need to wash shit out of your eyes? I'm telling you now, either you fall in love with him or I'll do it for you. Come on, there's no way he's gay. Look at him, I say, gesturing towards him gripping a Bunsen burner in his fist. Oh, don't worry, I'm looking. Anyway, how do you know? I don't, but still, my gaydar isn't beeping. Cam, your gaydar's terrible. Or do I need to recall the list of straight boys you've fallen for in the past 3 years? She pauses to see if I retaliate. I stare at her in defiance. Sam Walker, Mark Garber, Jake Palmer, Alex Hamp. You've made your point. Now shut up. They're coming back.
Why, yes, that does sound like a good idea, Jerry announces loudly.
What's a good idea? Robin asks as she and Finn return, dropping off the equipment on the desks.
Cam suggested we go bowling. There's a 2-for-1 offer on, I think, Jerry says, overacting her heart out.
I'm in, Robin replies.
Great! Oh, but hang on. It's a 2-for-1 offer and there's 3 of us.
Jerry says, continuing this drama masterclass. Hey, Finn, would you like to come with us? Robin says, picking up on Jerry's not-so-subtle sideways nod. Finn looks up from the equipment he's trying to set up.
Yeah, sure,
he replies. Perfect, Jerry says. I lean into Jerry. I'm going to kill you, I whisper. I'd like to see you try. Dance mat? Robin asks. Oh, you're on, I reply. We're killing time waiting for Jerry and Finn to arrive. Robin skips through the tracks one by one, listening to about 1 second of each before outrightly saying no and skipping to the next one. I will survive, I yell, pointing at the screen. Robin selects it and pushes her headband back. The game counts us down and we stomp our feet in time with the scrolling arrows. I'm doing pretty well, considering I haven't played this in about 5 years. Bollocks! Robin shouts as she misses the double jump. Her missing one of the steps spurs me on more as my hair starts to flop down from its hairsprayed position. The moves get increasingly harder as we laugh and yelp whenever we miss a step or stomp on each other's feet. The last move is coming up, a simultaneous jump on the left and right arrow. I check the score and see I've already won. Maybe a showy move at the end will really rub it in. The last move comes up. I jump and spin 180 degrees to land facing away from the screen. Ta-da! I shout. I look up to see Jerry and Finn watching us with mouths ajar. My lips fold in on themselves. Nice moves, Finn says, his mouth creasing into a grin. Thanks, I gasp through a breath. Oh, hey, Robin says, spinning around from the screen. Jerry takes Robin in her arm, disappearing into the arcade games. Finn and I linger for a moment. I try to control my panting, fiddling with the ends of my sleeves. He looks awkwardly to one side and opens his mouth slightly. He quickly closes it again. I try to speak, but can't draw air for words, only survival. How he thinks of me is more important than anything right now. I wonder how I'm standing and if the sweat is visible on my neck. Thinking about it only makes me sweat more. He looks at my neck. I freeze. He smiles. It was really nice of you guys to invite me. It's no problem. My cheeks flush warmer. I wait for a visual cue of how to act around him. Should we... He points to the girls. Yeah, I say, wincing at my inability to function in this moment. Following the girls through the arcade, we occasionally catch one another's eyeline. I don't know whether to hold it or look away. Or maybe I should say something? But no matter how much I think, topics of conversation fail me. He's so gorgeous. I can't think straight. Literally. So, Finn, what brings you to our little corner of hell? Robin asks, while Jerry books us in with the attendant behind the desk. My dad moves a lot with work, Finn replies. Oh, nice. Doing what? Robin asks. MOD, Finn says. Jerry overhears and spins around from the desk. Is he a secret agent? She whispers. Oh, no, nothing like that, Finn laughs. What's the MOD? Robin asks. Ministry of Defence, right? I say while seeking Finn's approval. He nods and smiles. We're going to get the lane set up, Jerry says before dragging Robin away. The lingering silence takes me by surprise. I clear my throat and look at his side profile. Do you mind the moving? I ask. He pauses, then slowly moves off from the desk. I follow his lead as we track the girls. It has its pros and cons. This move wasn't exactly planned. What do you mean? Finn's eyes dart from left to right. He coughs and completely ignores the question, looking up at the score screen. Who's Butt Munch? He asks. Why, Cameron, of course, Jerry says, looking up from the keyboard and sniggering to herself. I immediately shove her out of the way and take the joystick to edit to Cam. How long have you guys been friends?
Finn asks. Jerry looks over to Robin, instructing her to take the lead. We've been in the same class since year 1, but I guess we've only been a unit since, I don't know, year 10? Robin says. Something like that, Jerry says. You're going out with that guy Noel, right? Finn asks Robin. Robin's jaw hangs open. Oh, shit, sorry, do people not know? Well, I don't think I am. Did he say we are? Finn looks over to me with a worried look before he tries digging himself out of the figurative hole he's dug himself. He was talking about you in my geography class? Just the way he was talking sounded like you two were a thing. He was talking about me? Robin blushes. Yeah, you know, West? He was teasing Noel about being single, but then Noel was like, I'm with Robin, you bell end, which I'm guessing is you. The Robin part, not the bell end part, Finn says, gritting his teeth. Jerry raises her eyebrow. My brow follows suit. I always just assumed he was stringing Robin along. She's beautiful, inside and out, but I wouldn't exactly call her Noel's type. I've only ever seen him with petite, white, blonde and busty, and that's not Robin. Okay, Finn, you're up, Jerry says, pointing at the screen. As Finn gets up to bowl, Jerry leans into me. Maybe he's bi, Jerry whispers. Jerry, I swear to God. Okay, but if he comes out, you owe me a pizza night, Jerry says. Finn bowls, and Jerry looks up from our whisper to watch. The ball travels perfectly down the centre of the lane before the crash of a strike rings out.
Oh yeah, I'm awesome,
Finn says, turning back with a cocky grin. Jerry's nostrils flare. Robin's eyes connect with mine and she grits her teeth. I read, uh-oh, there's 2 of them, on her pulled expression. Reaching the last bowl of the second game, if Jerry gets a strike, she's won. If not, Finn's won. Robin and I are sitting on the edge of our seats sipping slushies, having given up hope of winning about 6 bowls ago. It's been a constant back and forth between Finn and Jerry leading. Jerry bowls. Gutter ball. We gasp. For fuck's sake! She yells. The family next to us looks over in shock and the dad cups his hands over his toddler's ears. I mouth over a sorry before Finn looks at me in horror. I pull the shocked expression off my face. She'll be fine, I say. Finn, Jerry says, turning around and approaching him. Best of 3? I've actually got to take off. Need to get home to the dog as Mum's out tonight. Jerry's eye twitches. I catch Robin's stare and we telepathically formulate a plan. Jerry, why don't we get you a slushie, huh? Robin says, jumping up. I'll walk you out, I say to Finn, quickly picking up his jacket and walking him away by his elbow. Did I do something wrong? Finn asks. Oh, it's just Jerry. She's not a good loser, I say, all too occupied with saving his life. Oh, no, I feel like I should apologise. No, she'll be fine. I check back to see Jerry safely inhaling a slushie and a hot dog. Robin throws me a thumbs up to communicate all is well. As we walk through the arcade games, Finn and I fall into an awkward silence again. I want to say something, but every time my mouth goes to open, it dries up. We push the doors open to the car park. I'm just over here, he says, pointing to a small blue car lit under a street lamp at the back. You have a car? Wait, how? Are you 17 already? Yeah, in coming to Seaton, I had to restart 6th form since my courses were all different here. I turn 18 in May. Wow. I mean, rubbish you had to retake year 12, but I'm so impressed you have a car. Don't tell anyone, though, otherwise you'll be doing daily runs to McDonald's at lunch. I'll take you to McDonald's at lunch if you want. That might be the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me. Oh, no. Slippery slope to doing it every day. I laugh. I can think of worse things.
He looks down at my twiddling fingers. I blush and focus on keeping my feet walking forward. Finn pulls out his keys and unlocks the car. The headlights project thin shadows of the loose tarmac across the car park. I had a great time. Robin and Jerry are really fun, Finn says, opening his car door and resting his elbow on the roof. Am I not fun? I jest. No, you are. You are. He blushes. I glance up at the street lamp above and notice the way it backlights his profile. The peeking of light through his coiffed hair, the highlighting of his nose and how his eyes are barely visible under the shadow of his brow. I'm glad you came, I say timidly. Me too. I guess I'll see you Monday then? See you Monday. He opens the door and steadies it with his fingers. He looks down at my chest and pushes the car door open further. Taking a step forward, his arms wrap around my waist. My eyes only just about peer over his shoulder. I try to soak up every last drop of this moment. How tall he seems, how he smells, how his hands feel as they firmly hold my lower back. I pass my hands around his torso. The smooth texture of his tightly woven jacket makes it almost tricky to hold on to him, like he's literally slipping through my fingers. I feel his chin resting on my shoulder before he slowly backs out. His quiff glides across my ear as his eyes emerge from beside my face. He blinks himself out of our locked moment, smiles quickly, and clears his throat. He bends into the car and I stand back to allow the door to swing closed. I smile at the car and go to turn away. The engine starts and the electric motor of the window whirls down. Cam, he says through the open window. I turn back and take a couple of paces up to the car, crouching down ever so slightly to meet his level. Pass me your phone, he says. I slide my phone out of my pocket, unlock it, and pass it through the open window. As my hand meets his, the warmth of his palm catches me off guard. So much so that it makes my whole arm tense with hesitation. He wraps his hand under mine and pauses, his blue eyes in my hazel. His eyelids flicker slightly before his thumb slides down my hand and takes my phone. I overexcite myself as I watch him open my contacts and add himself. There, he says, passing my phone back. Now you can call me if you ever want a trip to McDonald's. I scoop my hand underneath his to receive my phone. The tops of our fingers rest on one another, which sends an electric pulse straight up to my heart. We both dart our eyes up from the phone to meet one another in a frozen state. I'll, text you. I smile. He smiles back and puts his hands on the steering wheel. I look forward to it.
Chapter 4. Red.
Okay, everyone. We've only got lunch to see all acts. It doesn't have to be perfect, but we'd like to get a good idea of what you're planning for the show,
Barclay announces to the drama studio of awaiting victims. She ties back her dusty brown hair, pushes her glasses up from the end of her rather large nose, and sits behind the table staged as a makeshift judges panel between Jerry and I.
First up is Zara Amir.
Barclay's voice thunders through the hum of students chatting to one another. Zara's easily one of the coolest people at Seton. I've never seen her wear the same hijab twice, and each one is stunningly detailed. Zara struts up to the stage, dragging a microphone stand behind her. She balances it in the centre of a taped-out rectangle to represent the stage and turns to Jack and Becky in the audio room, nodding for them to press play on her track. A string quartet backing track plays, and the soothing echo of an outstanding rendition of I Will Always Love You radiates around the studio. As the other acts all quiet their conversations and the football lads pause their laddish behaviour to listen, it's like the air in the room stops moving. Zara gets as far as the second verse before Jerry signals a cutthroat gesture to Jack and Becky.
That's lovely. Thank you, Zara.
Barclay interrupts. Jerry and Barclay whisper to one another while writing notes. Zara's taken aback by being cut short. Her bottom lip folds in under her teeth, as the wave of self-doubt visibly washes over her. She throttles the mic stand to take it off with her, but looks over to me. I give her an over-expressing nod, smile, and thumbs up. She takes this as me affirming her talent and quickly lifts her head back to reassured confidence. We're then slowly tormented by a dance act that wouldn't know the cha-cha slide if it smacked them in the face, a juggling act that forces all three of us to duck for cover behind the table, and a monotone poetry reading which should only be used for psychological torture. Each one ends suddenly with Barclay shouting, "Thank you, next!" Jerry, in turn, strikes their name from the list.
"Lord, give me strength," Barclay mutters under her breath. "Who's next, please?"
"Seton Magic," Jerry replies, condescendingly sounding out every syllable. "That's us, miss," West says as he dismounts from the staging blocks. He corrects his short black hair and lifts up his loose white t-shirt to wipe his forehead, which isn't even slightly damp. In turn, he flashes his unnaturally defined abs to all the girls in the room who are now fixated on him. Just seeing his smug yet annoyingly well-chiseled, symmetrical and spot-free face brings back every snide comment, every shove in the hallway, every run home at the end of the day. And that time. "No, Cameron, we are in sixth form now. Get a hold of yourself." The lads all proceed to hop down from the blocks and gather in an arrow shape, facing away from us. A member of the team winks and points to a girl standing by the lights. She swoons before flicking the switch for them. As the drama studio plunges into darkness, the door opens just enough to let Finn slip through. My stomach knots as I fixate on the silhouette of his body. Barclay looks around, panicked, like she's never seen darkness before. The light from the audio room means we can just about make out who is who and where they are. Becky presses play on the audio equipment and then cups her face against the glass to watch. The Greatest Show from The Greatest Showman starts playing. I feel every muscle in my body tense up. The boys stomp to the intro beats of the song as they start sliding in synchronization around the space. West spins around, plants his feet apart, flicks on a torch to light up his face, and mimes the opening words, "Ladies and gents, this is the moment you've waited for." Despite how much I hate him, this is hot. I run my eyes up and down his abs, following the creases of his obliques down to the waistband of his boxers. Suddenly, I realize something is growing in my pants, and it's not my love of musical theatre. The team thrusts and gyrates around the room with torches, sensually lifting up their tops and grinding on the floor. I look over to see if Finn's watching, but I can only make out the small reflections of light in his eyes. In the audio room, Jack turns to Becky. Her mouth is hanging open as she watches on through the glass. Jack places his fingertips under her chin and slowly pushes her jaw closed with a glare. We all know that the second this chorus drops, we're about to be served a real treat. West mimes the words, "So tell me, do you want to go?" and he whips his belt off with one hand.
"Right, I think that's all we've got time for, chaps,"
Barclay shouts, clapping her hands together. Within a split second, the music stops. Jack's finger still rests on the switch. The lights come back on and Finn's leaning against the wall next to Zara and her gaggle of girlfriends. He looks over and catches my eye. His lips part, surprised for a second, before he closes them to send a smile my way. I smile back. Seeing him, my tent pitches to full mast. I quickly pick my bag up off the floor and rest it on my lap to hide my indecency. West waits for Barclay to say something. He looks at me. My head sinks into my neck while my smile melts away, as does my erection. His familiar, dead-behind-the-eyes stare cuts through me like a knife. I can practically hear every anxious cell in my body screaming, "Run away!" He clocks Finn, then locks eyes back with me.
"I think we may need to tone that one down a bit, boys, before we have any chance of letting you perform that for the school,"
Barclay says, immediately pulling West's glare off me like Velcro. No worries, Mrs. B, West says, strutting out of the taped box.
Jerry and Barclay stand up from the table and walk over to the audio room. West starts going to the door before altering his course and coming over to me as I pack up my things.
What did you think? He asks,
perching himself on the table and trapping my notebook under his bum. Yeah, good, I reply, trying my best to avoid eye contact and hoping he leaves.
Nah, come on. What about the part where I lifted up my top like this and ran my hands down my abs? He says, lifting his top and repeating one of the moves. The blood drains from my body. The conflicting nature of being attracted to the idea of what he's doing whilst being repulsed by his very presence. He turns my thoughts into static. I try not to look up and give him the satisfaction. I quickly shove the last few remaining sheets of notes into my bag. I crowbar my fingers underneath my pinned notebook. He looks down at it and then back to me as I beg with my stare for him to relent. Ah, you love it, he says in reply to my silence.
Barclay's bobbing ponytail catches my attention as she approaches.
All right, miss,
West says, transforming his voice into something believably pleasant. He finally stands to release my notebook, and I'm quick to whip it out from underneath him. I'm good, thank you, West. How's your mum?
Yeah, she's good, thanks. That dress really suits you, miss. Very you.
Jerry circles the table, rolling her eyes at West's two-faced crap.
Anyway, I hope you like the full show.
He turns away from the desk. Just keep it PG, Barclay says, looking at her notes on the table. West leans into me as he goes to leave.
I know you'll like the full show, Cam,
he says, deepening his voice and looking through his eyebrows. The hairs on the back of my neck ripple in a cold chill. The soles of my feet feel like they're welded to the floor. I turn my attention to Barclay and Jerry as he struts off. You know, some of the lads are a right pain in the arse, but that West, he's a sweetheart, Barclay says, flicking through her pages. You're kidding, right? I snap. What? Jerry shakes her head at me. Never mind, I concede. Finn's looking over, his expression oozing concern before it quickly turns to a pleasantry directed at West approaching. I just about hear West say, "Hey, Finn, right?" before putting his hand on Finn's shoulder and escorting him out. My heart sinks into my feet watching them leave together. Even the idea of Finn being friendly with West is enough for me to start questioning everything I've liked about him so far. If they start hanging out, I know that erases all hope of Finn and I becoming closer. Avoiding West and his entourage has become second nature since year 10. That makes it 3 times I've seen Finn talking to West and the other lads. With every sighting of them walking to class together, chatting in the common room, or, as of today, eating lunch together, it's like a piece of my hopeful soul is coloured grey. I can't stop thinking about him. Cameron, Mr. Walsh says, pulling my attention in the hallway. Mr. Walsh is looking younger today. He's old enough to hold the respect of most students, but some days he looks young enough to feel relatable. Today is one of those days. His perfectly trimmed dark brown hair is rarely out of place. The odd cluster of silver hairs dust the sides of his head and the chin of his short-trimmed beard. His endearing smile showcases his well-maintained teeth and his usual shirt and cardigan combo. It's weird how a cardigan on a man can make him feel forever approachable. He's not slim or large, not tall nor short. His authenticity, however, is second to none. "Hi, sir," I reply. He steps off to one side and leans his head towards an alcove, signalling that he wants to talk to me about something. "I don't want to pry, but you've missed business twice this week. Is everything all right? You're not thinking of dropping, are you?" "Sorry, sir. I've just had a couple of things on this week, that's all. I promise I won't make a habit of it."
My head falls forward slightly under the weight of guilt. It's fine. I trust you have your reasons. I just wanted to make sure everything's okay. I'm okay, sir. Really, I'm fine. All right. Well, you know where to find me if not. I raise an unconvincing smile before he smiles back through a sympathetic mask. Parting ways, I run through every business studies lesson in the past week to try and pinpoint what I might have said or done to make him think something might be up. The school bell rings right by my ear, and I'm quickly shaken out of my internal spiral. Boo! Robin shouts as she pokes at my sides. Jesus, Rob! Have you got a free period now? I have, yeah. Was thinking about going home, though, I reply. I thought we couldn't go home in free periods until year 13. Well, no, but no one stopped me, and I've done it every Thursday since the beginning of term. I shrug and map the route out of school in my mind's eye. Look at you, Mr. Rebel. Well, if you don't mind staying, I was going to ask if you could maybe help me with photography. Oh, you're not to take my picture, are you? I say, creasing my face in a plea. No. I just need someone to hold some props for me. Okay, sure. Miss, is it all right if Cam helps me with my shoot? He's on a free. Sure. Hi, Cam, Miss Owen says, raising her head from marking books. I flash back a smile and wave. This is it here, Robin says. She gestures to a small set with a navy-painted background, some adjustable mannequins, wooden blocks, and a couple of strung-up paper butterflies. I'll just get the tripod and stuff set up. I drop my bag beside hers and pull my hoodie off. Emerging from the hoodie, Finn walks into the classroom. His backpack hangs off one shoulder over a blue and red checkered shirt. He spots me and glances down at my naked abdomen. I pull my t-shirt back down to cover it. Hey, what are you doing here? Finn asks. Oh, I'm just helping Robin, I say, patting down my puffed hair. Hey, Finn, Robin says, returning with arms full of different poles and lighting equipment. Do you need a hand? Finn asks. It's cool, I've got it. I take the poles that Robin hands me, placing them on the desk to my side. Finn politely smiles and heads to a computer on the far side of the room. I glance over at him throughout the period, just in the chance we could share a look. No such luck, though. I have, however, shared several awkward smiles with Miss Owen, who's almost directly in the way and has caught me each time. Why, in a room of students who are all talking to each other, with Miss Owen, who doesn't care to be strict, did he choose to sit on the other side of the room and not come over once? You okay, Cam? Robin asks, interrupting stare 47. Huh? You seem distracted. Why do you say that? I scrunch my nose. Well, you've been holding that butterfly on a string for about 10 minutes and I've said you can put it down 3 times. Oh, sorry. I lower my arm, which I now realise has very little blood left in it and is aching like a mother. Just go and talk to him. She prods my bottom rib with a finger, which I'm quick to swat away. Get off. I don't know what you're talking about. She rolls her eyes and bends down to look through the camera's viewfinder. Whatever you say, Cammy boy. The bell rings. Right, good job today, folks. Please make sure you've put the equipment back as you found it, Miss Owen announces to the class, smiling students off individually as they pack up and leave. Do you want to lift home? Robin asks as we exit the classroom. I'm all right, thanks. I fancy the walk today, I reply. Robin's smile makes me feel like everything's going to be okay. She doesn't just smile with her mouth or her eyes. She smiles with her heart. It helps soothe my inner heartache a bit. Shit, my phone, I say, grabbing my empty jean pocket. Didn't you plug it into the computer to charge? I did. You go ahead. I'll see you tomorrow, I say, and spin on my heels. See you tomorrow. My mind's blank as I walk back into the classroom. Please be there, please be there, please be there. I spot the draped cable, but no phone. Crap, I say, turning to scan the room. Everyone's left. "Oh, hell," I exclaim before my hand snaps to my forehead. I check every memory of my phone in the past hour. "This yours?" Finn says as a door shuts off to one side. He's holding my phone, smiling. "Oh my God, thank you," I say, galloping up to him. "I was going to text you, but then realised that wouldn't have been much help, seeing as I had your phone," he says, maybe blushing as he hands it to me. I can't tell for sure. "No, I guess not," I laugh. "You heading out?" I ask, taking a deep breath to calm myself. "Yeah, just need to get some stuff out of the dark room." He nods to the door behind him. "What's that?" "I'll show you," he says, opening his arm to invite me to walk in front of him. I step up to the door and see a sign that reads, "Knock when the red light is on." I look up through my eyebrows at the caged red bulb glowing brightly. "You have to knock to make sure no one's coming through the inner door at the same time. Otherwise, light could ruin the work inside," Finn explains before he leans around me and knocks with his knuckles on the door. His chest lightly rests on my shoulder as he does. My breath slows, my thoughts cloud, my heart swells. I softly inhale the smell of his woody cologne in as long a breath as I can muster without causing suspicion. He opens the door and ushers me inside a small, confined room that acts as a light lock. He follows in and closes the door behind us. The small room falls into complete darkness. It's as if light never existed. My eyes look around to see nothing but nothing. In the quiet darkness, I focus on his breathing. It's deep and slow. Each breath ripples the hairs across the back of my neck. The closeness of this space means I can feel his body against mine in 3 different places. His knee is resting against my thigh, his chest expands into my back, and his forearm gently presses into my shoulder as he steadies himself in the doorframe. In an instant, I could be enveloped by him, pulled in by both arms and tightened in a grip as he whispers pillow talk in my ear. He could run his hands up my t-shirt and slide his fingers into my waistband if he wanted. The thought of him navigating my body in the dark makes my fingers flex at the idea. As they do, there's a 4th place our bodies touch. His little finger interacts with mine. It slides down my knuckle and I hold my breath to see if it's voluntary or coincidental. Holding my chest, I don't hear his breath either, but I feel a faint blowing over my ear. "You can open it," he whispers. His deep voice cuts through the stillness of the confined space, and each word causes a small puff of warm air to run over my neck. The sound of his breathing becomes more apparent. His smell becomes even more so. One by one, the touch points of our bodies separate. First, the little finger, followed by the thigh, then my back, and then the shoulder. In one lean forward to the door, the only reminder of his touch is the tension left hanging in the air. I want him. I put my hand forward and grasp a handle. Opening the door, the dark room reveals itself. The room is only lit by a couple of red bulbs fixed to the wall. 5 big cameras sit on one side of the room. There's a workbench in the middle hosting plastic trays filled with liquid and short squeegees clipped on their edges. On the other side of the room, a long sink with a drying rack fixed on the wall above it hosts various black and white pictures and streams of film negatives. The rubbery, chemical-like smell is so jarring that I have to reset my breathing with a quick scoff. "It'll take a couple of minutes for your eyes to get used to it," Finn says as he walks in behind me. His fingertips gently push between my shoulder blades to guide me into the room further. He heads over to the drying rack and goes up on his toes to reach some prints drying at the top. "This is so cool. I've been at this school for 6 years. How did I not know this room existed?" I say. Finn lets out a laugh as he turns back to look at me. "Believe me, if you were in here 5 times a week, you'd soon learn it's not that exciting. It always smells weird too." Having packed his photographs into a plastic wallet, he picks up the trays from the workbench and empties them out into the sink. As he does, I have a nosy at the equipment dotted around the room. "What does this do?" I ask, pointing to one of the big cameras. "It's an older type of developer. You put your film inside that tray in the middle there and then expose a light-sensitive paper on the plate below. That's how you get this black and white photo." Finn holds up one of his photographs. It's a shot of trees from the ground looking up. "Oh, wow! I love that!" I reply with an approving smile. "You can have it if you like. I don't want it," Finn says, placing it on the bench in front of me. My face puzzles at why he doesn't want it. The damp corners wet my fingertips as I prise it up from the workbench with my fingernails. I walk over to the small shelf by the door and rest it there for when we leave. "So, what's the deal with you and West?" Finn asks as he rinses off a tray under the tap. "What do you mean?" I ask, darting my head towards him. "I don't know. I've just noticed you tend to walk the other way if you see him. And when we were in the drama studio during auditions, it was like he was flirting with you, but, like, in a mean way." He shakes off the last tray and rests it on the edge of the sink upside down. "Yeah, well, West is as homophobic as they come," I say, twiddling some plastic film holders on the workbench. He gets some sort of kick in trying to seduce me, whilst also making me feel this big. I hold up my thumb and index finger to illustrate how small. I avoid eye contact. He steps away from the sink and up to meet me on the other side of the workbench. "I'm so sorry," he whispers. I feel his big-eyed stare drilling into me. I glance up to meet his eyes before retreating downward again. It's okay. You get used to it after a while. I was praying he'd go to college or something, but alas, still here and still a prick. "Well, he's no friend of mine." "I thought you were hanging out." I replay all the times I've seen them together in my mind, double-checking I'm not crazy. "A couple of his friends have been friendly and stuff, but I got a bad vibe the moment I met him. Plus, if he's a prick to you, I want nothing to do with him." Interesting. I shake West off my mind. I walk over to the door as Finn dries his hands with paper towels. "Okay, I've got to turn the lights back on now. I suggest you close your eyes," Finn instructs as he steps over to meet me at the door and rests his fingers on the light switch. "Why?" "After being in here for a few minutes, the normal light coming on is pretty intense." He's close enough to touch, but not close enough for me to lose myself in his cologne. I look back at him and comply by closing my eyes. I focus on the sound of the tap dripping into the sink. A few seconds pass while I wait for the light to blind me through my eyelids. However, a deep red haze remains. I wonder if he'll kiss me, pull me into him without warning, push me against the doorframe and firmly drag his tongue up my neck, unbuckle my belt and take full advantage of us having this quiet space all to ourselves. In my dreaming, I realize several seconds have passed. I move my focus to my breath before I question what's taking him so long to flick a light switch. The woody scent I've come to lust for fills my nostrils as I inhale. I ever so slightly open my eyes. Through my squint, he's looking at me. Down to my lips, then down further to my neck. His tongue folds over his bottom lip. I inquisitively open my eyes a little more. They capture his attention. His eyes widen in a retaliated panic before they quickly snap closed and I hear a click. In a burst of white light, the power of the sun floods my corneas. The sudden brightness blinds me as my hands leap up to my face, desperately trying to shield my eyes. "Son of a bitch!" I shout. "I told you to close your eyes." I rub my eyes and keep blinking to try to see again. I think I'm blind. "You're not blind, just keep blinking." Finn's blurry form molds back into his handsome self. He's looking both concerned and amused at my squinted blinks. "Come on," he says, opening the door and taking my forearm in his hand. I follow his lead, picking up the photograph on the way out. "Are you okay?" he asks, placing a hand on my shoulders to steady me in front of him. God, he's gorgeous. Yeah, I'll be fine. Us gays are resilient little buggers. He smiles, then looks at his hands holding me in place. They gently release me as he takes a deep breath. He turns away and walks to the other side of the room to pick up his bag. He runs a hand up the back of his neck and through his hair. I notice the charging cable hanging from the computer and walk over to get it. We meet back at the doorway. His flickering eyes can't decide whether or not to look at me, nor do I know whether to look at him. The dark room has changed his demeanor somehow. He's hesitant, shy, and cute. So cute. In avoiding awkward glances, I fix on his little finger. It twitches towards me. Is he? His fingers wrap into a fist as he clears his throat. We turn out of the doorway with a quick glance at one another. Conversation fails us as he pulls out his phone. I replay every touch over and over in my mind, using his walking body as a reference for my memory. I want to see him again. I don't want this to be it for another few weeks. But how? Hey, Finn. Yeah? He replies. We're going to the Christmas market in town on Saturday. Would you like to come? It's okay if not, but it could be fun. Yes, I love Christmas markets. Can I bring Sammy? My heart sinks at the prospect of this perhaps being a long-distance girlfriend he's failed to mention. Shit, he's straight. What am I doing? Who's Sammy? Escapes through my sinking breath. Oh, sorry. Sammy's my puppy. We have a checklist of things the trainer suggested we show him, and a busy environment is one of them. Thank you, God. Not a girlfriend. Yes, I'd love to meet him. Just don't be offended if he loves me more than you, I say jokingly, as hope re-enters my bloodstream. Rude, he replies, raising the crook of his mouth. But I know he will love you. My ears prick. Hearing him say love you only adds to my fantasizing. The thought of those words one day being for me makes my hand reach towards his. But maybe not. Maybe seeing him again isn't a good idea. But I've invited him now. I retreat my hand to my side and smile as we part ways at the end of the hall. My brow becomes damp and my neck itchy. What is happening to me? Chapter 5. Lift. Thanks, Sue, I say, swinging the car door open. Have fun, you two. Jerry, text me when you're ready to come home, Sue says, leaning back from the driver's seat. I will, thanks, Mum. Jerry leans forward and kisses her on the cheek. As Sue drives off, Jerry steals one of my arms to hold. How's everything going with your mum and dad? I ask as we walk down the bricked lane arm in arm towards town square. I mean, it's nice to have Dad back home, but I still haven't forgiven him. He tries to act like nothing's happened, asks me how school is. I say, fine, and then we sit in awkward silence until the next serving of dry small talk. I think it'll get easier. I hope so. Jerry pauses for a moment, seemingly gathering her thoughts. Anyway, how are things with you? Yeah, fine, I reply. And your crush on Finn? How's that going? I don't have a crush on Finn. Oh, come off it. You stare at him across the canteen at lunch, you flirt non-stop in chemistry, you talk about him all the time. Face it, Cam, you love him. I do not. I shout a little too aggressively for friendly banter. Okay, she says, holding up her gloves in surrender. Anyway, he's straight. Did he say that? Well, not exactly, but I made it very clear I was gay and gave him the perfect opportunity to say something. He didn't. So, that doesn't mean he's not. Please, can we just drop it? Sure, sorry, she says, defeated. It's only 5 o'clock, but it feels so much later, seeing how dark it is already. Bulbs are stringed up between stalls selling knickknacks and warm festive treats. Whilst looking for the others, we stop at a fudge stand so Jerry can pick up something for her mum. "There they are!" Robin calls from a few stalls down. Robin, Jack and Becky join us, each holding little steaming coffee cups. Becky looks like she's got 2 or 3 coats on, with 2 scarves wrapped around her neck and face. I chuckle to myself at only her eyes and nose poking through. "Warm enough, Becky?" I ask. "No," she replies aggressively. "What have you got?" I ask, gesturing to their cups. Jack leans into me and brings the coffee cup up to my face. He looks to either side of him and slowly opens the lid, allowing me to take a peek. The strong aroma of wine and spices punches through my nostrils. "What is that?" I say, pushing it away from my face. "It's mulled wine," Jack whispers with a sneaky, open-mouthed grin. "My brother got it for us. Please don't tell my mum." "Where's Finn? I thought he'd be with you," Robin asks. "He's on his way. He said he'd call when he gets here," I reply. The 5 of us potter around from stall to stall, stopping every now and then to have a little browse. Becky gave up on the mulled wine about 2 sips in, of which Robin was all too happy to take it off her hands. I keep pulling out my phone to check if Finn's called. Each time, it's a blank lock screen. As 10 minutes turn into 20 and 20 turn into 40, each check of my phone forces the hope of him coming to gradually dissipate. We stop at an artist stall where Robin becomes entranced by some spinning wind things in her tipsy state. "There you are!" Finn's voice makes my heart tense. I look left, then right. No Finn. I do a full spin, glancing at every face in the crowd, and still can't see him. "Up here," he says. With a reassured direction from his voice and Jerry looking up into the stall smiling, I find Finn inside the stall, surrounded by all manner of Christmas trinkets. His blue eyes twinkle in the reflection of the fairy lights draped between us. A cream woolly jumper hugs his torso as black jeans barely poke up over the counter. "What are you doing there?" I ask as my grin escapes me. "I'm so sorry. I got here and was about to text you when my uncle saw me and asked if I could watch his stall for 5 minutes. Well, that was over half an hour ago. I keep trying to call him, but I can't get any signal." Finn's cheeks flush. Jack looks down at his phone. "I've got signal. Here you go. Call him on mine." Jack passes his phone. As he holds up the phone to his cheek and waits for it to ring, he turns to face me. The others have become distracted by the knickknacks, but I haven't detached my gaze from him. He mouths sorry to me before he gets through. "Hey, it's Finn. Where are you? You said you'd be back in 5 minutes." All right, don't get your knickers in a twist." A thick South London accent emerges from the hustle and bustle behind us. A bold, middle-aged man with a grey goatee appears, holding a phone to his cheek and Sammy, the puppy, under his arm. He comes into Finn's view and hangs up. Finn, seeing him, rolls his eyes and throws open the side door of the stall. The gang and I all gather around Sammy, marvelling at how cute he is. "What's his name?" Jerry says. "This little one is Sammy. I've been looking after him for this one," the uncle says, nodding his head at Finn. Finn curses his lips and takes Sammy out of his uncle's arm, slamming a set of keys into his now empty hand. "That was not 5 minutes and you know it," Finn says, looking cross. "What can I say? The pup's a real babe magnet." Finn stares at his uncle. "Look, I'm sorry. Here, there's some money. Go and have fun." He takes out a wad of £5 and £10 notes, holding it in front of Finn's nose. Finn pinches the tip of the notes and whips it out of his uncle's fingers. "Here, hold him," Finn says, handing Sammy back. He unfolds the notes, licks his thumb and finger and counts them. He gets to a 20 and holds it up to the light. "Seems legit," he says, glancing at his uncle with raised eyebrows. "Thank you." "Thanks for watching the stall. Do you want me to look after this one for a bit longer? I can drop him back at your mum's in an hour." "You sure?" Finn asks.
Yeah, of course. Spend time with your friends. Are you not going to introduce me?
Absolutely not, Finn says, scooping us all into his arms and hurrying us along.
I like your wind thingies,
Robin calls back in her slurred voice. Stepping into a stream of festive shoppers, I battle my way forward to be as close to Finn within the group as I can. Guys, I am so sorry. Were you waiting around? Finn says. No, you're fine, Jack says. You missed out on mulled wine, though.
Mulled wine?
Robin exclaims.
No more for you,
Jerry quips. Robin scrunches her face and folds her arms like a naughty preschooler. Jerry meets my side as the others pause at a chocolate fountain.
Do you want me to do some digging? Find out if he's seeing anyone?
Jerry whispers. Jerry, I say with eyes widened as if to further say, shut the fuck up. I know, you don't like him, blah, blah, blah. But what if, Cam? What if he is gay, bi, pan, anything? Wouldn't it be nice? Even to have a friend you can share that stuff with, she says, checking behind herself. I run through all possible scenarios in my head. I do like him. A lot. Like, a lot. He laughs at something Jack said. I focus on his perfect teeth and think about touching them with my tongue in a kiss. The notion warms me from the inside out. Okay.
What?
Robin hiccups.
What are you girls talking about?
Nothing. Jerry and I both reply in unison. It doesn't take long for Robin to end up neck-deep in a park bin. With Jack and Becky gone, the mulled wines come back to haunt her. Her back jolts back and forth with each hurl. Jerry holds her braids back and does her best to avoid looking in the bin. I'm going to have to call her mum to come get her.
No, anyone but my mum. She'll kill me.
Robin's voice echoes from the bin. I can drive her home, Finn says, looking concerned. That's really sweet of you, Finn, but I don't want her to throw up in your car, Jerry says as she briefly glances into the bin and holds back a gag. Jerry slides her phone out of her back pocket and hands it to me. Can you call my mum, tell her what's happened, and ask if Robin can stay over? Sure, I reply, taking the phone and opening her contacts. I bring the phone up to my ear and pan around from the girls. Finn's white-faced. She'll be okay, I whisper, smiling. This isn't the first time. Having managed to negotiate Robin over to the car park near the playground, she seems to have got over the worst of it. But boy, does she look rough.
I'm so sorry, Sue,
Robin slurs as her legs are lifted into the back of the car. It's all right, sweet pea, Sue says, opening a plastic bag and laying it on the floor mat. She tucks in the tails of Robin's coat and closes the door. Robin wobbles, then slumps down on the back seat. Have you got another way home, Cam? I'm not sure it'd be safe to sit next to this one, Sue asks. Yeah, it's fine. I'll call my dad, I reply. I can give you a lift, Finn says. My neck almost snaps at spinning around so quickly. It's fine. I don't want to put you out. My dad won't mind, I say, not knowing which of his twinkling eyes to look in. He goes to speak before Sue interjects. Okay, boys. Well, it was nice to meet you, Finn. Text Jerry to say you got home okay, Cam, she says, opening the car door and slinging herself inside. I will. Jerry looks through the back window to check on Robin before she pops her head up to wave goodbye. Wish me luck, she shouts. Bye. Finn and I reply in unison. Feel better, Robin, I shout, cupping my hands towards the car. Her hand raises in reply before Jerry's door shuts and the internal light turns off. Finn and I stand back to let the car reverse. Jerry winds down her window just enough to stick her arm out and wave. I pull out my phone to call Dad. Please let me drop you home. It's no trouble, honest. My car's just round the corner. Finn rests his fingertips on my forearm to pause my hand. I look up at his puppy dog eyes. I ponder the notion before feeling embarrassed that he's having to rescue me. Are you absolutely sure? Positive, he affirms. We walk around the corner to his little blue car sitting in a bay on the side of the high street. Finn puts his hand in his black jeans and the car unlocks. You sure this is okay? I ask. Oh, for goodness sake, get in. He gestures to the passenger door as he walks around the car. Plonking myself in the passenger seat, I'm quick to spot a slightly damp smell. It's not a bad damp smell, though, almost like a nostalgic damp, like when I go into my grandparents' attic. That kind of damp. I buckle myself in and wait. I look out the back window and he's texting someone. He's wearing a plain silver ring on his little finger. I definitely haven't seen that before. He locks his phone and walks up to the door. I quickly spin to face the front and hold my breath as he rocks himself into the driver's seat. Right, where are we heading then? He asks, leaning forward to turn the ignition. Do you know where the old police station is? He turns to present a ventriloquist dummy expression. Nope. Don't worry, I'll be the sat-nav. Finn relaxes his lips into a smile, checks his mirrors, and pulls out onto the quiet road. He fumbles with a cable near the gear stick and passes it to me. Are you going to be DJ? He asks. Unless you're into the musical stylings of High School Musical and Taylor Swift, I don't think that'd be wise. Are you kidding? High School Musical 2 was my sexual awakening, Finn exclaims. His sexual awakening? But are we talking Troy Bolton's sexual awakening or Gabriella Montez's sexual awakening? Oh, God, I hope it's not a Sharpay Evans' sexual awakening. Then Helen might as well have him. Your sexual awakening? I ask. Yeah, like, with the swimming pool and everything. Gee, that narrows it down. Before I have the opportunity to ask another question, Finn punches his finger into the archaic stereo system and Taylor Swift aggressively shouts, "Now go stand in the corner and think about what you did." Jesus! Finn reacts to the volume, hastily turning it down whilst he looks back and forth from the road to the stereo. I simultaneously skip to the next song in a panic, then the next one, then the next one, then the next one. God, this is embarrassing. Okay, this should be fine. Start of something new? Finn asks. Yep. A classic. We're not so brazen as to sing along, but every now and then we mime the words. Finn takes Troy's part, of course, and I take Gabriella. He's as close to a real-life Zac Efron as I'm ever going to get. Even when he closes his eyes to dramatically and silently hit the high note, it doesn't terrify me that he's not even looking at the road. I'm soaking up every last drop of this moment. He could drive us off a cliff right now and I'd die a happy man being this close to him. His soft knuckles, his pressed thighs, his cool silver ring and his Adam's apple pulsing with every lyric. Hang on, am I dreaming? This is a very me type of dream. I pinch my arm. Ow, I quietly say to myself. What did you say? Finn asks, turning down the volume. Who's your favourite artist? I panic. I like a bit of everything. I wouldn't say I have a favourite. Maybe someone from the 80s? The 80s? I exclaim. Yeah, I was basically raised on 80s compilation albums. I'd sometimes dress up with an inflatable guitar and put on shows for Mum and Dad in the living room. He gently scrunches his face. I'm sure listening to 80s music sounded a lot cooler before I said that. No, I still think you're cool. I blush. He turns his head and tightens his lips in a smile. His eyes are fixated on mine. I don't want to look away, but he's not looking at the road and I'm quickly reminded we're in a moving vehicle. Oh, it's left here, I say, gesturing. The drive ends sooner than I want it to. Thanks again for dropping me home. You're a good driver. 'Twas my pleasure. He tips an imaginary hat. "Your house looks nice," he says, ducking his head slightly to peer through my window. My heartbeat accelerates at the idea of asking him to come in. Shit. Did you... Double shit. Come on, Cam, just ask him. Did you have a good time? Man, I suck at this. I really did, he says, smiling. I don't want to peel my face away. I just stare. He rubs his hand on his thigh and I have to clench my teeth together to stop myself from audibly gasping. I can't get over how muscular and defined his legs look. I watch his eyes dart down from mine, and I think they linger on my lips. Does he want to kiss me? He's still looking. Cam? Yeah? I reply through a crack in my voice. This is it. Oh my God, this is actually happening. I think your nose is bleeding, he says, shattering my train of thought. What? I bring up my finger to my nostril. I pull my finger away to see blood. Oh, bloody hell. Ha, literally. I laugh at myself. He doesn't laugh. Can I help? I might have some tissues in here, Finn says, frantically opening the glove box. It's okay, I get them all the time, I say, cupping a hand under my chin and pinching the bridge of my nose. Really? Finn replies, looking concerned and fumbling a tissue into my free hand. Thanks. Yeah, pretty much any time my blood pressure goes up. If I'm ever stressed or anything, they just happen. I'm mortified. Why did this have to happen not only in front of Finn, but in his car too? Here, let me get the door for you. Finn switches off the car, pulls out the keys, and propels himself out of the driver's seat. He walks around the front of the car and opens my door. He leans across me to unbuckle my seatbelt. He stretches over my lap and I have to look up at the car's roof to focus on breathing. Oh God, his hand is resting on my knee. Quick, think of something else, anything else. I am so sorry, I mutter behind my tissued fist. Don't worry about it. These things happen, he says, all too calmly, laughing under his breath. He unbuckles my seatbelt and guides my arm out of it. I spin on my bum to get my legs out the car while he props the door open with his hip. Let me see? Finn asks exquisitely. Absolutely not, I reply with a chuckle. At least let me walk you in. You don't want to get blood all over your door now, do you? I stop with my feet planted firmly on the doormat. Finn places one hand on the back of my shoulder as he leans around me to ring the doorbell. The chime rings within as Mum's figure approaches through the distorted glass. Oh my God! Mum shouts as she opens the door to see the bloody tissues against my face. I'm fine, it's just a nosebleed, I say, stepping into the hall. Mum, this is Finn. I point with my elbow. Hello? She waves. Come in, come in. She hurries him in with a flap of her hands. I'm Tracy, and my husband Simon is through there. She points to the living room. Cameron, you go and clean yourself up. I'll make Finn here a cuppa, she finishes, instructing me to go upstairs. Do you drink tea? She asks Finn. I do, he replies, smiling. I like to hear it. Mum walks off into the kitchen whilst Finn pulls off his Timberlands. My face warms. This is not how I imagined him meeting my parents, and who knows what they'll say while I'm upstairs. We catch each other in a smile before he tells me to go on. He follows Mum into the kitchen and I hurry upstairs to sort myself out. You okay? Finn asks as I come into the kitchen, now wearing jogging bottoms and a hoodie. He sat on one of the stools at the breakfast bar, his elbows propping up a mug that balances in his two hands like an A-frame. Coming around the breakfast bar, his eyes wander. They track down my body and narrow somewhere near my waist. His lip folds in between his teeth before he quickly shakes off his stare. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm so sorry about that. And for my mum forcing a tea on you, I smile back timidly, not knowing what to say or do next. In the hesitation, he takes a swig of his tea. "You didn't tell me you had a boyfriend, Cam," Mum announces, coming back into the kitchen. My jaw drops and Finn loudly coughs into his mug, propelling large drops of tea into his fringe. "What?" I shout. "You know, boy, space, friend, a friend that's a boy," she explains whilst studying my every expression like a science project. "I've only ever met Jerry and Robin. I just didn't know you had guy friends," she concludes. Blood rushes to my face. I don't know where to look. "Here you go," Mum says, placing a mug of tea on the countertop next to me and heading out of the kitchen. "Now, not too late. You're on dog walking duty tomorrow morning." "Okay, thank you for the tea," I reply quickly to get her out of the room as soon as possible. She shuts the door and heads into the living room to join Dad. My lips pull in on themselves in embarrassment as my elbows prop me up on the countertop. "I am so sorry about her," I say, cupping my hands around my face. "It's fine. I found it funny." "What did you and Mum talk about whilst I was upstairs?" I ask, blowing steam off my tea. "Oh, nothing much. You, mostly." I smile behind my mug. "Only the good stuff, I hope." "But of course," he replies. "I told your mum all about your addiction to Class A drugs, how you beat up a teacher, and that you're doing a lip sync in full drag for the extravaganza." "Oh, shut up," I say playfully. He laughs and then spins himself to one side. "Is this you?" he asks, pointing at a picture of me with my face painted as a tiger aged 5. "It might be." He laughs. "You're so cute." He smiles at the photo, then glances at me. His eyes dance around my face before he spins back to his tea. The heartbeat in my eardrum isn't normally this loud, and are my fingertips usually this fizzy? "Did you, get anything with the money your uncle gave you?" I ask, pushing my fizzy fingertips together within the sleeves of my hoodie. "Nah, I'll probably do something really fun and exciting with it, like savings for university or something." "Oh, you're already thinking about that." I pull myself onto the stool next to him and bury my eyes deep into his to try to read his 5-year plan. It's a possibility. I doubt I'll be able to afford it, though." He twiddles his fingers on the handle of the mug. His posture changes from sitting upright with confidence to more hunched over and vulnerable. I tilt my head to try and catch his eye. His eyes slowly roll towards me before he glances at the clock on the microwave. "I should probably get going. I said I'd be home by 10:30, Finn says, dismounting the stool and chugging the rest of his tea. I'm easily entranced by his Adam's apple pulsing up and down his firm neck with each gulp. He lowers the mug and catches an escaping drop with the end of his tongue. My heart sinks at realizing this evening is only temporary. I want to hold him, trap him in my arms and never let go. Listen to his heartbeat as I sleep and kiss him awake every morning. He stretches his arms and his woolly jumper rides up. The neat hairs aligned under his belly button make my fingers fizz again. My feet slide across the kitchen tiles towards him. As I get closer, he retracts from his stretch and I play off my slide, picking up his mug and walking it over to the sink. I stare at the plug whilst biting my lip to control myself. Walking into the hall, we meet Mum and Dad heading upstairs to bed. "Thanks for having me," Finn says.
"You're welcome. Thanks for saving me having to pick him up,"
Dad says with a wink. Rosie and Jimmy emerge from the living room behind Mum and Dad.
"Who's this?"
Finn exclaims, kneeling down. "This is Rosie and that's Jimmy," I direct with a point to each. Rosie and Jimmy excitedly nuzzle themselves in Finn as he kneels down to cuddle them both.
"Aren't you both the cutest?"
Finn says, rubbing one dog in each hand. "Good night. Don't forget to lock the door, Cameron," Mum says, traipsing up the stairs in her slippers with Dad following behind. "I won't. Night," I reply. "Good night," Finn adds, leaving the dogs to put on his boots. Mum and Dad's door slams shut upstairs. "Come on, you two, in the kitchen," I say, holding the kitchen door open so the dogs can walk inside. I close the door, significantly dimming the hallway. Only the lamp on the entry table now lights the hall. Finn tucks the ends of his laces into the sides of his boots. I can't decide where to hold my arms. Do I put my hands in my pockets? Do I cross them? I lean on the wall with my elbow for a moment before I have an out-of-body look at myself and realize how weird that looks. "Your family is really nice," Finn says, popping up from the floor. "They're all right, I guess," I say nonchalantly, still trying to place my arms somewhere that feels normal. "Thanks again for dropping me home, and sorry about bleeding everywhere. I promise not to make a habit of it." "I should hope not." He chuckles and looks up at my nose. "All clear." He winks. The feeling of my fingers tapping on the banister in an anxious outlet becomes overbearing. I'm trying to be present, but I can only focus on the tapping, pushing my fingertips into the corners of the carved wood for comfort, imagining these fingers pressing into his hips and feeling the texture of his soft skin. Finn's locked eyes with me. I don't know whether I should say something or wait for him to say something. Do I open the door for him? "I had a great time tonight," Finn whispers, glancing up at my fringe and then back down at my eyes. "With you," he adds, slightly tilting his head. "I had a great time too," I reply. I look down at Finn's chest and the cream wool insulating him. My mind transitions from the texture of the banister to what his jumper must feel like, what my fingertips would feel as they run over each woven bump in the material. I detach my stare and smile up at him. I rock forward to the front of my feet as my body unconsciously pulls towards his. He looks down at me as I approach. I stop myself and retreat onto my heels. "I'll see you Monday?" he asks, turning towards the door. "See you Monday," I reply, following his pace. I reach for the door handle and look down at his jumper again. Before I know it, my arms have spontaneously wrapped themselves around his waist. My head sits below his chin as it rests on his right shoulder. I pause, feeling every wool fibre almost prickle my fingers. And yet, I don't feel his arms. I freeze. I'm hugging him, but he's not hugging me. As I ripple my fingers off his back to release him, his hands slide over my shoulders and pull me in tighter. I feel my cheek push into his collarbone with his securing grasp. His nose nuzzles into my hoodie, his fingers unhook from my side, causing my arms to become weightless as they slowly drift back from holding him. Our heads pass like ships in the night as we back away from one another. In our eyes finding each other, we both stand silently. He coughs through a crack in his throat. "Night," he whispers, turning the door handle and allowing the cold night air to flood around my toes. Just as he's about to disappear behind the distorted glass, his head turns back to me. His expression is that of someone who's looking for something. That vulnerability about him again. "Night," I whisper back, my fingertips pinching the door, holding it open just enough for him to easily slip through. The hug was nice, but I want to kiss him. I want more. Everything about him I want more of. He smiles, then slides out the door. Maybe this is all it'll ever be. Wanting more, but not getting it. Chapter 6. Snowfall. We only have about 10 minutes until the doors open and the students come in. Thankfully, I'm all ready to go. I'm now just twiddling my thumbs behind the lighting board, waiting for it all to begin. Jerry bursts through the hall doors behind me with a cable wrapped around her arm. "Miss, I've got it!" she calls over to Barclay and Becky at the audio desk. "Cam, you all set?" Barclay shouts. All set, miss! Barclay steps out from the audio desk and signals for us to follow her backstage. Leading us into the gym's equipment room behind the stage, Jerry positions herself by the door and dons her Britney Spears-style headset. The equipment room is working as a makeshift green room with some 30-ish students all huddled together and sitting on various bits of PE apparatus. Jerry runs her finger over the clipboard illuminated by a clip-on light, checking that each act is here and accounted for. "Okay, does everyone know their cues?" Barclay asks the group. They all nod in response. "Good. Now, this is your opportunity to really shine. This is the big send-off before Christmas break and is a real treat for the whole school. You're all going to do amazing, so get out there and make me proud. Also, boys, don't get suspended," Barclay says, throwing up her thumbs at the lads all wearing tearaway suits. "Right, let's put on an extravaganza," Barclay yells, almost flinging off her glasses. "Give 'em hell," I say to Jerry as I leave the room and head to the lighting board at the back of the hall. Barclay takes her seat behind the audio desk. I'm about halfway across the hall before Jerry shouts at the top of her lungs, "Listen up, arsewipes! I have worked too damn hard for this show to go down in a shitstorm like the class of 2010. This will be the best Christmas extravaganza this school has ever seen, and if any one of you so much as puts a toe out of line, so help me God, I will make your lives a living hell until the moment I leave this backwater of an educational establishment. Do I make myself clear?" Approving mumbles echo from the cupboard. "That girl is going to make a great politician one day," Barclay says. Jerry emerges from behind the stage, pushing her hair back and shaking her head in a satisfied release. "Ready?" Jerry asks Barclay in a joyful tone. Barclay nods and smiles back. "Cam, house lights, please," Jerry says from the middle of the gym floor, where the audience will soon be sat cross-legged. I hit the lights and bring up the warm blinders so it's just bright enough for everyone to find a space on the floor. Jerry walks to the gym door, pushes it open with her shoulder, and invites the teachers waiting outside to bring in their students. Jerry retreats behind the stage as the army of teachers march in their students, assigning them each a space on the floor to sit. Barclay turns up the volume on some thumping music that builds the anticipation in the hall. The sixth formers slowly file in and find a standing space at the back. Jack and Finn slip into the hall and circle behind me. Finn's hand on my back catches me off guard. "You've got this," he says, bending down to my ear. My knees wobble under the lighting board. I breathe in his cologne and smile as he walks away. I mouth, "Thanks." His wink knocks every ounce of preparation out of my mind. I study his long-sleeved t-shirt and tight trousers. "Come on, Cam, snap out of it. It's showtime." "Please welcome to the stage your hosts for this year's Seton Christmas Extravaganza, Robin Walsh and Noel Camp," Mrs. Barclay announces down the microphone in a deep, dramatic tone. The audience applauds and whoops as Robin and Noel lightly jog on stage with their cue cards. Noel brings the microphone up to his mouth and starts to speak, but nothing. I look over to Barclay and Becky as they shout in unison, "Turn it on!" "Hello, Seton!" Noel starts again. "Welcome to this year's Christmas Extravaganza. We cannot wait to share some of the terrific acts we have lined up for you," Robin continues, as childish laughs come from the audience. Chloe and Danielle, the twins, do a magic show-type performance where they make one of the Year 7s disappear. Helen Miller attempts a world record for the fastest hair bun. She did not succeed. And Zara's "I Will Always Love You" even made Mrs. Horn tear up. Commonly referred to as the Demon Headmistress, I'm shocked to see she actually has a soul. She stood next to me at the lighting board, keeping a watchful eye. "Now, ladies," Robin announces. "And Cam," Noel adds, pointing and winking at me across the hall, simultaneously making the whole of the school turn to look at me. Completely caught off guard, I do my best to quickly sink behind the desk. I wait a few seconds for people to turn back and emerge to catch Robin sneakily smacking Noel's arm. Finn looks over, his eyebrows twisting at my embarrassment. I flash back a somewhat believable smile before I put my fingers back on the sliders, ready for the next act. We have a special treat for you, presenting the boys you've all been waiting for, Seaton Magic! Robin gestures to the back of the stage. I turn down the lights, leaving only a faint blue light for the lads to assemble on stage. They all stand in formation, just like in auditions. Barclay turns up the audio dial, and the opening notes of The Greatest Show hum from the speakers. I hit the auto cue for their act and let the lighting board take the wheel. The boys slam their feet down as the lights perfectly sync up with the music. I quickly stand up and take control of the spotlight, aiming it at West as he mimes along to the opening lyrics. As the chorus hits, I dart back to the board as the remaining lights burst into life and the boys rip off their shirts. My face beams at everything actually working as planned. Finn and Jack are both whooping at the boys in playful support. All the girls in the audience are going mad, jumping up off the floor as teachers rush to sit them back down. Mrs. Horn takes off from next to me, marching her way over to the audio desk. When two of the boys land face down on the stage and proceed to grind and thrust their crotches into the audience, Mrs. Horn audibly screams and picks up her pace. I just about hear her shouting, "Turn it off!" I'm distracted by the dancing for a few moments before Mrs. Horn mounts the stage, screaming, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" She snatches the microphone from an open-mouthed Robin stood by the side of the stage. The music stops. Okay, thank you, boys, that's enough of that," Mrs. Horn says, now planted in front of the squad as they slowly stop moving. I stop the lighting automation and bring up the solid warm white lights to make her visible. The sound of booing reverberates from the audience. It swells in volume to the point where Horn can barely be heard over the audio system. That or Barclay just turned it off. "Quiet!" Mrs. Horn shouts at the crowd as a sprig of her hair breaks loose from her tightly hairsprayed bob. The audience falls silent as she stands looking down from the stage. "I think that's all we've got time for today, everyone," she adds before the entire audience erupts in cries of, "What? That's not fair!" and further booing. Mr. Powell even mimes, "She's being ridiculous" to another teacher slyly. Jerry appears from backstage and her face drops, likely realizing her extravaganza will go down in history for all the wrong reasons. As Mrs. Horn tries to continue, the lighting board powers down in front of me and all the lights go off. The audio from the speakers goes out and the heating system overhead whirls to a stop. The audience of kids screams in response. The sound of them all talking and shouting becomes almost too much to bear before Horn shouts for them to be quiet again. Silence falls as I try to flip the switches on the lighting board. All dead. What's going on? Jack and Finn clatter up behind me. I don't know. I don't have power. Barclay's shadow strides over to the emergency exit, closely followed by Mr. Powell clambering over seated students. The lower years all whisper to one another as Mrs. Horn's shadow turns to the lads, giving them a quiet telling off. Barclay and Mr. Powell open the emergency exit, causing bright white light to flood the hall. Blinking the outdoors into focus, a blanket of white snow covers the ground outside. Snow is still falling at a heavy rate. It only takes one of the year 8s to shout, "Snow!" before kids start popping up and getting ready to run for it. Whoa, you're not going anywhere. Sit back down, Mr. Powell says as he jogs back to the audience with his arms out. All right, everyone, back to your classrooms, Mrs. Horn announces. Robin and Jerry make their way back to my desk. Each of them pull up a chair while we watch the lower years clear out. Jack and Finn walk over to join Becky at the audio desk. Once the cold air from outside has filled the hall and most students have cleared, Barclay approaches the girls and I. We're going to have to leave everything up. It's obviously not safe to take everything down without power, Barclay says. So, what now? Jerry asks. Unless the power comes on in the next 15 minutes, we've got to send everyone home. So, I suggest you just go home. Email me if you're free on the teacher training day to help take some stuff down. Otherwise, have a good Christmas, guys. Thanks, miss. You too, I reply. Barclay smiles and waves goodbye as she walks to the back of the stage to tell the other acts the same. Do you want a lift? Robin asks. Nah, it's okay. If the roads are bad, I don't want your mum to get stuck down my street. Thanks, though. Jerry? Robin offers. It's okay, hun. Text me later? Duh. Robin stands up, slings her bag on her shoulder, and smiles as she looks over at Noel approaching with his face beaming.
Guys, we get to go home,
Noel announces to the group. We know, Jerry quips. Robin takes him by the arm. Bye, guys. See you at New Year's, Robin calls back.
Happy Christmas,
Noel adds. Still embarrassed by him calling me out mid-show, I choose not to acknowledge his Christmas wish. Jerry sighs, leans back in her chair, and allows her head to thump against the wall. I just wanted it to be perfect, she says, defeated. And it was, because we'll never forget it. The others walk over from the audio desk to join Jerry and I. You guys taking off too? Jack asks. Looks like it, I reply. We'll see you guys for New Year's, right? Jack asks. Of course, Jerry replies. Hey, Finn, you should come too. What's this? Finn asks, coming out of an entranced look at his phone. I'm doing a thing round mine on New Year's Eve. Do you want to come? I'd love to, he replies, sliding his phone into his back pocket. Finn catches my eye and I can't help but smile. He's officially part of our group now. My smile quickly fades as West and the other lads head our way. How much trouble are you guys in? Jack asks West.
Who knows?
West replies.
I think the power cut saved us from any real bollocking,
he adds before pausing to look at me.
So, Cam, what did you think?
The lads behind him exchanged quiet laughs and backhanded taps at my disdain. I say, not knowing where to look. Jerry and Finn look at one another over me. West, pack it in, Jerry interjects.
What? I'm not doing anything,
West replies in a high tone. Just take your little gaggle of pricks and kindly piss off, Jerry says, flicking her hand.
All right, calm down. We're only playing. Have a good Christmas,
he says sarcastically as the doors funnel him and his entourage out of the hall. I don't want to look up. I shouldn't be dealing with this crap anymore. I hoped this year would be different and that maybe he'd grown up. I guess not. You okay? Jerry asks, sitting back down. I'm fine. Looking up, there's Finn's same concern from earlier. He mouths, You sure? I nod. Come on, let's go home, I announce, picking up my bag, turning away from them both, and making a beeline towards the exit. Where do you live, Finn? Jerry asks.
Do you know where the Red Lion is?
I do.
Well, I'm down the side road there.
Oh, I know where you mean, she replies. Do you want to walk with us? Cam and I are heading that way.
Yeah, sure. I just need to grab my stuff from photography.
As Jerry, Finn and I walk into the photography classroom, I acknowledge the unlit red light of the dark room. The memories of us standing in close contact a few weeks back engulf me. I can't help but stare at the door as Finn paces across the classroom to gather his things. What's that? Jerry asks. The dark room? Finn replies. Our school has a dark room, Jerry whispers, leaning into my ear. I shrug. Finn stuffs various pieces of work into his backpack and shakes it closed. What are you taking? Jerry asks.
Photography, design technology, geography, and chemistry, Finn replies.
I haven't seen you in geography. It didn't work out with my timetable, so I'm doing it during my free periods. The beauty of moving schools, I guess.
Well, if you need any notes or anything, let me know, Jerry replies, poking and twiddling a mobile piece of art hanging from the ceiling. While twiddling the piece between her fingers, the fixing falls out of the ceiling tile, crashing the art to the ground with a loud clatter. Her jaw falls open just as fast as her eyes widen. The piece she was holding is still clutched between her fingers, with the attaching string now trailing down to the rubble on the floor.
Oh my God! Jerry shouts. Oh my God! I repeat. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead! She continues, struggling to find breath. Finn quickly clambers over the tables like a free runner and rescues the art from the floor. Don't worry, it always does that. It's an ongoing joke with how many times we've put it back up, Finn says as he pulls out a chair. Finn stands on the chair and reaches up to pin it back into the ceiling. As he does, the waistband of his boxers appears. I study each letter of the Calvin Klein logo as my mouth begins to water. I flash back to underwear shopping at Marks & Spencer when I was 14. The sexiness of headless torsos modelling underwear is somehow replicated in Finn's reach. I look up at his arms as they steady him on the ceiling. I want those biceps around me. I want those hands wrapped around my... There, easy, he says, smiling down. Jerry sighs with relief until her phone vibrating distracts her. She pulls it out and checks a text message. Finn bends down and places one hand on my shoulder to help himself dismount the chair. His grip is almost painful, but I like it. As his head bounces up from the landing, so does his hair. It wafts perfectly, like a shampoo advert or something. Our eyes meet and he smiles before he looks down to push the chair back in. Sorry, my sister's school is being sent home too. I'm going to have to walk her home, Jerry says in a frustrated tone. Want us to walk you out? I ask. Nah, it's okay, I should go. I'll see you both at New Year's. Jerry's phone starts to ring in her hand. Mum, yes, I'm going. Jerry answers before she waves back at us with her palm, pulling her phone away to say Merry Christmas. She returns the phone to her ear. Okay, well, you texted me all of 30 seconds ago. I'm literally leaving now. Just us then? Finn asks, tightening his backpack straps. Just us, I reply, stepping back slightly for him to pass in front of me. I pull out my navy woolly hat and tug it over my head. Everyone has dispersed by the time Finn and I walk out of school. The snow has stopped falling, and what was once a beautiful blanket of fresh powder is now just a chaotic canvas of weaving muddy footprints and scooped-up snowballs. Finn is making better progress in his boots than I am in my Converse. I've slipped several times, causing Finn to have one eye on me the whole way home, ready to prop me back up at any second. In my defence, I didn't know it was going to snow today, I say as Finn props me back up for the 4th time. I thought you said you lived by the Red Lion, I add, noticing he didn't make a turn down Birch Tree Lane. I do, but you're a liability, he says, jesting and continuing to walk with me in stride. I guess that just means more quality Finn time for me. I cringe at my cringiness. He doesn't reply beyond a smile, causing my stomach to rotate inside me like a tumble dryer loaded with rocks. His silence is unsettling. Did I mess something up? Are you okay? I ask after a few moments of silence pass. Huh? He says, coming out of an apparent daze. Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry. You sure? Well, I wanted to ask you something. He looks down at his boots stamping footprints in the snow. Yeah? My inner tumble dryer is now on an extra cupboard dry accelerated spin. How... He pauses, gathering himself. How did your parents act when you came out? Oh. I'm oddly startled by the question. Like, were they cool with it, Yeah. I mean, they were pretty great, actually. I told Mum first, and she took it as well as anyone could. She told me she still loved me, that I would always be her baby boy. We both cried and hugged, but I was terrified about telling my dad. Really? Petrified. He's not homophobic or anything, but he'd made some jokes in the past that maybe made me think he wouldn't be okay with it. When I did eventually tell him, he didn't say much. He just hugged me and said, "Love you, son." I think it took him a few months to process everything. One random day, he pulled me into the kitchen and gave me this massive long apology for everything he'd said in the past and that he felt like he was being a shitty father and stuff. Since then, it's like I never needed to come out. I'm still the same person. They're still the same parents. I just like boys, I say, smiling at him and shrugging. He glances over to receive my conclusion, nods, and returns to his boots. I can't help but feel like that's not the answer he wanted. I take a deep breath. "Why do you ask?" "No reason," he replies quickly. I study his brows now sinking over his eyes. I want to check on him somehow, reassure him if I can. I look down at his hand. It's just hanging there, alone, almost presented so, like it could be mine if I wanted it. Could he want that? Does he want me to? I straighten my fingers and take in a breath of crisp, cold air. My wrist pivots and begins to reach for him. My elbow separates from my side as my hand draws closer to his. A firmness in the air between us becomes apparent, as if a magnetic force field surrounds our bodies. I can't tell if it's pushing me away or pulling me in closer. I relax my hand and my knuckles find his. They tap together gently as I try to draw another breath in the contact, but my lungs are already full. I panic. I've forgotten how to breathe. I try to push through it, but his hand moves away. I almost sigh at the disappointment. I tried, but I think it's better to change the subject and pretend I didn't just try to hold his hand without the slightest bit of consent. Jesus, Cam, get a grip. Divert. Would you rather only ever use a fork or only ever use a spoon for the rest of your life? I say sprightly. Fork, obviously. Finn replies, removing his stare from his boots and throwing me a raised eyebrow. What about soup? I jest. I didn't think about that. Aha! No, you can drink soup. Aha to you, sir. We arrive at the bushed wall that hides my house several would-you-rathers later. While not a blizzard like earlier, snow is gently falling again. I turn towards him to say goodbye and get distracted by the snowflakes landing in his hair. Your hair's going to get soaked. I'll be fine. It won't take me long to get home. I look at his dimples, then up to his hair, then back down to meet his eyes. Here, I say as I pull off my woolly hat. I open the hat over his head and tug it down either side of his ears. Checking that both are suitably tucked in, I find myself stopping in the middle of his face to catch his stare. Thanks, he says, as my hands retreat from a gentle pat of his head. His eyes don't know where to look, and the creases of his lips are pulling at one side. It's like he's trying to smile, but something's stopping him. I guess I'll see you at Jerry's on New Year's, he says. Yeah, it's going to be fun. The cold envelops my newly exposed ears. Silence becomes us. The street is empty of cars, and as powder keeps falling, our footprints slowly disappear into the white pavement. I think about saying goodbye and opening the front garden gate, but I don't want to. Knowing I won't see him for over a week, I want every second to last. Finn slides his arms around my waist and pulls my body towards him. I gently glide my palms up his back and hold on to his cold coat. The familiar fabric of his jacket is still almost slippy, But with how he's holding me this time, it's like he'll never slip through my fingers. A squeeze ripples through my torso as he tightens his grip. Then, as if a secret, he whispers, "Happy Christmas, Cameron." My stomach doesn't tumble, my heart doesn't drop. It's like, in this very moment, I couldn't feel safer or more content. All I can hear in my head is, "Don't let go, don't let go, don't let go." Alas, the moment comes. I feel the tops of his fingers lift ever so slightly, just enough to allow his hands to slide across my back. I keep my feet where they are. I stay planted while allowing him space to separate himself from me. Our heads are about to pass, but he slows. Instead of his face appearing back in front of me, I feel every bump in the woolly hat pass over my forehead. His crystal blue eyes reflecting the white landscape punch me in the face. My mouth becomes wet. Instinct takes over as my mind considers the possibility of kissing him. I want it so badly. I want more than a hug. I want him. All of him. A stillness overcomes me as I get lost just looking at him. The feeling of his hands hasn't left my body. They still hold me firmly on my upper back. I unconsciously look down at his lips and note every crease before I trace his nose and back up to his soul-shattering stare. He stops. He stopped. Is this happening? Our eyes are locked in a quick step, dancing between one another. His eyes close and he starts moving back towards me. It's only a millimeter or so, but in reaction, instinct carries me. My eyes close and my upper body leans into him effortlessly. I should be panicking. Why am I not panicking? My heartbeat goes quiet as I take a soft but deep breath. I feel the tip of his icy nose tap the side of mine. We both pause. This is happening. Our noses guide one another closer. His hands, in turn, rewrap themselves around me, pulling me in slowly. My whole body tenses in his hold. It's at that moment that our lips find each other. His press into mine firmly, as mine push back just as hard. I never imagined a kiss could be this all-encompassing. It's like the rest of my body has disappeared, and all that matters is maintaining this kiss. The kiss. Holy crap. It's everything I thought it would be and more. His lips are soft, smooth, in fact. Falling snow is frozen in place for what feels like minutes. As hesitation sets in, I gently pull away. My eyes stay closed until we're far enough apart to see one another properly. Opening my eyes, he's lost in confusion. My quiet heart sinks at the thought of that being completely unintentional. "Sorry," he whispers as his arms slip off me. "I couldn't help myself." I scan my mind for the words to say, but nothing's coming. That kiss was everything I wanted. But then again, I still want more. I really don't want to mess it up now by saying something stupid. "I'm glad you did." Wow, that was pretty good. "If it's okay, can we keep that between us? Just for now," he asks as his cheeks flush. I hesitate as my mind runs through 101 calculations. Is this a red flag? If so, I'm colorblind in this moment. "Of course," I reply reassuringly. I'll text you." I nod. He scans me from head to toe. His shoulder begins to turn away before it's like a lasso catches him and turns him back. He quickly and tightly pulls me into his waist. My hand has to lurch up to catch his torso as he propels another kiss into me with passionate force. Over and over our lips interlock. Every little question, concern, worry, or mystery about liking him simply evaporates into the winter air between each warming kiss. After one long press of our lips, Finn props me up and a cheeky grin becomes him. "I'll see you soon," he says. "Okay. Bye." I swoon. I have to shake my head out of a trance and really concentrate on getting my feet to walk me down the garden path and into the house. The door shuts behind me, and the snow quickly melts off my clothes. I feel the overwhelming urge to scream almost burst out of me before my ears pick up the sound of the TV in the living room. Realizing George is probably home, I quietly slip off my shoes and run upstairs. I shake off my coat and pull off my hoodie. I find myself pacing back and forth in front of the sofa. That happened, right? That happened. I have to say it aloud to prove I'm not dreaming. He kissed me. We kissed. I kissed a boy. I kissed him. I sound insane. I leap onto my bed and into a rapid shake of all my limbs. I grab a pillow and push it against my face, letting out a loud and excited scream that muffles into the room.
Chapter 7. Midnight. I've probably used every swear word I know 1,000 times over. My carpet is beginning to mat from my giddy pacing. What I wouldn't give to text Jerry and Robin right now and tell them absolutely everything. I can't believe we fucking kissed. My phone vibrates. Saturday, December 22nd, 1:12 a.m. Finn. Hi, Cam. Listen, I'm really sorry about earlier. I maybe didn't think before I acted. I don't regret what happened, but I'm also panicking. Thing is, there's a lot that I'm dealing with right now, and I'm really sorry if I've messed things up. I'm low-key freaking out, and I don't know what to do. All the blood rushes from my head and down to my feet. I reread it again to make sure I didn't miss a word that would somehow change the whole context of the message. Grasping the phone tighter, I sink onto the end of the bed. I stare at the carpet as I try to get some feeling back into my limbs. Now what? I sigh. Well, I say to myself. Taking a deep breath, I begin typing. Saturday, December 22nd, 1:15 a.m. Me. Don't worry, I won't say anything. It can be like it never happened. The last thing I want to do is pretend the kiss didn't happen, but it feels like the right thing to say. Suddenly, it's like all the happiness that kiss created has just morphed into some black smoke that's clouding my mind. Happy New Year! Jerry's parents shout as they open the door to Robin and I. Oh, for crying out loud, Jerry mutters from inside. Happy New Year! Robin and I reply in unison. We shuffle into the house as Sue helps Robin take off her coat and Paul offers us a drink. Jerry's house isn't exactly built for entertaining, but if the five of us ever meet up, we tend to do it here. Her parents are happy to hide in the conservatory as we take over the living room. Thanks, Paul. I'll have a Coke, please, I say to Jerry's dad. You can have something stronger if you like. He winks and pokes my stomach. I'm okay, thanks. Suit yourself, he replies, walking off into the kitchen. Jerry and her dad revolve around one another in the hallway. She opens the living room door opposite the stairs and gestures us inside. Robin passes in front and into the living room. Just as I'm about to pass, Jerry puts her hand on my chest, stopping me in my tracks. I look at her out of confusion as she leans in to whisper. What's going on with you? She asks. What do you mean? You're not replying to messages. You fobbed me off twice over Christmas and you haven't posted online since the extravaganza. Out with it. I'm fine. Really, I just haven't been on my phone much. Truth is, I'm not fine. Not by a long shot. I debated cancelling tonight when the thought of seeing Finn again began knotting my stomach. After we kissed, I was floating on air. I had 6 hours of beautiful bliss and excitement, as every aching wish I'd had for the past 3 months was all validated in one romantic moment. However, for nothing, it seems. Making ourselves comfortable in the lounge, Jerry's dad comes in cradling 3 drinks. The doorbell rings. I'll get it, Sue sings as she jogs to the door. Happy New Year, she shouts. I listen to Jack and Becky filing in.
As they pass Jerry's dad, he offers them both a drink and my stomach settles, assuming Finn isn't with them. "Oh, hello, we haven't met," Sue says, causing my bum cheeks to clench. "Hi, I'm Finn." His silky, deep voice dances over the others, making small talk around me. "Nice to meet you, mate. I'm Paul, and this is Suzanne. Everyone calls me Sue." "Can I get you a drink?" Paul asks. "We've got beer, wine, Coke, all sorts." "I'll have a Coke, please," he replies before he's obviously directed into the living room and emerges through the doorway. "Hi, guys." He shyly raises his hand to Jerry and Robin, who are sitting on the adjacent sofa. "Happy New Year," they both reply. From where I'm sat, he hasn't clocked me yet. The side table and lamp are just tall enough to hide me from his peripheral. This gives me precious seconds to form a fake smile. "Hey, Cam," he says, turning to notice me. "Hi." My heartbeat increases as I wonder if he'll sit in the empty space next to me. He looks down at the sofa cushion before it disappears under Becky. Jack follows and takes the seat next to her. Finn backs away and scans the floor for somewhere to sit. "Here you go, Finn," Robin says, pulling out a beanbag from beside the sofa. "Thanks." He falls back into the beanbag with a loud puff. Our eyes meet across the room briefly as he mouths, "You okay?" I reply with a closed-mouth smile and nod. Beyond a Happy Christmas exchange on Christmas Day, we haven't texted much over the break. Seeing him, I want to pounce across the room, wrap him in a hug and kiss him repeatedly. However, this annoying voice in my head is telling me to stop it. But as he sits there, knees almost up to his chin in the beanbag, his Adam's apple twitching with everything he says, his fringe curling perfectly over to one side, I want him more than ever. My stomach knots, imagining an alternative timeline where we're sat next to each other. I could have rested my knee on his if it wasn't for Becky's annoyingly perky arse beating him to it. I could have put my hand against his. I could have studied the pattern of his veins. I could have playfully touched his thigh. But that's not happening. He's there, and I'm here. And yet, I can still feel him. I can still remember the kiss. How it felt, how it tasted, how it made me tense. I'm tensing now just seeing his hands and being reminded of how they felt on my body. But he's there, and I'm here. Close, but not close enough. Just as the credits roll on the first movie of the night, Sue pokes her head through the door to ask Jerry out into the hall. "We're off now. We'll be home about 1 a.m. There are drinks in the fridge and I've left 50 quid for pizza on the side. Don't drink too much, please." "We won't," Jerry replies. "Happy New Year, everyone," Sue calls through the door. "Happy New Year," we all reply. The front door closes and Jerry makes her way back into the room. "Anyone want a drink?" she offers. "I'll have another Coke. Actually, can I have a beer, please?" Finn asks. "Course you can." "I'll have a beer too, please," Jack says, poking his head over Becky to be seen. "Becky? Robin?" she asks. They both reply, "Same again." "I'll give you a hand," I say, pushing myself off the sofa and walking out with Jerry into the kitchen. Jerry opens the fridge and pulls out a few bottles. I hang in silence as I wait to be needed. She slides herself across the kitchen tiles in her socks, opens a drawer and reveals a bottle opener. "Seriously, what's up?" she says, aggressively beheading each bottle cap one by one. "I'm fine. If you don't want to tell me what's going on, that's fine, but don't pretend you're okay when you're clearly not. I've known you since we were 5 years old. You can't pull the wool over my eyes." For a moment, the urge to buckle washes over me. Words start lining up in my mouth to tell her everything. That is until Finn's message comes to mind and they're erased from my tongue. I avert my eyes and look down at the beheaded bottles. "It's nothing," I timidly say. "Did something happen?" she asks, scooping the bottle caps across the counter and into the bin beside her. Words start lining up again before... Hey, Jerry, can I use your loo? Finn's head emerges through the kitchen doorway. Sure, it's upstairs. First door on the left, she directs, looking over my shoulder. My ears take over as I face away from the door. I feel every muscle in my body tense up until it slowly relaxes at the sound of him running up the stairs. Jerry, however, must have seen the panic in my eyes as she positions herself to face me. Her stare narrows. Why are you being weird around Finn? She whispers. Nothing happened. I'm fine, I assert before hoisting 3 bottles off the counter and turning away. Cam, she tries before I power walk out of the room. I place Jerry's drink down and hand Jack his beer. I look to my seat, but Robin is now sitting there showing Becky something on her phone. Sorry, I can move, Robin says, noticing me. No, it's okay, I say, sitting down in her seat on the 2-seater across the room. Jerry returns with the remaining bottles and a pizza leaflet dangling from her fingers. She brings her bottled hands down between Becky and Robin as they both take their drinks. Let me know what you want and I'll put the order in. I suspect it'll take a while tonight. Instead of placing Finn's bottle down beside the beanbag, she places it on the coaster on the other side of the 2-seater. I realise what she's doing. She avoids my eye contact before dropping herself onto the beanbag, her drink subsequently lapping out of the bottle slightly. I hold my breath for a moment while listening to Finn's footsteps descend the staircase. Entering the room, Jerry catches his attention. Your drink's over there, Finn, she says, pointing to the side table. I pretend to watch what's on telly. He looks down at the empty seat next to me, then at me. Our eye line briefly connects before I feel the sofa cushion beneath me jolt up slightly in him sitting down. His force field interacts with mine. The static from his skin makes the hairs on my arm prickle. My heartbeat's pulsing in my eardrum again, getting louder and louder with each passing minute. Boys, what do you want on your pizza? Robin asks from across the room. I'll have a chicken supreme, please, Finn replies. Same for you, Cam? Jerry asks. I nod. Just no mushrooms, Finn and I say in unison. We look at one another. His eyes twinkle as we smile. That was weird, Becky laughs. You hate mushrooms too, he says. Yeah, they're like the slug of the vegetable world. He laughs through his nose and smiles before it dissipates into a neutral expression. Our hands rest on either side of the gap between sofa cushions. I'm not going to leap over the gap, but I wish he would. Having contact with just a part of him would be enough right now. All of him might not be a possibility anymore, but even to have our fingers rest between one another, that'd be enough. Although, maybe enough will never be enough. Wait, we need party poppers! Jerry slurs as she runs out of the room. They're starting the countdown! Robin shouts, sitting cross-legged in front of the TV, slowly swaying from side to side with every sip of her cider. Finn and I are each sat with our feet up on the sofa. A couple of times our toes have accidentally touched. The first time was on purpose. The second and third times were also on purpose, but the fourth time was by accident. Unless he did it on purpose. Now, our toes lie only a finger width apart. We've been sat this way for over an hour. Closer, but still not close enough. Neither of us dares to move. It's like we're in a silent standoff. The blood has drained from my right leg, but being this close to him makes it all worth it. I've wiggled my toe once or twice to invite him to close the gap, but he hasn't. And yet, the electricity that travels through that finger-width distance makes this better than nothing. Jerry, hurry up! Becky calls out the door. I'm coming! Jerry shouts, clattering in with a bag of party poppers. She circles the room, spooning us each a couple as she frantically takes her place next to Robin. We watch the countdown on BBC One tick down from 60 seconds. My heart jumps out of my chest in the decreasing numbers. Finn slowly unravels his feet from underneath him and lowers them off the sofa. I, in turn, uncross my legs and sit upright next to him. The rest of the gang begins calling out the numbers loudly from 20. Finn and I, however, are silent. Approaching the final 10 seconds, our eyes meet. A ripple courses through my body as he glances down at my neck. His hand emerges and slides over the sofa cushion towards me. Clocking this, I look up to him for some confirmation. He's looking towards the screen, but his hand keeps moving. My fingertips slide down my thigh and gently brush along the sofa's fabric. Then, the gap. The gorge. I hesitate to jump my fingers over and instead rest them on the hem of the cushion. But then his hand jumps. It jitters over the gap and slides in next to mine. Our little fingers hesitantly meet. My hand twitches as my circulation stops. I feel my lungs fill with a deep breath as I contemplate withdrawing. Before I have time to decide, though, I feel his fingers slowly roll over mine one by one. Only when all his fingers have gently passed over every finger do they journey underneath my palm and he takes my hand in his. I don't look down in case this is all a misunderstanding. If this is all my imagination's creation and he's really just looking for loose change in the sofa, I'll take it. However, the warmth and strength of his big hand reassures me that this is very intentional. 3, 2, 1, Happy New Year! They all shout, throwing their hands in the air and pulling their party poppers, sending a loud crackle around the room. As the clock hits midnight, Finn squeezes my hand tighter. His hold is confident, but his eyebrows are anxious. Happy New Year, he says, with a charming smile, before unravelling our hands and pulling a party popper above my head. Happy New Year, I reply. On the other sofa, Jack and Becky are locked in a passionate necking. It's almost like the rest of us aren't here. Finn's face is white and his eyes glassy. His body sinks into the sofa. His eyes look towards me, but not at me. I don't know where to look and I don't know what to think. Thanks for coming, guys, Jerry says, propped up against the banister. Her eyes flicker to open wide enough to see us. See you on Monday, Robin says, draped over the stairs, ready to ascend to her blow-up bed in Jerry's room. Make sure she drinks some water, I say to Jerry. Duh, she replies as the smell of Smirnoff tarnishes her breath. And make sure you drink some water too, I add, wafting the space in front of my nose. We all pass a few more Happy New Years between ourselves as Finn, Jack, Becky and I all wrap up and file out. Jack's mum waves from the car. Jack helps Becky into the back before he closes the door behind her and circles around the white headlights to get in the passenger seat. Do either of you want a lift? Jack asks. I'm okay, thanks. It's not a long walk, I reply. I'm gonna walk too. Thanks, though, Finn says as he claws some gravel out of his boot treads. His coat briefly brushes my arm before he grabs my biceps to steady himself. I dance my eyes through his hair whilst he's distracted. With the other two driving off, I know Finn's house is the other way. Should I try talking to him now that we're alone? Words escape me as I explore him standing back up next to me. Is it okay if I walk you home? He asks. You don't have to. I want to. Okay, I say as butterflies begin to flutter in my stomach, and I repeat the words, I want to, in my head over and over again. Part of me was hoping he would just go home. I'm not sure I'm ready to hear what he has to say. So, he starts. Oh, Jesus, here we go. I think I owe you an apology, he continues. I'm too busy rehearsing every possible scenario in my head to pay attention to his actual words. Only the feeling of his stare drilling into the side of my head is enough to make me quickly glance his way and allow him to continue. For what? I reply sheepishly. For not messaging you since the day of the extravaganza, and for not explaining myself. It's okay. It's not, though. And I feel like I should have told you all this before we, kissed? That. His expression sinks in our shiver-inducing strides. For a moment, he darts between each of my inquisitive eyes before he turns forward, slides his hands into his pockets, and takes a deep breath. "Can I tell you something?" he asks. "Sure." "We didn't move here because of my dad's work." This wasn't one of the several scripts I'd written for this conversation. My lost expression coaxes him to continue as he struggles to find the words. "We moved here because my dad found out I was gay and basically disowned me." As the last words tumble out of his mouth, my heart pops. All my preconceptions are erased as his eyes begin to glisten more than usual. "What? Why?" I ask sympathetically. His Adam's apple swallows a couple of times. "I didn't come out to him. He just found out through a friend's dad. I knew he probably wouldn't take it well, but he just lost it. Said I wasn't any son of his. He even tried to bribe me straight." "He did what?" "He said I'd be cut out of the will and he'd never speak to me again. To that, I flipped out. I didn't know what to say or where to go. I just shoved him into the fridge and stormed out. He and Mum got into a big fight and we moved out the next day while he was at work." "Finn," I say as my heart shatters and reforms over and over. I take the underside of his forearm with my hand and softly pull him to a stop. As he stops and faces me, a tear breaks loose and rolls down his cheek. The hugging urge takes over and my arms envelop him, bringing his head into my shoulder. His arms creep up my back to hold himself up. In doing so, he opens the floodgate he's likely been holding closed for a while. I feel so stupid for having painted so many ugly pictures of this very scenario. It doesn't explain everything, but it explains a lot. "I'm sorry," he says, slowly standing back up and wiping his cheek with his sleeve. "You don't need to be sorry." "No, I do." His full eyes are now looking more angry sad than sad sad. "You don't deserve to be messed around. This is all his fault." "Whose fault? Your dad's?" "Yeah. Why did I have to move? Why do I have to come out all over again? The last time I did it ruined everything, and now I'm messing you about, and I like you so much. I just feel like I'm fucking everything up again, and I'm so sorry. You didn't ask to get involved with the guy who's voluntarily climbed back in the closet and locked the door behind him." He rallies off through tearful gasps for air, occasionally sniffing when he catches his breath. "I wasn't ready to come out. I'm still not ready, and I'm just sorry. It's not fair. I haven't been fair." "Finn," I say, taking each of his shoulders in my hands. "It's okay. You don't have to apologize. So you're not ready to come out. It's okay," I say, ducking my head up and under to catch his eyes and smile at him reassuringly. These things, they take time. And if you're not ready, you're not ready. It's as simple as that. He sobs a few more breaths before he cracks a smile through his wet lips. "I am sorry, though." "Okay, enough with the sorries." "Sorry. I swear to God," I exclaim before we both chuckle between ourselves. I bring my hands up to his face and wipe his tear tracks with my thumbs. "So, you like me, eh?" I say, sharing a cocky look through my eyebrows. "Did I say that?" He pauses with a stunned look. "You did." "Oh. Well, I do." "You do?" "I do." We laugh at our phrasing. "Well," I pause to add some tension. "I like you too." "You do?" "I do." Finn coughs out the last few breaks in his throat as a grin becomes him. He fills his lungs with the night air and faces the dark path ahead. We each take a tentative step forward before walking in stride. Passing the entrance to the village green, he glances at the now out-of-date advertisement for the bonfire night fireworks. I catch him smiling before he looks down and takes my hand in his. His palm in mine feels like taking hold of a fresh cup of tea. It's warm, it's comfortable, and it's reassuring. Holding his hand is now my favourite thing in the entire world. No more sofa cushion gaps to separate us. At least, I hope not. There's something else, he says, interrupting my mind currently scripting our fantasy future. Yeah? At midnight, I really wanted to kiss you, he softly confesses, squeezing my hand ever so slightly tighter. I wanted to kiss you too, I reply. The two of us blush back and forth for a few more steps before I choose to take it upon myself to stop and use his hand as an anchor. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, I say before pulling him towards me with our locked hands. My other hand rests on his hip as my toes lift me taller to allow us to kiss.
This kiss is not unbuckling, and the world doesn't stop spinning.
This kiss is passionately but gently reassuring. Reality begins to slip away with each notch of increasingly familiar firmness. Instinct then surprises me. Without rehearsal or communication, our tongues interlock in the space between breaths. I thought kissing him was good, but it's got even better by some miracle. I want to focus, but then try not to focus too hard for fear of ruining the rhythm. Suddenly, his arm jettisons me towards him. This is what making out must be, struggling to find air between kisses and our tongues dancing between our teeth. The joy in this moment is indescribable. It's like my body has found its missing half and knows how to work with everything. Begrudgingly backing out from him, he laughs through his nose. That was good. I'm too dazed to form a response. I'm trying to find my balance, having landed back on my feet. Tingles run up and down my body as I feel drunk, delirious, and aroused all at the same time. I smile and nod, then jump up to kiss him again. Yep, very good, I say. Chapter 8. Harold. The past few weeks at school have been utter bliss. Although there's a pit in my stomach whenever we have to snap ourselves out of a lingering stare or play off the excitement of occasional under-table touches, I can't help but feel like it's all worth it. The ripples up the back of my neck when he whispers my name, the wobble of my knees whenever he secretly runs his hand down my back. It all gives me more than the hiding takes away. Is this in focus? I can't tell, Robin asks Finn. He stops rocking the developing tray on the middle workbench and turns to look at Robin's work. I'd say so. Are you sure it's okay for me to be in here? I ask. Yeah, of course. Miss Owen doesn't care. Jerry's in here every Tuesday during her free period, Robin says. I settle a bit more into my makeshift seat on the spare workbench off to the side. My feet dangle as my heels gently tap the wooden frame. I discreetly eyeball the impressions of Finn's ribs in his fitted t-shirt and occasionally catch his smile whenever Robin's turned around. I probably should be doing some actual work, but when the boy you fancy invites you into the dark room to hang out, you go. Oh, screw this. I need my glasses, Robin says, flicking her pen at the developer camera thingy. I'll be back in a bit. I've got to go down to my locker. Do you guys want anything from the canteen while I'm going that way? I'm all right. Thanks, Rob, Finn replies. Maybe something from the vending machine? Those chewy fruit things, if they have them? I ask with a pleading grin. As it's you, she replies. Thank you. She knocks loudly on the light lock door, waits a beat, then steps into the dark void. The dripping of the sink becomes more present before the clunk of the external door opens and closes to let Robin back into the classroom. Now it's just me and Finn. The realization that we're alone in a very sensually lit room hits me. My heart starts jumping up and down like it's on a pogo stick. He shakes off a print and places it on the drying rack. I study his hands as they are rinsed under the tap and patted dry with white paper towels. He looks behind himself at the door and then smiles at me. I smile back. He slowly makes his way over. How's your coursework go? I'm cut short. His cold, damp hands push my cheeks together and my lips are welded shut by his. My eyelids didn't even have time to close, so my eyes are almost popping out of my skull. Breathing stopped, heart stopped, legs quivering. He's literally right between my thighs. Uh-oh. This is hot. Really hot. It's happening. Oh God, it's happening. I'm suddenly aware of how tight my jeans are around my waist. He backs away and looks between my left and right eye. I've wanted to do that all week, he says, dropping his hands to hold my thighs. Was it okay? To kiss you, I mean. I nod, still in shock. He slides his bottom lip along his teeth. I know it's risky to do it in school, but I just couldn't wait any longer, he adds. Do it again. He raises an eyebrow. Do it again, please? I plead. He leans into me and my arms wrap around his neck. His tongue catches mine in the first re-entry. We're both interlocked in a rhythm of kiss, breath, smile, kiss, kiss again. What's this? I lose his lips, but find his nose somewhere near my neck. Oh, that's nice. Sweet baby Jesus, that's nice. His tongue pushes pointedly into my neck muscles, running up and down, up and down. Now the rhythm is push, push, kiss, nibble. That's new. Kiss, push. Finn, I let out. He backs away. Is this okay? He asks. I nod and pull him back to my lips. Time escapes us. I've made peace with my tight jeans scenario as an acceptable byproduct of this euphoria. His left hand runs up my thigh, and it's about 2 inches from my dignity, or lack thereof. I panic. I sit up slightly and exit the snog. His hair is all over the place and his eyes dazed. My lips crease into a cheeky smile at his sexy and dishevelled appearance. He uses this as a cue to swoop his head to one side and softly peck me on the cheek. His lips feel cold against my radiating face. He looks down at my lap. Oh, shit, I think he felt it. My lungs quickly expand and my stomach tenses. Fight or flight is about to kick in. He locks eyes with me. My mouth fumbles about whether to say something. My tongue is bone dry. I try. A booming knock cuts through the silence. The creaking of the outside door echoes through the light lock. Finn winks at me and quickly corrects his hair. I have to tense my lower back to stop myself from passing out backwards. He turns back to the sink while I pick up a book from my side and open it in my lap. Here you go, Robin says, announcing herself into the room and chucking a packet of fruit chews across the room at me. I jettison myself to try to catch them, in turn launching the book of my tripod setup. The clatter of the cover smacking the tiles embarrasses me further as I hunch into a ball to try to pick it up without revealing anything untoward. Robin chuckles at me whilst Finn folds in his lips. Gays don't catch, I exclaim. I'm not sure that's entirely true, Finn says through his eyebrows. Shush you, I smirk. Thanks, Rob. You're welcome. Robin turns back to her work. The hardest part about all of this is trying to hide it from the girls. Robin's thankfully too preoccupied with coursework and Noel to notice anything, but I'm not so sure about Jerry. Every now and then, I think about just telling her everything. However, for Finn's sake, I've dug my heels in. I've got to stick to my guns and hope she has enough doubts not to say anything. Are you and Noel doing anything for Valentine's Day? Becky asks Robin over the lunch table chatter. He hasn't asked me to do anything. Should he have asked me by now? I mean, it's today, Becky says. Jerry and I watch Robin deflate in her canteen chair. Finn gains my attention, pointing with his eyes into his lap to silently instruct me to check my phone. Thursday, February 14th, 1:20 p.m. Finn, you free Saturday? In reading his message, my cheeks swell. I glance up to catch him watching me intently. His pupils cut through the hairs of his eyebrows to negotiate me into an immediate reply. Thursday, February 14th, 1:20 p.m. Me. I am. Finn. Can I take you out? Me. For Valentine's. Finn. Duh. Kiss. I fold my lips between my teeth to try to contain the simmering excitement. I lock eyes with him and gently nod before a smile escapes my control. He slides his phone back into his pocket and, in doing so, stretches his leg out under the table. His knee glides in near to mine. A familiar static taps the material of my trousers. I smile just enough for him to see. He looks down as if to invite me in next to him through the table. My heartbeat is unbearable. Surrounded by our friends, I hope this position is discreet enough if we're caught. But perhaps the possibility of being caught is what makes this all so exciting. Naughty, even. I pivot my knee and move it up to his. My kneecap finds his thigh. Our legs settle into one another. I assume you two lovebirds have got something planned then? Robin asks. My heart stops at somehow thinking Robin has X-ray vision and she could see our legs dry humping under the table. I think we're just going to have a quiet night in, Becky replies. Phew, she's just got normal vision. Robin receives Becky's reply, nods wide-eyed and purses her lips. What are you up to this weekend, Cam? Becky asks. Oh, I'm busy. Doing what? Jerry interjects. Some family stuff? What kind of family stuff? Jerry's eyes narrow. George has a sports thing in London. I said I'd go. Right. Jerry hesitates. What are you up to, Finn? She asks, spinning her head. Me? Yes. What are you doing this weekend? Oh, nothing. Finn replies as his leg starts to bounce next to mine. Oh, great. You can join Robin and I on Saturday for a movie night then. No! I spontaneously exclaim over the table, causing everyone to fling their heads around to me. Didn't you say you were going to puppy training? I stare at Finn without blinking, hoping he can mind read. Yes, puppy training. I completely forgot. Puppy training? Jerry repeats with a slightly raised brow. Yep, Sammy's going to learn how to play dead and everything, Finn announces. Cute, Robin accepts, likely believing every word. Jerry looks at me with her "you're up to something" look. I pretend I don't see it, sit up straight and cough. What's the name of that sushi place you guys went to last year? I ask Jack and Becky, quickly changing the subject. The bell rings and the table separates into two directions. Jack and Becky towards music, and the four of us towards chemistry. Robin and Jerry start planning their movie night, whilst Finn and I track a few steps behind them down the corridor. Puppy training, Finn whispers as we walk. What was I supposed to say? I don't know, but I'm a terrible liar and I'm 99% sure that Jerry knew I was... Finn stops as we both catch Jerry turning around to look at us whispering. We both lean out of our hushed conversation and throw her an unconvincing smile and a flustered wave each. She rolls her eyes and returns to her conversation with Robin. He leans back in. What do you want to do then, on Saturday? I thought you were doing puppy training, I jest. He pushes his chin forward and flares his nostrils. I smirk in reply. Well, you mentioned London. Do you maybe want to look around the cliché tourist spots? Maybe get lunch? He asks. I'd love that. I smile mere inches from his lips. I look up at his dimples creasing and have to back myself away before I allow myself to succumb to his effortless charm any further. Now arriving at London Paddington. This train terminates here. All change, the monotone announcement says. As people begin rewrapping themselves for the cold and gather their belongings from the overhead luggage rack, Finn is staring out the window, watching the platform slowly stop next to us. As the final tug of the train cars rock us to a standstill, he spins around excitedly. "We're here," he sings in a comedic operatic style, oblivious to the standing passengers who have all turned to chuckle at his announcement. "Where to then?" I ask, stepping off onto the platform. He doesn't reply. I walk a couple of paces away from the train to avoid blocking the door. I look on either side of me before I realise he's not there. I look back at the open train doors. "May I help you with that?" Finn offers down to an elderly woman struggling with a rather large suitcase.
"Oh, thank you, that would be lovely,"
the woman replies, looking up at him with a fragile smile. I feel my heart twisting in place, pulling on every other organ in my chest to almost bring me to my knees at just how giddy this interaction makes me. Watching how he expertly lifts the case off its wheels and into the air. His jacket does a terrible job of hiding his biceps as they bulge in his sleeves, tightening the fabric and tightening my heartstrings even more so. He gracefully plants the case down on the platform, quickly enough to then offer his hand back to the lady. A carrier bag dangles in the crease of her arm as she takes Finn's hand and slowly lowers herself to the ground. Finn grows 10 inches taller as she shrinks to his side.
"Oh, you are a good boy. Thank you so much,"
the lady says, patting his chest in appreciation. "My pleasure. Have a good day," he replies, shining his pearly white down to her and pulling the suitcase in to meet her side. He looks up to see me unashamedly staring. As if I needed more reason, I start, grinning at his chivalry. More reason to what? Nothing. Can't have you thinking I like you or anything, I say sarcastically. Finn blushes. Stop it, you. Come on, I don't want it to get booked up. He places his fingertips on my elbow and moves me along. We take the tube to South Kensington, and he weirdly seems to know where he's going. "Can you please tell me now?" I plead as we emerge into the crisp daylight. "Nope. Now close your eyes." "Seriously?" I plead. "Seriously." I close my eyes and try to stop myself from laughing at this ridiculousness. Finn's hands take hold of my shoulders and tug on my upper body to move me several steps forward. I peek downward through my eyelids slightly, so as not to lose my footing. "No peeking!" Finn shouts as I close my eyes again. Finn moves one hand from my shoulder to now cover my eyes. His cold fingers catch me off guard, but I continue to let him lead me up a set of steps. Never before has a man gone out of his way to surprise me with something, nor risked killing me by nearly tripping me up a flight of stairs. "Ta-da!" Finn announces, pulling his hands away from my face. "I can open my eyes now?" "Yes!" There before me, towering in all its architectural extravagance, is the Natural History Museum. On the front grounds, a rather spectacular ice rink is set up in the museum's shadow. Skaters weave in and out of one another around a withered Christmas tree that should have been taken down weeks ago. "Are we going ice skating?" I ask with glee bubbling in my stomach. "We're going ice skating!" he screams excitedly. I forget where we are and almost jump into his arms to kiss him. I'm so excited to spend a whole day in his company that I'd give anything to get closer to him. I pull him in by his collar, his smile gives me the green light to kiss him. However, a rather stern-looking man is quick to evaporate my almost affection. His glare over Finn's shoulder is somewhat uncalled for. You'd think I'd loudly offer to give Finn a blowjob or something. I back out of the near kiss and settle for a squeeze. "Come on," I say, taking his biceps in my hand. We descend the weaving path and step into a large pop-up foyer. We have to serpentine through countless couples, tour groups and families, all scurrying about their London adventure and joining the line for tickets. "I'll be back in a sec," Finn says. He leaves me standing next to a giant polar bear figure with a red woolly hat on its head, mittens on its paws, and holding a sign that reads, "Tickets this way." "Come here often?" I jokingly ask the bear. He stares blankly over my head. If you were real, you'd be laughing. A few minutes later, Finn returns looking sheepish. "Everything okay?" I ask. I'm so sorry. They're fully booked for the rest of the day. He slumps his head into me with a thud against my collarbone. It's okay. It's fine, I say, taking his arms in my hands and propping him back up. No, it's not. I had this whole thing planned out. I should have just booked it online. I'm so sorry. I pause for a moment and study his expression. He's defeated. Completely so. I want to kiss him. But no, Cam. In public, remember? I settle for rubbing his back in a hug. It's not close enough, but I guess it'll do for now. Finally being out of Seaton and able to be affectionate with him is met by the reality of actually doing so. Why is this so complicated? I want to kiss him so badly, but I don't think I could take another glare. I'm angry. Or is it confidence? Whatever it is, I've got an idea. Hang on, I say, turning him into where I was stood. Where are you going? You wanted to go ice skating? We're going to go ice skating. Wait here, I affirm, pointing to his feet next to the polar bear's paws. I watch him look up at the polar bear leaning over him. His childlike intrigue in the bear makes me gently giggle as I head over to the line for tickets. Approaching the front of the line, I look between the two attendants working inside the half-windowed booth, a middle-aged man who looks like he hasn't smiled since 2003, and a woman who's probably only a couple of years older than I am. Based on her smile, she's the one I'm hoping to get. She has long, mousy brown hair, freckles that run over her nose, and inviting green eyes framed by thick turtle-shell glasses. Next, the grumpy attendant calls to the lady next in line. I count the people in front of me and work out that I'm likely to get the younger woman. I watch her interactions. Her smile and gentle tone affirm she is definitely my best shot. As the line moves forward step by step, my phone buzzes in my pocket. A text from Robin that starts with the word Noel. I'll deal with that later, I whisper to myself, sliding it back into my pocket. Next. Oh, bollocks, it's the grumpy man. Sorry, I just need a second to decide. I act out my best after you to the man behind me and pretend to scan the price board. Next, please, the woman calls. I slide myself over to her, cutting off the next person in line who tried to make a quick move. Hello, she says with a tired but happy demeanour. Hello, how are you? I ask. Her face perks up slightly. I'm good, thank you for asking. How can I help? Okay, you see that boy over there? The one by the polar bear? I gesture towards Finn, who's now taking a selfie with the towering figure. I do. Well, we're sort of on a date, and this is my first date, at least my first proper date, with a boy, and he had this whole day planned out where we'd come to London and go ice skating and stuff. Okay, she says in a tone that makes me think I should get to my point. Whilst I understand you're fully booked, is there any way at all that we could maybe wait around for a cancellation or something? I finish and then wait with bated breath, forming my best set of puppy dog eyes. She looks over to Finn again, back to me, then looks down at her desk and pauses. She screws her lips to one side as if she's working out an equation. I glance at her wrist and notice a rainbow pride bracelet in amongst a few tattered music festival wristbands. Give me 1 second, she says, holding up a finger and spinning herself off her chair. She walks further into the back of the ticket booth and through a door. A few minutes go by and I look over to Finn. He throws an inquisitive thumbs up, to which I shrug my shoulders in reply. Here you go, she says, catching my attention and holding out 2 tickets for me. Have fun on your date, she smiles. My eyes widen and my jaw drops. Are you serious? She nods with closed eyes and a grin. No way, thank you. I reply, gently taking the tickets in my hand and fumbling for my wallet. I start sliding out my debit card. No need, she says, gesturing for me to stop. These are on the house. What? No, I can pay. I don't want you to get in trouble. I won't get in trouble. Please, take the tickets and go and have fun. she replies, all too coolly. Are you sure? I plead finally, poking my card towards the window once more. Positive. Now go. He's cute. And he stood there by himself. Thank you so much. Thank you. What was your name? Emily. Thank you, Emily. I throw her the biggest smile ever and almost well up at her kindness. I gather myself from gratitude and turn it towards cockiness as I strut over to Finn. Fancy going ice skating? I say, flashing up the tickets and parting them like a magic trick. What? How? He exclaims with his mouth hanging open. Don't know. Just got lucky, I guess. Let me give you the money for them, Finn says, taking out his wallet. How much were they? It's cool. They're free. No, seriously, how much are they? He interrupts, not even considering I'd actually be serious. I'm not joking. I was given them for free. How come? I guess I just have the charm. Oh, wow. I'm impressed. Finn takes one of the tickets in his hand and studies it for authenticity. Bye, Harold. Finn calls back to the polar bear as we walk away. Harold? I ask with a raised eyebrow. I was bored. Sue me. Anyway, who gave you them? Finn asks. Emily there. I point to her as we pass by the ticket booth on the way to the skate rental. Thank you, Emily. Finn calls loudly enough for her to hear. She looks up and waves. As Finn turns away, she winks at me. Suddenly, I'm embraced by a feeling. An unfamiliar one at that. It's similar to visiting family at Christmas. It's their house, so it's different, but it also feels oddly homely. That feeling. Weird. The second my blade touches the ice, I'm down. It's like my right foot's just rocketed itself to the sky for no reason. I manage to stop my head from falling back and instead land clean on my bum with a brutal thud. Maybe it was a sign from the universe that it was sold out. I should have listened. Oh my God! Are you okay? Finn says, scooping his arms under mine and allowing me to lean into him to stand up. He holds my forearms as I steady myself, trying to get my feet to listen to anything my brain is telling them to do. I'm fine, I say, trying to hide my face flushing. I scan around the rink and watch 3 other people simultaneously fall to the ice in a similar fashion. My embarrassment quickly dissipates, knowing I'm not the only one. Finn skates backwards and acts as a makeshift Zimmer frame, with my hands firmly grasping onto his forearms. How exactly are you skating backwards? I ask, watching the ease of his skates gliding left to right over the ice. Let's focus on getting you skating forwards first, shall we? Finn replies, smirking. Seriously? Were you a figure skater in a previous life or something? He laughs. No, nothing like that. He lets go of my forearms as my balance begins to solidify on the ice. My feet jerk back and forth for a second and I have to flail my arms dramatically to steady myself, but I think I've got it now. I'm up, and I'm down. Are you okay? Finn's worried face emerges against the white sky with his hand stretched out to help me up. Yes, I'm fine, I say, taking his hand and hoisting myself up off the ice again. Maybe we should get you one of those penguin stabilizer things. I'm going to pretend you didn't just say that. A kid resembling Little Red Riding Hood skates by and watches the interaction. She locks eyes with Finn and then looks over to me now trying to remain upright. She glides up to stop herself between the two of us, looks me up and down and says, You need to lean forward, in a surprisingly patronizing tone for a 10-year-old. I look up at Finn in horror. Without missing a beat, she blinks her attitude into the air and glides off. I stand there aghast for a moment. I mean, she's right, Finn adds without even a sniff of a joke. Don't take her side, I say. Snarky little bitch. I mean, sweet, innocent child. He helps me shuffle to the side to hold on to the banister. He laughs at my skates wiggling and my arm clinging to the wall for dear life. You and Ice really don't get along, do you? And what are you, Kristoff from Frozen or something? I jest. If I'm Kristoff, what does that make you? Olaf?
Maybe Anna, I guess.
You'd take me as the Anna type, he says, smiling.
In that case, are you going to take me up the North Mountain?
Finn erupts in laughter.
Oh my God. Why does that sound so dirty?
I didn't mean it to, I laugh back.
Well, if you play your cards right, maybe I will take you up the North Mountain. Finn whispers in a deep, sensual tone and winks. My jaw unhooks. Goosebumps roll over my shoulders at the sexiest thing he's ever said to me. It takes everything in me not to pass out. My imagination runs wild, pondering what sex with Finn would be like in horrifyingly graphic detail for a family ice rink. My fluster makes me lose my balance and almost go arse over tit again. You go on without me. I'll just linger here and see if I can trip up that little toe rag in the red coat. How about we don't try tripping up 10-year-olds and we instead try to teach you how to skate? Finn says through a narrowed gaze.
Don't worry, I can make it look like an accident, I affirm, holding back my expression.
But I know your plan now, so I'd be complicit.
Damn, I should have thought of that. I push myself off from the side, accepting that I can't cling to the wall the whole time. Just as the momentum runs out of my starting glide, my blades run frantically underneath me, trying to catch myself before I fall. With another thud, I'm down again with a yelp from my abdomen. Ice flicks up into the air and lands on my face, just as I catch Red Riding Hood laughing into her gloves. Finn leans over me again.
Wow.
He bends down slightly and scoops me up by my shoulders. Finn connects his eyes with mine and tries to hold back his smile at my imbalance. He looks down at my hand.
Here,
he says. He hesitates for a second, still looking at it, before his lungs fill and he scoops my hand into his. I watch our fingers intertwine before I telepathically ask, "Are you sure?" His smile reassures me he wants this, and I want it too. We are in London, after all. It's not like anyone we know will see us. Plus, we're not the only queer couple out on the ice. This whole place feels more safe, accepting. No matter what that glaring bastard might think. I feel like if anyone said something, there would be someone else to back us up. Like Emily, for example. As sweet as she seemed, I bet she'd tackle a homophobe to the ice, no problem. In the time it takes me to shuffle around the rink once, I'm sure Finn could have circled it 10 times by now. Despite that, he sticks with me, hand in hand, round and round, until our ankles begin to ache. Skating over to dismount the ice, I notice Emily carrying a plastic tub with knotted children's skates hanging over her shoulder. She catches my eye and looks over to Finn. He lets go of my hand to plant his blade safely on the rubber mats. She looks back at me and smiles. I mouth, "Thank you." Her smile widens even further before she winks and turns into the staff-only door. Finn and I wince as we wobble over to the boot benches and plonk ourselves down to unlace our skates. We settle in an area at the back that's surrounded by lockers. Finn tries to peel his first skate off, with no success. I channel kicking my shoes off after school and manage to free myself pretty easily.
"How did you do that?"
Finn says in a high tone. "Mine feel like they're glued on." "Do you want some help?" I ask.
"Yes, please."
I stand and take the back of his ankle in my hand. The sharpness of the wet rubber mat catches me off guard as I dance in place. It's oddly satisfying having Finn in such a compromising position. His legs parted, his tense calf in one hand and an ice skate in the other. If we were in this position with far fewer clothes, I know exactly what my next move would be. I'd slide into him, wrap my arms around his bare waist, bend my knees to lower me into his. Oof! Finn screws his eyes as I tug. I shake my head of the sexual fantasy, but the feeling of his calf tensing in my hand makes my gut yearn for our bodies to be pressed together. With each tug, his bum slides closer to the edge of the bench, as the bench itself rocks back and forth on its footings. His hair flops forward and backward like he's riding a mechanical bull. Sex slips my mind as the comedic sight of his chaotic flopping fringe is too much to stand. A few more tugs later, we both slip into fits of giggles.
"Stop!"
he cries between gasps for air. I laugh so much that I have to drop his foot and stabilize myself on his knee. We're both streaming, breathless from stitches. He dips his head into my chest and his laugh goes quiet. I rest my hands on his shoulders to keep myself up. Through stuttered chuckles, I look around to find we're alone. The lockers are just tall enough to offer a pocket of privacy. Maybe this would be a good time to kiss him? Should I? I could. Okay, let's go for it. Or is this too public? As my mind ponders, the vibration in my chest stops. I feel Finn's forehead lift off of me. I lean back slightly to see his face looking up at me. His blue stare is focused and intent. I count myself down and gently drop my head. I scoop his cheekbones into my palms and guide his head closer to mine as our eyes close and our lips lock. His lips are cold, but his face is warm in my hands. We hold our kiss for longer than usual. It feels like it somehow means more this time. Leaning out, I have to steady myself from a head rush that keeps going. Finn grasps my hips and pulls himself up. Him wearing skates means he stands even taller than usual. He takes over, mirroring the last kiss by taking my chin in his hands and guiding me up towards him. My soggy feet tiptoe me up like a cherry picker to get close enough to his mouth. The only piece of reality that seeps into my mind is the icy breeze wafting through the temporary structure's walls. Lowering myself from dizzying delight, I slide my hands down Finn's body to rest them on his hips. Ouch! I yelp, laughing through the pain that's throbbing from my toes. I jump on my other foot, drop myself down on the bench, and throw my foot into my hands. Ah, was that me? Finn recoils in horror, noticing the position of his skates relative to where my foot was. It was, but it's okay. I continue fake laughing while clutching my foot. I try blowing on it, as if that would do anything. I am so sorry, Finn shouts, dropping down to the bench next to me and staring at my wet sock as I slide it off with gritted teeth. I can't believe I did that. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's okay, it's not bleeding, it just hurts. I continue to laugh through the pain. Shall I get you some ice? I tilt my head and look at him through my eyebrows. Ice. I smirk. Right, Cam and ice. No go. Finn blushes in a nasal laugh. I hobble onto the train with Finn's help. I limp down the busy carriage behind him as he scouts out 2 empty seats. Here you go. He gestures to a window seat and I shuffle in. Finn sits down and starts again. Can I just say one more time how sorry I am? Finn, it's fine. It was an accident. It's not hurting as much anymore. Really? Well, no, but it'll be okay. I'm just sorry we had to cut today short. You do not need to apologize. I'm the one who nearly dismembered you. We both laugh in the middle of the seat to avoid disturbing the other passengers with our childish ways. Again, I am sorry, Finn whispers. I mime zipping my mouth closed to stop him from apologizing any more. Settling into the journey, I pull out my phone. 4 missed calls from Jerry, 2 missed calls from Robin, and countless unread text messages. Sorry, is it okay if I call Jerry? I ask Finn. Of course. Chapter 9. Cards on the Table. Robin's been a shell of herself all week. Jerry and I have been watching her like a hawk and taking it in shifts to make sure she doesn't put herself in a Ben & Jerry's-induced coma. Unfortunately, this has meant far less Finn time than I would have liked this week. Replaying last Saturday in my mind is just enough to keep me going between the occasional hand graze or late-night FaceTime. I noticed earlier you're not limping anymore. Finn's voice reverberates from my phone. Nope, all better now. I smile endearingly at the screen. How was Robin today? She's getting there. It's only bad when she sees Noel coming down the corridor or something. We had to rush her out of the library's fire exit earlier, just to make sure she didn't see him. Has he said anything to the boys? I haven't heard anything. He still seems himself. Like,
You can't tell he's just dumped someone, Finn says, snuggling deeper into his duvet. One might say that's the sign of a sociopath. You could be right, you know. I think it takes a special kind of person to dump someone right after Valentine's Day. Is that Rosie I see there? Nope, it's Jimmy. I lean forward to place Jimmy's sleeping face in frame next to mine. Hi, Jimmy, Finn says in his best doggo voice. Jimmy doesn't even stir. My phone starts vibrating. Oh, Jerry's calling. Can I call you back? Don't worry, I'll chat to you tomorrow. I should probably get some sleep anyway. Okay, mister. Good night. I try to say coolly. Night, sweetness. I allow myself a moment to melt into my pillows before I answer Jerry. Hey, everything okay? I ask, seeing Jerry's face poking through the darkness on the other end, her freckles only lit by the phone screen. Sorry, couldn't sleep, and I saw you've been online on Instagram. It's cool. What's up? I ask, sensing something's on her mind. Nothing, she says firmly. Go on. Jerry pauses for a moment. I straighten myself in bed, sitting up to look into the camera head on. What? I pry. Noel messaged me. My heart just about drops through my arse. My leg jerks, causing Jimmy to look around offended. Saying what? I start loudly before quieting myself. Well, that's just it. He didn't really say anything. He just said, "Hey you," with a smiley face. What the hell? I say, scrunching my nose. My thoughts exactly. Jerry adds bluntly. Are you going to message back? I can't exactly message back, "Fuck off, you prick, you just broke my best friend's heart." I mean, you could. I tilt my head with wide eyes. I don't know. This is all getting a bit out of hand. I might just block him. Well, that's an option. But maybe just ignore it for now and see what happens. Everything's all very fresh with Robin, and we're like mama bears right now. This is true. She pauses. In fact, you're right. Better to ignore it than start something. What are you up to anyway? Oh, nothing. I was just on the phone. To who? She asks. I hesitate. Just Finn. Oh, right. Her tone suggests she wants me to keep talking. I ignore the invite for as long as the silence allows. We were just talking about movie ideas for my birthday next week, I say, wondering how I managed to lie so quickly and convincingly. Oh, yeah. Well, my vote's for The Holiday. Jerry, Christmas has been and gone. Shut up, you. It's a year-round classic and you know it. Your nomination has been submitted to the Academy for consideration. Happy birthday! Becky loudly sings as I open the front door and she steps into the hallway. Happy birthday, mate, Jack says as he slaps the back of my shoulder, knocking a good puff of air out of my chest and handing me a wine bottle gift bag. Thank you, I say sprightly. Come on in. Finn's in the kitchen. The girls should be here any minute. Jack and Becky unravel themselves from their jackets, sling them on the hooks, and head into the kitchen. All right, mate, I overhear Jack say to Finn. I'm about to follow them in when the doorbell rings. I open the door to Jerry and Robin, both announcing their birthday wishes. Robin still softer than usual. In shuffling in, I flash a sympathetic smile to her. How you doing? I ask quietly as Jerry heads into the kitchen ahead of us. I'm okay. You sure? Getting there, she says, blinking timidly. Your folks here? No, actually. Mum and Dad have gone to a show in London and they're staying overnight. I also managed to convince George to stay at his girlfriend's. George has a girlfriend? Isn't he like 7? 15 now. God, that makes me feel old. Robin and I walk into the kitchen to find Jack, Jerry and Finn all clinking their bottles of beer. Becky's got her phone held up in the air and is ready to take a selfie. Come on, you two, get in, she instructs. Robin and I quickly circle the breakfast bar and file in behind the boys. I make an effort to stand next to Finn and wrap my arm around him. In the few seconds waiting for Becky to take the picture, I tighten my grip on Finn's waist and pull him slightly closer to me. His knee bumps against mine. It takes every bit of self-control not to look at him and just enjoy the intimacy for what it is. Cheese! We all whine. Backing out of the group, Finn and I connect. I want to throw my arms around him and viciously peck my lips all over his face. He handsomely smiles and mouths, "Happy birthday." Watching his lips whisper a secret birthday wish, the gang disappears. The chatter dissipates, the overhead lights dim, and it's like a bass speaker is pressed against my chest, rumbling my organs in deep vibrations. "Drinking games?" Jack suggests. "Not for you, missy." Jerry points at Robin. "What?" Robin whines in offence, holding her palms open, pleading. 10:30 at night, and Robin's already face down between the sofa cushions. She's basically an ornament at this point. The bottle of vodka Jack and Becky got me is almost entirely depleted, most of it sloshing around in Robin each time she tries to be involved in the games. "What are you playing?" Robin's cushion-muffled voice slurs. "Shithead," Jack replies. "What did you call me?" She smudges her face across the sofa to be seen. "No, the game is called Shithead." "Oh, can I play?" she asks. "If you can stand," I jest. Robin struggles to swing her legs off the sofa, but manages to stand as well as a newly born giraffe. She staggers her way around the coffee table and plants herself cross-legged next to Finn. He and I smile at each other. She rocks back slightly, and he places his hand on her back to keep her in place. "Here." Jerry reveals a glass of water she's had on standby and passes it to Robin. "Cam, come with me. I've got your present on the front porch." "Is it big?" "It sure is." We launch ourselves up from the floor, walk into the hall, and step out the front without any shoes or coats, assuming the short trip. As the front door closes behind us and my toes curl as they meet the bricked front path, Jerry starts talking. "Okay, I lied. I need to talk to you." "Could you not have lied to get me into my bedroom or something? It's freezing out here." "Just shut up," she yells. My head retracts into my neck. Her nostrils flare like a dragon about to breathe fire. "Are you going to tell me?" she asks, crossing her arms. "Tell you what?" My stomach tenses. "You're seriously not going to tell me? Me, of all people?" "What are you on about?" "Seriously, Cam? I can't believe you're still trying to keep this up. I know about you and Finn." She yells loud enough to make me lurch forward and try covering her mouth. "Keep your voice down. I don't know what you're talking about." "Oh, save it, Cam. You've been low-key lying to me for weeks, and I'm done." I'm not lying." My voice cracks. "Jesus, Cam, I've seen the way you look at each other." Her voice is quieter, but just as firm. "I've known you for long enough to know when something's up, and worse yet, when you're lying. To me, of all people." My knees begin quivering and I feel my eyelids holding back a reservoir. "Jerry, if you lie to me again, I swear to God." Her fists clench and her knuckles turn even whiter. "I saw the way you held him earlier. I saw the way you just looked at each other. I saw you texting under the table on Valentine's Day. And I've seen the look on your face every time I ask you about him. Just tell me the truth." The front door opens. The two of us startle at the intrusion. Light from the hallway warms the dim and dark porch. Finn's shadow casts over us before he quietly steps down onto the porch and closes the door behind him. Jerry and I disconnect our stares from each other as Finn looks at my welling eyes. "Jerry?" Finn whispers, turning to face her and brushing his arm up against mine so we're just about touching. "This is all my fault." Finn looks at me to bring up my attention. "Cam's been keeping things from you to protect me." "Protect you from what?" "I'm not..." His breath quickens into a tapping stutter. Cam and I are seeing each other, but I'm not ready to tell people. At least not yet. I'm still figuring a lot of this out, so please don't be angry at Cam. I don't think he meant to hurt you by being so kind and patient with me." Jerry's expression is still. Her eyes dart between Finn and I. She looks down to see Finn intertwining his fingers with mine. She studies them, then leaps forward, throwing her head between us and wrapping us both in a wide hug. Her squeeze is tight, while her hair clouds my view.
I'm so happy for you both.
Finn and I look at each other and smile. My heart runs 1,000,000 miles an hour as I realise someone else knows. Better yet, Jerry knows. The excitement of being able to tell her everything bubbles up inside before it's quickly dissipated by her leaning out and her face tightening at me. She drops her arm from Finn and leans into me. If you ever lie to me again, I promise I will make your testicles into earrings. Am I clear? I quickly nod, feeling my cheeks wobble up and down at speed. So you won't tell? I ask her gently. As if that's even a question. Of course I won't. I do, however, want to hear everything. You both owe me stories, and I won't take no for an answer. You got it, Finn replies. Thank you. Well, Finn starts. I spin to face him. We could tell Robin too. Are you sure? I ask as my eyebrows sink either side of my face. Yeah, I trust you three. And I guess it'd be nice to not have to hide when it's just us hanging out. I almost blurt out, I bloody love you, before my tongue catches the words escaping my throat and I quickly swallow them. Come on, it's freezing out here, Finn says before he opens the front door and steps back inside. His hand leads me until I unlatch my fingers. I spin back to Jerry and throw myself over her. I'm really sorry, I whisper through her locks. It's fine, she says as she pats my back. You can warn him, though. If he screws you over, I'll mess him up. I lean out to raise my eyebrow at her. I think he knows better than to cross you. As he should. Jerry nods and turns to head inside. Finn holds the door open, puzzled at what we were whispering. Jerry stops at his feet, looks up, and points at his chin. You look after my best friend. You hear? Yes, Mum. She nods, accepting his response. She continues down the hall and back into the extension. I follow her, stopping at Finn's feet to look up at him. As the door clunks shut, I rub his fingers, pulling his hand into a hold. You're the best, you know that? I say. Finn glances down the hall to see Jerry has closed the door behind her. He uses every sense to check we're alone in the hall. My toes take over and lift me into a gentle kiss. It's a struggle to remind myself to play it cool while I'm kissing the sexiest man alive in my own hallway. No, you're the best, he whispers. Bye, guys, I call into the street. Happy birthday, Cam, Becky calls one last time as she opens the car door and gets in next to Jack. I throw a final wave out the door before I close it and head back inside. Finn is leant back in the armchair talking to Robin, while Jerry is helping herself to a glass of water. Did you guys bring sleeping bags? I ask the girls. Yeah, they're in the living room. I'll go get them. Jerry steps out into the hall. Are you staying, Finn? Robin asks, more sober since she was forcibly switched to Fanta. Oh, I don't know, he says, looking up at me for guidance. Please stay? I ask, poppying my eyes at him. I'll call Mum and ask if it's okay. He stands and caresses my biceps as he heads into the hallway. How you feeling? I ask Robin, lowering myself down to the floor and joining her to lean against the sofa. The room stopped spinning, if that's any indication. I meant about the Noel thing? Her face sinks slightly. Yeah, I guess it'll just take time. He actually messaged yesterday, apologising, asking if we could still be friends. And? I don't know. He left me on red for a week. He can wait until I'm good and ready. There she is, I jest. Her cheek pulls her mouth to one side as she tries to hide her confidence coming back. Finn walks back in on his phone. Love you too. I will. Night. He hangs up and smiles. I've got the all clear. Hooray! Robin shouts excitedly as my face creeps upward. Did you tell her? Jerry asks, walking back in with one rolled sleeping bag under her arm and the other draped over one side of her body like a tunic. Tell me what? Robin inquires, sliding her bum back against the bottom of the sofa. I look over to Finn and he nods. Finn and we're kinda together. What? Robin's jaw drops. We've been, dating. Did you know about this? Robin faces Jerry. I just found out tonight. Jerry smiles, plonking the sleeping bags down on the armchair. Oh my God. Oh my God. The penny drops and Robin launches herself off the floor and catapults herself into Finn. You and him. You and him. Robin's finger points back and forth between Finn and I. Yep, Finn says, smiling. This is the best news ever! Robin jumps in the air over and over again. I haven't seen her smile in over a week, and I'm giddy this is the reason why she is now. But you can't tell anyone, though, Jerry interjects. Well, obviously, Robin replies, retreating to the sofa to tussle my hair. So, come on, tell us everything, Jerry says, tugging on Finn's t-shirt. Midnight rolls around, and this may have been the best birthday ever. Robin's already passed out on the living room floor in a sleeping bag. Rosie and Jimmy quickly make her their heated blanket and are now happily snuggled in the silky material. While Finn's popped home to get some pajamas and stuff, Jerry and I are up in my room trying to dismount my mattress from the bed frame to bring it downstairs. Why don't you and Finn just sleep up here? Jerry groans as she struggles to lift a corner. I don't want to, pressure him or anything. Likewise, I don't think I'm ready to, do stuff. But you have before, right? She asks, dropping the mattress back to the bed frame. Well, yeah. Jerry widens her eyes. Have you? Yeah, but it was with a family friend and years ago, I lie. Why are you lying? Jerry asks. Fuck. I sigh and concede. Okay, if I tell you, do you swear to take this to the grave? Yes, out with it. Jerry plants her bum down on the mattress and leans in. Are you positive? Because if literally anyone finds out, I'm a dead man. She stares and gives one firm nod. My palms begin to sweat and I look for a way to back out of telling her this. Remember before year 10 and GCSEs when we weren't in the same tutor? I start. I do. I wasn't out yet. We both had different friendship groups and stuff. Yes. We hung out, but nowhere near as much as we do now. And I was a bit of a loner and floating between, Jesus, yes, come on, she interrupts. Okay, I sigh. You know how when we started at Seton, Gabriel and I were friends? Who's Gabriel? Jerry scrunches her face. West. Gabriel West. As in West? Yeah. West's first name is Gabriel. Why is that the thing you're taking from this? I laugh. Sorry, I didn't know. The ball drops. No. She leans her head in. You and West? She catches her voice and lowers it on his name. I nod. My stomach flips over as I realize the door is open. I walk over to close it and rest against the dressing gown hanging on the back of it. It was year 9. We were beginning to drift as friends, and he was getting closer to the other lads. We wouldn't hang out after school anymore, not helped by the fact our parents stopped speaking after that time he tripped me up and gave me a black eye. That was him. But I still hadn't thought we weren't friends anymore. When it was just us, we were just us. We'd geek out about the same things, chat, It was like it always was. However, I realised more and more who he was around the lads, who he was actually becoming. So, when did you... Yes, anyway. There was this day when I went round his house during the summer holidays. I wanted to get back some of my games he still had, and that day was awesome. It was just us. We hung out, played on the PlayStation, rode our bikes to the pond. On that day, we were Cam and Gabe again, just like in the good old days. Stupidly, I brought up how he was around the lads. I asked him why he picked on me and said I missed hanging out with him. He didn't answer me. But he did kiss me. And while it was surprising, it felt good. One thing led to another, and we ended up doing stuff. How much stuff? Jerry asks. Not everything, but enough. I trap my bottom lip in my teeth. I exhale and bring myself back from spiralling. Anyway, after that, and once we'd got back to school, it's like he was a completely different person and we'd never been friends before. That's when all the crap really started with the lads. Have you asked him about it since? I wouldn't dare. The only words he's said to me since would be categorized as verbal abuse. I'm back! Finn's voice echoes from downstairs. The closing of the front door quickly follows. I open my door enough to call back, "We'll be down in a minute." What a dick, Jerry states firmly. Who, Finn? No, not Finn, you pillock. West. Oh, yeah. I stare at the wall. Are you okay? She asks, reading my body language. I'm fine. He's just a wanker. Well, you would know. Jerry! Sorry, I couldn't resist, she says, laughing. The joke settles and she prompts me to continue. While I don't understand it, I miss when we were friends. But I still genuinely hate him. It's like my body physically recoils when I see him, but I can't not focus on him while also wanting to be as far from him as possible. Sorry, I know that doesn't make any sense. No, I know exactly what you mean. You do? Yeah, but we'll talk about that another time. As much as I would love to stay up here all night and chat, you have a very hot boyfriend downstairs. Oh, we're not boyfriends yet, I say to correct her. You're not? No. At least, I don't think so. I narrow my eyes to think about it for a second until I realise this will take longer than we have time for right now. Come on, let's get this downstairs. 1, 2, 3, lift! I hoist the mattress into the air. I still can't believe his first name is Gabriel. I always thought it might have been something like Matthew or Piers. Maybe Ross? Jerry, now is not the time, I say, with the double mattress currently pushing me into the wall. Jerry and I fumble down each step, pushing and pulling either end of the mattress. We nearly catapult a family photo off the wall as we turn the corner to descend the final set of stairs, whilst Finn laughs at us making total tits of ourselves. He offers to help, but Jerry is her usual defiant self and refuses to relinquish to a man. Dropping the mattress down to the floor near Robin doesn't even muster a glance from Jimmy, but Rosie looks up to give us an accusing, "Do you mind" sort of stare. I jog back upstairs to get the pillows and duvet. In the silence of my slightly dismantled room, I take a moment to breathe. Reliving that story about West was more intense than I thought it'd be. I've played it over and over in my head for years, but saying it out loud was something else entirely. I throw my pajamas on and carefully feel my toes over the dark carpeted stairs to return to the living room. Sorry, Rosie's taken your place, Cam, Finn says, lying on one side of the mattress with Rosie sprawled out on the other. Excuse me, madam, I say to Rosie. I throw the duvet up and apart to settle it over Finn and Rosie. Rosie, in turn, bobs her head repeatedly to find her way out of the covers and off the mattress. Robin's fast asleep and wheezing, only tossing or snoring when one of us makes a loud noise. Jerry sprawled herself out on the three-seater sofa. I kneel down as Finn raises his head to receive a pillow and smiles in thanks. I place the other pillow down next to him and feel around my waist to find the ends of my pajama strings. Pulling the waistband tighter, Finn watches my fingers intently. I notice my top is riding up slightly against my forearm. I pull a bow tight and straighten my top, pulling it back down to cover my obliques. "Right, night you lot," Jerry announces, leaning up from the sofa to smack the light switch above her head. With the light off, the room becomes a blue and grey shadow painting. The only hint of colour comes from the orange street lamps outside, projecting themselves on the edges of the drawn curtains. I inhale deeply to give myself the confidence to pull up the duvet and settle in next to Finn. "Night, guys," I call into the room. "Night," Robin mumbles. "Good night," Finn adds. I'm lying like I'm on a stretcher and my limbs have been belted to a board. The conflict of wanting to hold him battles with my fears of touching another human in my own bed. Even if it is on the living room floor, and even if he is the sexiest, friendliest, loveliest man alive. I want to cuddle up to him so badly, but I also don't want to make the girls uncomfortable. Suddenly, an interruption stops my mind spiraling. Finn rolls his body onto his side to face me. Even in the dark, I can feel his eyes drilling into the side of my head. I stare up at the ceiling, wondering what to do. Does he want to cuddle me too? Should I roll into him? Is that too forward? Will the sound be weird if Jerry hears too much rustling of covers? Oh God, why did he stay? I wait a couple of minutes, then build myself up to close my eyes and roll onto my side to face him. I slowly peek through my eyelashes to see him seemingly asleep. I take a moment to enjoy his wavy hair drooping down over his forehead. His face is hard to make out, but clearly every bit of handsome as I know it to be. He slowly opens his eyes to catch me running over his every feature. I choose not to retreat and just hold a meaningful stare with him. The butterflies in my stomach conjure up an unintentional creasing smile. He mirrors my expression. The duvet lifts in the corner of my eye. In the cover raising, a space opens up next to Finn. In peering down into the void, Finn's arm is holding up the covers to invite me in next to him. My hips don't give me time to think, and I instinctively wriggle over the mattress to slide in next to him. I place an arm over his waist. He drops his arm to wrap me up and pull me in towards him. I nuzzle my head into his collarbone before I instantly realize that it's incredibly uncomfortable. I hold my bony discomfort for a minute so as not to seem too weird moving so soon. I then move myself up slightly, simultaneously running my hand up his back to allow my head to rest comfortably on the same pillow as him. This close to Finn, I can't make out anything. It's pitch black. However, my other senses have taken over and heightened in the absence of sight. The smell of his cologne, the feeling of his hair resting on my forehead, his fingers beginning to dance and ripple over my shoulder. His fingertips tickle slightly and send goosebumps shooting up and down my spine. Finn rolls onto his back. His hand gently leans against my shoulder, asking me to follow his lead. His other arm buries underneath me and he pushes up the pillow to hook me into the crook of his arm. I, in turn, roll into him, allowing my arm to now fall over his chest and my hand to slide up each notch of his ribcage. Feeling the soft creases of his pajamas bump by bump. My head has no choice but to rest itself on his collarbone again. However, unlike before, it's like my head was perfectly molded to slot into this part of his body. As my leg passes over his to rest comfortably against him, the sound of his heartbeat warms my soul from the inside out. With each beat, my body relaxes a bit more, as if his heartbeat is literally draining my energy. That notion would sound frightening, and I feel like I should be scared in some way. I'm not, though. If anything, I've never felt safer in my entire life. Chapter 10. Tarzan Swing. Friday, April 11th, 5:41 p.m. Finn. Can't you come back now? I miss you already. Kiss. Me. I miss you too. If I could drive, I'd steal the car keys and drive back right this second. I don't know how I'm going to last an entire week with my family out here. They're already driving me crazy. Kiss. Finn. I can teach you to drive over the phone. Have you arrived? Kiss. Me. Oh, I am not an audio learner. I'd end up in a ditch within the first mile, lol. Yeah, just got to the lodge. The signal's pretty crap here. I've had to cycle down to the cafe to get Wi-Fi to send this. Sorry if I'm slow to reply. I'll check in as often as I can. Kiss. Finn. I'm glad you made it there safe. And no stress. I hope you have a great time, mister. I can't wait to hear all about it. Kiss, kiss, kiss. 3 hours in the car have left me with the mother of all headaches, not helped by George refusing to put his headphones in whilst playing his stupid game, Mum asking 20 questions per hour, and Dad not knowing how to brake gradually. Every time we slow down, it's like we were nodding dogs on the dashboard.
Excuse me, is your name Cameron? The middle-aged waitress asks, approaching my table.
Yes, I reply.
You're Tracy and Simon's boy, aren't you?
I am, yes. I look over her wrinkles and dusty blonde hair, but can't place her. Sorry, have we met?
You probably don't remember me. You haven't been back here in a few years, have you?
No, we've done some other holidays for the past couple of years, but Mum fancied coming back. How do you know Mum and Dad?
I remember all the old regulars. The nice ones, at least.
She smiles, and it's like a light switch flicks in my mind.
Oh, you're Jeanette,
I say, now remembering Mum asking on the way down,
do you think Jeanette still works there?
The very same. She touches her name badge to draw my attention to it. Her name is peeling off the metal Centre Park's name tag. So much so that she has to flatten it down with one finger for me to be able to read it. I think we're coming down here for dinner tonight, so you'll be able to catch up with Mum and Dad. I smile.
Fantastic. Is your little brother with you?
Her eyes close as she thinks.
Wait, don't tell me, Gary?
It's George, but you can call him Gary if you want.
Ah, I was so close.
She laughs at her dismay.
Are you here with the Wests?
My heart drops into my shoes at the mention of his name, even in plural format. Nah, we don't really speak anymore, I say, making it sound less important than it is and hoping the conversation moves on.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, they're here, actually.
It's like someone's just poured freezing cold water over me. All my hairs stand up on end, causing goosebumps to ripple down my neck and arms. They're here. I'm already planning my escape route and watching the door in case West walks in at that very moment.
Yeah, they were just in here for lunch. Didn't see their son, though. The tall, handsome one, Gabriel. He wasn't with them.
My heartbeat returns and I feel my skin warm again. He wasn't.
Didn't see him. Anyway, I should probably go do some work. Do you want another coffee?
She points down at my empty cup. No, I'm okay, thanks. Jeanette gives me a thumbs up, smiles, and sweeps the coffee cup off the table and into her hand.
Tell your mum and dad I'm looking forward to catching up.
Will do. Thanks, Jeanette. We have a problem, I say, bursting into the lodge and stepping over the plastic tubs of food awaiting to be unpacked into the kitchen. Mum pops her head up from behind the kitchen counter as Dad pokes his head out of the bedroom. George doesn't bother to look up from his game whilst slouched on the sofa.
What is it?
Mum asks, a carton of eggs in one hand and a block of cheese in the other. The Wests are here. There's a long pause.
Oh, is that it?
Dad says before disappearing back into the bedroom.
Gosh, Cameron, we thought something had happened,
Mum says, rolling her eyes and returning to filling the fridge.
Is no one bothered by this?
I exclaim, throwing my hands open. Why would we be? Mum asks patronisingly. My blood boils and my stomach knots.
Are you kidding me?
Don't speak to your mother like that,
Dad emerges again with a pointed finger. Well, I'm sorry, but he's made my life a living hell for years. You never mentioned anything. George pipes up from the sofa, still fixated on his game. No one asked you! I shout so loudly it echoes back from the walls. Right! Mum shouts even louder. That's enough! You can't just walk in here and start having a go at us. You haven't mentioned Gabriel in years, so how are we supposed to know you don't get on? I'm sure I have, I mumble. Well, I've never heard it. Mum waves a cucumber into the fridge. I thought you hated the Wests too. I think hate's a very strong word.
We lost touch, Dad starts, but we never hated them. They moved out of the street and life got in the way.
What he's saying makes sense, but my nails are still digging into my palm. Did you speak to them? Mum asks as I puzzle inside my mind. Well, no. I saw Jeanette at the cafe. She said they were here. Oh, Jeanette's still here, Mum shouts excitedly.
You didn't see Gabriel then?
Dad asks to clarify. No. And, to be fair, Jeanette didn't see him either. I just now start realising I've induced this conversation without just cause. I don't see what the problem is, George asks, now choosing to face me and share his disapproving look of shitbaggery. Just leave it, I say, biting my teeth together tightly. I grab my duffel bag, throw it over my shoulder and stride to my room. Launching the bag onto the bed, I kick off my shoes and fall back into the door to close it. I hold my back against the door to try to calm myself down. I feel a ball inflating in my throat, while my breath gets shorter and shorter. My stomach rises into my ribcage as I try to catch my breath. Panic sets in and tears begin to bubble on my eyelashes. I'm careful to stay quiet, but it's proving difficult as saliva crackles in my cheeks. I grasp control of my breathing by gripping the headboard of the bed. I take several long and deep breaths that help me stop crying and allow my chest to ease into normalcy. My mind brings up West again, and I have to battle with myself to hold back from cascading backwards. Right, calm down, I whisper to myself. I take several deep breaths and lie down on one of the single beds. I pull out my phone to call Jerry. No signal. I clench my phone in my fist and hold back from launching it across the room. There's a knock at the door. What? I snap.
Can I come in?
Dad asks. Do what you want, I say, rolling onto my side and facing the other bed, keeping my back to the door. Dad closes the door behind him and his footsteps circle the bottom of my bed. He sits down on the other bed.
Do you want to talk about it?
He asks quietly. Not really, I say, wiping streaks off my cheeks.
If Gabriel was one of the bullies, why is this the first we're hearing of it?
I don't know. Dad leaves silence to inflate the room.
All right. Well, if you think of something, you let me know.
He gets up to leave. I look up to catch his eye and stop him from leaving. I didn't know how to say it. I hold my voice as steady as I can.
Say what?
He asks, sitting back down. Like, if he did something, picked on me, shoved me, said something. At the time, and case by case, I suppose the incidents just seemed silly to bring up. But altogether, it's a pretty shitty way to treat someone.
Language?
He says deeply. I'm not 12, Dad. He pauses, surprisingly not confronting my backchat.
You know, you could have come to me,
Dad says. Well, when I'd been berated for several hours at school, by the time I got home, I actually didn't want to think about it, let alone say it aloud. I just wanted to be at home and enjoy my moments of peace before it all started again the next day. Dad goes quiet. I can see him lining up words to say, but he hesitates. What? I prod.
Nothing.
He shakes his head and inhales.
Is this still going on?
Not exactly, I reply flatly.
I didn't hear a no.
I shrug.
Is there something I can do?
He asks. I bury my head into the pillow to shut him out to close the conversation. Dad sighs, then claps his hands to his knees, picking himself up off the bed. He puts one hand on my head and ruffles my hair slightly.
I'm always here for you, bud,
he says. I twist my head out of the pillow and stare at his indent in the bed. The bedroom door opens and closes behind him.
What time does it finish?
Asks Dad. Not sure. It says it's an hour online, I reply.
Okay, the three of us will go and get a coffee and meet you at the end in an hour.
George's mouth creases backwards. Don't die, he says. Gee, thanks. 2 days into a week-long holiday and I'm already wishing for this to be over. There's something about being away that just makes everyone extra them. Mum keeps asking about what activities we want to do and whether we've booked them yet. George is being his consistent pain-in-the-arse self, and Dad's constantly trying to make conversation about things that really have no relevance. You here for the high ropes? A deep feminine voice asks from the log cabin. I look over from sending my family off to notice it's Emily. No way! Do you remember me? Didn't I save your first date from complete disaster? She smirks. Yes, you did. I grin, and that warm, homely feeling creeps back in. It went well then? It did. We're still going out, so I guess I have you to thank for that. Oh, stop. She pretends to be embarrassed. I was actually pissed off with my manager that day, and giving you 2 free tickets was my little rebellion. Well, I'm forever grateful. What are you doing here? I ask. I'm a seasonal instructor. I work here in the summer and at the ice rink in the winter. It suits me pretty well. She glances behind me to see a line forming. That's awesome. Here, just sign that and head over to Nick down the side. He'll get you in your harness. Thanks, Emily. And hey, if you've got some time off, do you fancy hanging out? For sure. Give me your number, she says. I proceed to write it down on a leaflet from a pile on the counter and slide it over as the next person steps up to check in. As she takes the leaflet, I catch the pride bracelet again. This time she catches me looking at it and winks. Walking around the back of the lodge, I follow laminated paper signs that say, harness fitting this way. Behind the building, I find an open-air shed with several colour-coded harnesses all hanging on hooks. There, I assume, is Nick. He's wearing a fitted black t-shirt that makes no effort to hide his voluptuous pecs and black cargo trousers that, despite their many pockets, show off his thick thighs beautifully. And sweet Mary and Joseph, a harness that's just... I'm beginning to sweat. I can't stop staring at it. He asks me something I don't understand. His thick Scottish accent has made 3 words sound like one long noise that I have to unpick with my brain. High ropes, lad, I think he said. Yeah. I cough the crack out of my throat. Here, let's get you seated. He gestures me over to the wall of hanging harnesses. Medium, he states, having looked me up and down. Nick takes a harness off the wall, places it on the ground, and pulls the leg holes apart. Step in here, he instructs. I step in, and with no warning, he whisks it up to my waist. He tightens one side over my right hip, then the left. My eyes widen as the tightening straps pull up my bum cheeks and make my back wriggle unintentionally. I glance at his biceps. Wow, Finn's got competition. He pulls the remaining harness over my shoulders, his knuckles resting on my collarbone as he pulls everything taut. The rhythmic tugging forces me to try to think about something else. Picking up dog poo, Nan baking cookies, the sound of music, Nick taking his shirt off. No. Disney World, building Lego with Nick. Maybe Nick takes his shirt off. Right, you're all set. Nick gently pats my back. Thanks, I blurt. Nick leans into me. Right, you're going to go down there, station number 6. Wait with the others and the instructor, Kat, will talk you through the health and safety stuff in a minute. I nod to receive his instructions and repeat them in my head to stop myself from getting any more excited. Walking further away from Nick, it's like his dissipating testosterone allows me the space to focus on the task at hand. There are 7 or 8 teenagers, father and son combos, and a couple of adults all sat on logs in front of the start of the high ropes course. I approach a space on a log and sit down. I look up at the first platform, which is about 10 meters in the air. My foot starts to jitter.
What the hell are you doing here?
I hear from one side. I turn and, just by his sitting posture, I instantly realise it's West. I swallow as my harnessed spine tenses. Oh, hello, I reply above the sound of my tumbling gut. Hello, everyone, and welcome to High Ropes. A tall and lanky woman with long, straight brown hair tied up in a ponytail gathers everyone's attention. I look over to her and then back to West. Neither of us can decide whether to look at each other or the instructor. I'm Kat, and I'm going to run through some important safety information. When you come up to the ladder, please make sure you...
Seriously, what are you doing here?
He asks. Clearly, I'm on holiday, just as you are. Now, can you just shut up? I don't want to die doing this, I say, pointing up to the wooden fabrications. West scoffs and leans back. Who's that? Someone whispers next to him. I lean back slightly to see West's little brother, Elliot. Cameron! He shouts, launching himself off the log towards me. Elliot jumps into my chest, throwing his arms around my neck and pulling me down to his level. He bobs up and down, rocking my head in the process. Hello, Trouble, I say, hugging him back. Excuse me, boys, can you listen? Kat interrupts, drawing everyone's attention to us. Sorry, I reply to Kat before pulling Elliot's arms off my neck. I'll see you in a minute. Go and sit down. Elliot complies and pushes himself off my knees to run back around to the other side of West.
Don't tell him what to do,
West interjects. Well, that was uncalled for. Once the talk is over, we're asked to form a line at the start of the course. Elliot isn't taking any hint from West and insists on lining up next to me. I didn't know you were coming with us, Cameron, Elliot says to me with his adorable, innocent demeanour. Well, we're not actually... I start, kneeling down slightly to come to his eye level.
Cam's not here with us, El. He just happens to be here with his family.
West finishes. Oh. Elliot thinks and looks down for a moment. He then snaps back to his excited self. I'm 8 now. 8, I exaggerate to entertain him. Yeah, I can do this now, and I can do rock climbing, and I can do abseiling. Wow, you're going to be very busy this week then, aren't you? I am, although Gabe won't go rock climbing with me, he sighs. No, I ask, looking up to West.
It's not that I won't do it with you, it's that I'm not allowed on the same course as you. The limit is 15. We've been over this,
West explains. Oh. Elliot pauses. Is George here? He shouts. He is, yes, I say. When can we see him? Elliot asks West, looking up at him with puppy eyes.
I don't think we will, buddy.
But why? He whines. Next, Kat says, saving me from having to be part of this conversation any longer. I clamber up the ladder as fast as possible to try to get a head start on the course. With them on the ground, I can hopefully get a few tasks ahead without it looking like I'm actively running away from West. My plan, however, only works for about half of the course. A backlog of people at the Tarzan swing means West and Elliot catch up with me. I raise my eyebrows and tighten my lips to greet West without actually having to speak to him. What's this? Elliot asks me. I bend down and point at the ropes draped into the clearing. You see that platform there? You have to step off that, then you fall a bit, the rope catches you and then swings you into the net.
Cool,
Elliot bobs.
Do you three want a picture together?
The older man in front asks, noticing our interaction.
No, it's fine. West and I say in unison. West and I lock eyes.
Oh, please,
Elliot whines.
It's no trouble,
The man says. I look up at my harness attached to the cable and pulley system. I check if there's a way of unlatching it and just taking my chances with jumping off the platform here. Considering the distance to the ground, that's a no-go. Bollocks.
Here,
West says, passing me his phone. I pass the phone to the man, close my eyes to focus my attention, and muster a convincing smile. I tell myself, it's for Elliot.
There you go,
The man says, passing the phone back. Thanks, I say.
let me see.
Elliot tugs on West's arm to bring the phone down to himself. Elliot takes the phone from West's hand and shows me. In that picture, you wouldn't believe West and I literally hated each other.
Pass it here, El. I don't want to drop it.
West instructs, taking the phone back from Elliot. He holds the phone in his palm, looking down at the photo, holds it there for a few seconds and studies it. He catches me looking. He rolls his eyes and shoves his phone back into his pocket. Come on, you! Emily instructs me up to the platform. Hey, I say, relaxing into her aura. Having fun? She asks. Of course, I lie. Emily attaches my harness to the Tarzan swing fabrication of pulleys, cables, and bungee cords. She double-checks my harness and points to the painted footprints on the edge of the platform to make me stand on them. Ready? She asks. I peer over the edge and see the drop down to the muddy ground below. I might as well be about to skydive. My bum tries to sit me down in fear before I force myself to stand taller and take in a deep breath. Jesus Christ, I say to myself.
You can do it, Cameron!
Elliot shouts, catching me off guard. I look back to smile at him. West looks away. After 3, Emily says. 1, 2, 3.
George!
Elliot shouts, running past me. I stop in my tracks and look ahead. West's parents are stood with Mum, Dad, and George. West's mum is knelt down, patting Rosie and Jimmy, whilst West's dad laughs at something my dad just said. Seeing them all together is like looking back in time. I watch George get pummeled by Elliot crashing into him at speed. West comes up next to me and stops, taking in the same sight.
Oh, for fuck's sake,
he utters. West pauses and looks at me from the side of his eye.
Talk to me again this week, and I'll end you, Hawkins,
he adds, before striding off and leaving me frozen in my place. 1,000,001 computations run through my mind. The best option, running into the woods, building a shelter out of fallen branches and living forever as a Bigfoot legend. Cam! Mum waves me over. Just kill me now, I say to myself with a gritted smile, waving back. Look who we ran into, Mum says as I get closer. Hiya, I say to Nicola and Steve, raising a hand to try to seem moderately interested in seeing them.
Mummy, we did the high ropes with Cameron!
Elliot excitedly tells Nicola. Did you now? She says playfully. Dad spots West and extends his hand to shake it.
Hiya, long time no see. All right, Simon, how's things?
West disappears, and happy-go-lucky Gabriel appears in a flash. He charms Dad with chat about F1 and some fitness Instagrammer they both follow. I watch their interaction quietly seething. He makes me out to be a fool. How does he do that? So lovely to catch up, Nicola says to Mum. We'll see you tomorrow night. Perfect. Looking forward to it. As the two families say their goodbyes, Elliot runs up to give me a parting hug. Then he pats Rosie and Jimmy on their heads. Bye-bye, doggies, he says. He's too cute for his own good. His infectious presence is almost enough to quell the spiralling of my mind.
See you, Cam,
West says. My face widens and I fake a polite smile. I couldn't exactly call him a manipulative bastard in front of our parents. Then again, why are we seeing them tomorrow? Is Dad deaf or just stupid? Mum passes the dogs to me as we start walking in the opposite direction to the Wests. Mum and George walk ahead as Dad joins me to take Rosie's lead. I pinch the elbow of his jumper and pull him back a few paces so we're out of Mum's earshot. What the hell happened? I ask.
What?
He seems to play dumb. Don't give me that.
We just got chatting to them. We sat in the cafe and they happened to be at the next table.
But what's this about seeing them tomorrow?
Nicola invited us round to their lodge for dinner tomorrow. It's not a big deal.
He says it as if it isn't the impending doom that it actually is. And you accepted, I say in a high pitch.
What was I supposed to do, Cam? It's not all about you, you know. Anyway, Gabriel seems like he's being fine with you now.
With that, my entire being is invalidated. A father and son relationship evaporated. Every feeling I felt for him, every moment I thought we shared, gone in a string of words. I choose to stay quiet. I walk a few steps in front of him and let the dogs become a figurative and literal barrier between us. Curry tonight? Mum turns back to ask.
Sounds good to me,
Dad replies. I think about saying yes, but what's the point? It wouldn't matter what I said either way. Cam? Mum pokes. Yeah, whatever. I muster. West only looks at me when he knows our parents aren't looking. Every time he does, it's like the soul evaporates from behind his eyes, and I'm reminded of every interaction over the past few years. At the dinner table, I purposely sat at the opposite end of him. I haven't added to our parents' small talk or George and Elliot's babbling over Minecraft. He, however, is showing off every drop of personality he has, cracking jokes, telling funny stories, even engaging in current affairs. The worst thing is I can tell Mum and Dad are eating it up. After dinner, everyone has paired off. Mum and Nicola are pouring glasses of wine in the kitchen, gabbing about their mutual friends. Dad and Steve are out the back poking a fire pit. Elliot is draped over George, watching him play his game, whilst I've hunkered down in the armchair in the corner. I suspect West is off in his room or something, seeing as he's taken a break from making the back of my neck crawl. Would you like a drink, Cam? Nicola asks, holding the fridge open. I'm okay, thanks, I reply. Gabe? She asks loudly, looking over to one side at West, who emerges from a bedroom.
Can I have a beer? He asks.
Ask your dad. West walks over to the patio doors and slides them apart just enough to poke his head through and ask Steve. Dad and Steve choose to come inside at the suggestion of beer. However, it looks like Steve denied West's request. In them passing inside, West's face screws before he connects with me across the living room. I turn away at being seen, but subtly dance my eyes around to watch him walk outside and slide the patio door behind him. For 20 minutes, I listen to the parents' conversation. All they do is talk about things that don't matter and people I've never heard of. It's all surface-level small talk. I don't get why they all seem to like it so much. I look outside and see West's head poking out of a jacket. It's pushed up by him, slouching in a deck chair facing the fire. His short black hair is occasionally lit in bright yellow and orange by the flickering flames. From this angle, I can't tell if he looks sad, or if perhaps that's just what a dickhead looks like in its natural habitat. It's then, in this setting with our families together, laughing, that I remember the friend I had. Missing it catches me off guard. The extent to which I hate him fades, and summer bike rides, sleepovers, and endless gaming sessions take over. Actually, Nicola, is it all right if I get a drink? I ask. Of course. Help yourself to anything in the fridge. I push myself up from the armchair and pad over to the kitchen in my socks.
In opening the fridge, I check behind me to see the parents are all still engaged in their conversations. An idea comes over me. I don't allow myself time to think about it. I just pull 2 bottles of beer out of the fridge and hold them by my side to conceal them. Watching across the room, I let my hand slide the bottle opener off the counter. I cough twice to cover the sound of each crack and hiss as I open them. Gliding from the kitchen, I have to be careful to separate the bottles with my fingers to avoid them clattering together and arousing suspicion. Prying the patio door open with my fingertips, I'm careful to watch if West turns around. He doesn't. I gently slide the door closed and tiptoe over the cold patio to the fire pit. He's got his back to the lodge, and I relax, knowing I won't get busted for this. I approach his side from behind and hold a bottle out in front of him to gain his attention. It catches him by surprise, and he looks up at me, the bearer of beer. He sheepishly takes the bottle in one hand. I'm careful to let the gesture speak for itself and avoid smiling or saying anything. I let the bottle slide into his palm as he takes it and questions my motives.
"I don't need your help getting a beer,"
he says, in a familiar, deep voice. Apparently you do. I pull up a chair a quarter way round the fire pit. I check my positioning and look back through the patio doors to make sure the bottle can't be seen. West brings his up to take a sip before he stops just before his bottom lip. The fire crackling replaces conversation. I keep thinking of something to ask or say, but I think I've been kind enough already.
"Remember that time we came here and the bathroom flooded?"
he says in an unfamiliar voice, one more Gabriel than West. It catches me by surprise as beer bubbles over my lips. I think for a moment before the visual of Dad and Steve frantically running around the lodge reappears from archived memories. "Oh, yeah," I say. "And that was the time George got his head stuck in the bike railings by the cafe." I laugh at the memory of George screaming for help.
"Only because you dared him to do it,"
West says. "I did not."
"You so did."
West smiles. We go quiet again. I take a sip and look into the fire to think about something else to say. The entrancing rippling of the flames, the warmth of the white embers, and the liquid courage offered by a few glugs of alcohol give me the confidence to speak. "I miss the old you." He looks over to receive my words like daggers. As his chest deflates, he looks into the fire.
"Whatever,"
he whispers in his West voice. I look back into the fire and the flames have spread to my gut. Losing Gabriel is West's fault. He's the reason we're not friends anymore. His actions are why I've got so much extra crap from the lads. He's literally the head of the snake that's tormented me for years, and here I am bringing him a beer. "Why do you hate me so much?" I ask. Out of the corner of my eye, he turns his head towards me.
"Who said I hate you?"
he retaliates. "Yeah, right." His beer sloshes as he takes a long swig.
"Think what you want."
"Think what I want?" I shake my head into my neck.
"Yeah."
He looks back to the fire. A few aggravated heartbeats distract my mind from lashing out, until they don't. "You've made my life a living hell for the past 4 years, and I'm supposed to assume that's a sign of friendship? I don't think so."
"How have I made your life a living hell?"
I laugh. "Oh, I don't know. How about chasing me out of the gates after school every day? You telling the other guys to cover up every time I walked into the changing rooms, constantly going out of your way to intimidate me when I was by myself in tutor, shoving me into walls in the corridor."
"Cam?"
"Starting that rumour about me and Mr. Walsh, which, might I add, almost cost him his job. Telling Noel I fancied him in year 10, which was total bullshit, but led to him threatening me with a bloody pottery knife."
"Cam."
He tries again. "Googling gay porn on my user ID and ICT, tripping me up in the canteen, calling me the F word on the Swansea trip. Thank God Jerry was there to hear it too. Otherwise, who'd have even believed me? Who'd have spoken up? But you knew that, didn't you? You always knew that I'd be your personal punching bag to just do with as you fucking pleased."
"Cam!"
he shouts. "What?" I shout louder.
"Your nose."
I dab my nostril with the knuckle of my finger and pull it back to see blood running down it. Brilliant. West shoves his hand into his jacket pocket and pulls out a tissue. He stands up and leans over to hand it to me. I look up at him before I look down and snatch it from him. This is your fault, you know, I say, shoving the tissue up my nose. How is this my fault? He sits back down. You make me so angry. How can any person treat another person the way you've treated me? We were friends for so long, and then this. I don't know what I could have done to ever deserve to be on the receiving end of everything you've done to me, especially after we... His pointed eyes stop me. Anyway, I don't know what you want me to say, he says into his collar. Of course not. I close my eyes, grit my teeth, then open them to the crackling embers. You're a prick, Gabe, I say, standing up and walking back to the patio door. I throw it open and half attempt to close it behind me. Striding up to the sofa, I tap Dad on the shoulder. Can I have the key, please? Everything all right? He asks, looking up at my bloody tissue. Yeah, fine, I say, taking the key from his hand. Thanks for dinner, I say to West's parents before stomping my shoes on and hurrying out the door. Oh, you're welcome, Nicola replies faintly as I close the door behind me. I forgot we didn't ride our bikes here. Shit, I say to the empty bike rack. I'm out of there. That's what's most important. I look around, trying to place myself in the night. There's a sign at the end of the road. The bottoms of my feet are beginning to hurt from the force with which I march myself toward it. White LED street lamps light the road, and the brisk woodland air offers some comfort to my rage. Cam, wait! West calls behind me. I stop, clenching my fist and debating whether I should smack him across the jaw. What? I say, avoiding turning around. Would it help if I said I'm sorry? He says in his Gabriel voice. I exhale into the street. I repeat his words in my mind and turn to face him. You're not, though, are you? I dab my nose one last time and put the bloody tissue in my pocket. The second we get back to school, it'll start again. You are the reason we're not friends anymore. You are the reason I hate myself. You are the reason I can't walk into the changing rooms without getting fucking PTSD. And now you might be offering an apology. Well, if that's the case, too little too late, West. I turn to storm off. West catches up and grabs my shoulder to stop me and spin me around. I throw his hand off me. Don't touch me. Just listen. What? He stutters and rubs his forehead. His eyes well. I've seen him cry when we were kids, but this is something different. He actually looks in pain. Still, I'm growing impatient and a fire is still burning in my chest cavity. What is it? I insist. Without warning, he lurches forward and grabs my head in his hands. He quickly closes his eyes, purses his lips and pulls me in towards him. My hands pop up like an airbag, pushing him back. I have to dip my head down to escape his grasp. What the hell? What was that? His face sinks and his skin goes pale. What is wrong with you? I quiver. I'm sorry. He stutters back. He claps a hand to his head and backs away in long strides. He studies my face and pants, then jogs back to the lodge. I'm frozen in place, unable to unlock myself from the tarmac that's turned into quicksand. I blink myself back into reality. Did that just happen? Chapter 11. Hold on. Mr. Walsh has asked me to remind those of you going on the theme park trip next week to please have your payment slips in no later than Monday. Anyone who hasn't submitted their payment slips by then will not be going, Mr. Powell announces to the tutor. How was Centre Parks? Robin asks. It was eventful, I say. Tell her who you bumped into, Jerry says. Who? Robin asks. West, I whisper. Whose actual name is Gabriel, Jerry aggressively whispers. Oh, I knew that, Robin adds. How did you know that and I didn't?
Jerry says. It's literally in the Year 11 yearbook, babe. Robin rolls her eyes. Is it? Jerry looks at me. I guess so. I glance over Robin's head to see Finn in the flesh for the first time in nearly 2 weeks. His eyes turn first, followed by his head. He smirks, and my whole body ripples in response. It feels like someone pushes a head massager over my scalp. God, I've missed him. Sorry, you saw West at Centre Parks? Robin circles back to me. Yeah, our families got chatting and we were forced into a meal together. Jesus, that must have been weird. Don't your parents know about him bullying you and everything? Out of the corner of my eye, Jerry dramatically grits her teeth and waves her fingers under her chin. She mimes a cutthroat to tell Robin to shut up. I tilt my head towards her and she quickly plays it off in a fake yawn. Did anything happen? Robin asks. What? What do you mean? I fidget with the bottom of my hoodie. Just like, did he start anything? No, nothing happened. I catch Finn through the window, pointing to his phone. Tuesday, April 22nd, 8:55 a.m. Finn. Have you got a free period now? Kiss. Cam. I have, yeah. Meet me in photography? Kiss. Are you going to tell Cam your news, Rob? Jerry asks. What news? I ask. Robin widens her eyes and folds her lips inward at Jerry. Well, I wanted to tell you in person. Noel and we're back together. I try so very hard to stop my face from screwing up in disgust, especially after he had the audacity to message Jerry only days after dumping her. Oh, wow! I act out happily. Why, how did that come about? Long story short, I bumped into him in town. Bumped into or plotted to find? Jerry interrupts. Shut up, Jerry. Robin ventriloquizes through her teeth. We got talking, went for a walk in the park, and agreed to give things another go. Oh, good. I'm really happy for you, Rob. I actually sound genuine. I check my phone for another message from Finn. Tuesday, April 22nd, 8:59 a.m. Finn. Abso-bloody-lutely. Can't wait to see you. I've missed you. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Cam. Can't wait to see you too. It's been too long. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Excited to see Finn, are we? Jerry nudges at seeing me check my phone. I might be. The bell rings. All right, you lot, have a good day. And my chemistry class, don't forget you have a mock exam this afternoon. Mr. Powell announces, packing up his briefcase. A what? Robin cries. You heard me, he says, passing us and leaving the classroom. It's weird. I don't lust over Mr. Powell half as much as I used to. Don't get me wrong, he's still, as Jerry puts it, cheddar gorgeous. But I don't know. I've got the real thing in Finn now, and he's making every bit of my fantasy come true. Walking down the main corridor, Mr. Walsh is coming the other way. Please don't stop me, please don't stop me, please don't stop me. Oh, Cam. Bollocks. Hi, sir. Good Easter break? No, it was mostly spent with my family. He laughs. I know the feeling. We need to make up some numbers for the trip next week. Could you maybe find some sixth formers who might want to come? They'll have to get permission from their teachers to be excused and stuff. Yeah, sure. How many are we talking? Up to 5, I'd say. Oh, and West will be on the trip too. What? Sorry, I know what he's like. But he's retaking GCSE business and needs it as part of his coursework. Just wanted to give you the heads up. Oh, okay. Thanks, sir. No worries. See you later. See you. For God's sake. I was looking forward to that trip. I make my way to photography and drop my bag into the empty classroom. I pull my phone out to see if Finn's messaged before someone covers my eyes with their hands. Guess who? Finn's silky voice whispers in my ear. I immediately pull his hands off me and launch myself into his arms. We both giggle excitedly at finally seeing each other in person. I missed you so much, I mumble into his shoulder. I missed you too. He squeezes me tightly. My feet dangle off the floor as he lifts me up for a second and then plants me back down. I look behind him down the corridor, then turn behind me to check the classroom is indeed empty. I peer through the glass wall into the technology room to check there's definitely no one peering in. "Can I kiss you?" I ask with glistening eyes. "I thought you'd never ask." He scoops around my lower back and pulls me into him. My hands cup his cheeks as I smoosh our lips together repeatedly. I jokingly peck all over his face to show how much I like him. We stare at each other intently. "Please never let me go on holiday with my family again," I say. "Deal." We circle the tables and drag out a couple of chairs. I pull out some books to at least look like I'm doing work. "Tell me about Manchester," I say. "It was actually pretty awesome. It was the first time we'd been up to my grandparents without Dad, and it was so nice. Nan's not doing amazing, but with me and Mum there, Grandad got a bit of a break. And she remembered us, which was nice. Although she did call me by my dad's name once, which was pretty horrific. Ugh. Do you look anything like him?" "Well, he's bald and has brown teeth from smoking, so I didn't exactly take it as a compliment." He laughs. "I'm glad it was a good time for the most part, though." "Yeah. Anyway, tell me more about Center Parks." Finn bobs in his seat. "Oh, I completely forgot. Guess who I saw?" "Who?" "Emily." He ponders. "Emily? From the ice rink in London?" "No way! How weird." "Yeah, she works there in the summer. She was an instructor on the high ropes. We got chatting and met up for a coffee on my last day." "That's amazing. Oh, I bet she's lovely." "She really is. I told her all about you, of course, and about..." I stop myself. "About..." He prods me to continue. "Just about the family getting on my last nerve. She also told me about her girlfriend and asked if we maybe wanted to go on a double date with them sometime." I would bloody love that. I gaze into his big blues and bite my bottom lip in excitement. God, I missed you. He smiles at my sincerity and slides his hand over my thigh underneath the table. It sends a shockwave through my body that I've never felt before. He smirks at my fluster. I take his hand in both of mine and massage the back of it. In tugging on his wrist, I encourage him to lean into me. My eyes are about to close and lean in when... "Cam?" West says, stepping through the doorway. I throw Finn's hand back into his lap and hear his knuckles bang on the metal bar underneath the table. "Yeah?" I ask. "Oh, sorry," West says, seeing Finn. "It's cool. What's up?" Finn asks, rubbing the back of his hand. I haven't told him West tried to kiss me, or anyone for that matter. I think some things are better best forgotten. This should be one of them. I was hoping the exchange would be enough to keep West away from me, but that's not exactly working out for me right now.
"I was just hoping to talk to Cam."
West is coy, almost Gabriel-like. Finn looks at me and I'm careful not to let him hear my internal shrieks. "What's it about?" I ask. He looks at Finn. "It's cool. I've got some stuff to do in the dark room anyway," Finn announces. He stands and hoists his bag from the floor. As he towers over me, he mouths, "Are you okay?" I nod in reply. "Call me if you need me," he whispers. Finn passes West and they both raise their eyebrows at one another. West watches Finn close the darkroom door behind him. The red light outside turns on. "What do you want, West?" I cross my arms. Why did he have to come in now? 2 weeks I've been waiting for this hour and precious minutes are being used up by this dickhead.
"I wanted to talk to you about last week."
"Okay, talk."
"Why are you being so short with me?"
"Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's because you bullied me for 4 years." I lower my voice. "And then tried to fucking kiss me." "Shut up." He hushes, stepping towards me. I slide my chair backwards, giving myself enough room to escape if I have to. He notices me analysing his body language and backs away. "What do you want?" I ask, wishing for this to be over. He looks behind himself.
Have you told anyone?
Of course I haven't bloody told anyone.
Okay.
He pauses.
But that's not what I wanted to speak to you about.
It's not? His body language changes. He takes a deep breath, pulls out a chair and slumps into it. He rubs his hands over his face and stretches his cheeks downward. From his dropping hands, Gabriel appears. He's scared. Lost, even.
Do you know what? Never mind.
He shakes his head and stands. Gabe, what is it?
Don't call me that!
He spits loudly. I hurry out of my chair and prepare to run out through the fire exit. The darkroom door swings open. Finn jogs into the room. What's going on? Finn asks. He looks at West, then at me.
I think you should leave,
Finn says. West looks at Finn, then at the chair between him and me. His face sinks slightly. He grabs his chin with one hand and runs a finger back and forth over his bottom lip.
Whatever,
he says. West kicks his chair under the table and paces out. Finn looks over to me, then down the corridor to watch West leave. At the disappearance of West round the corner, he circles the tables and wraps his arms around me.
Are you okay? Did he hurt you?
He pushes me back by my shoulders and checks me over.
Your nose is bleeding.
I'm fine. I try to calm him as I scan the room for a tissue. Finn shuffles past me and leans over the tables to pluck a couple of tissues from Miss Owen's desk. Thank you, I say.
What happened? Here, sit down.
Nothing, He happened to be in Center Parcs last week with his family.
He was?
Yeah. I'm sorry I didn't say anything. I just didn't want you to worry.
It's okay.
What happened? Our parents were friends for a long time when we were kids. They reconnected and it kind of forced us two into the same space.
What did he do? Because if he so much as laid a finger on you, I swear to God.
No, he didn't, really. But I did kind of lay into him one night, like pulled him up on everything he's done, how he treated me, made me feel, all of it.
Wow. And what did he say to that?
Finn asks. Well, he tried to...
Try to what?
Finn's voice deepens. He tried to apologize, but I don't think he actually meant it. Finn exhales. I think if I'd told him the whole truth, he'd march down that hall and give West what for. And as much as I'd love to see Finn hand West his arse, nothing actually happened. I'd rather just forget the whole Center Parcs trip. It's easier for everyone that way.
You sure you're okay?
He asks, pulling my hand back from my nose to check if it's still bleeding. I promise, I'm fine. Mr. Walsh stands at the front of the coach and taps the microphone to gather everyone's attention. Right, I'd like to remind you all that these trips are a privilege and not a right. I am not afraid to keep you in the cafe with Mrs. Barclay and I should we have any reports of you lot misbehaving, and I can promise you, we will only be talking about boring teacher things such as Love Island, what we bought in the next sale, and the recent changes to the photocopying policy, Mr. Walsh announces. Year 11s, you'll need to go round in groups of 3 or more. 6th formers, do what you want. Robin pops up from the seat in front to face Jerry and I. Where to first? Robin asks. Finn, in turn, pops himself around to join in the conversation. I'm thinking we start at the back of the park and then go forward from there, Jerry says. Sounds good to me, I say. Me too, Finn agrees. Finn smiles at me and winks. Having only had the odd finger touch through the gap in the coach seats, it's nice to see his whole face again. As much as I would have loved to sit next to him, we didn't want to raise suspicion.
Have a good day,
Noel interjects. You too, Robin says, grinning from ear to ear. Noel leans down to plant a kiss right on Robin's lips. Finn leans back, and I have to turn towards Jerry to stop his comedic expression from making me bust out laughing. Jerry stares with a taut mouth.
Have a good day, guys,
Noel says, emerging from Robin's giddy face. As Noel backs away, he rests his stare on Jerry. She grins like a deranged Wednesday Addams about to decapitate her own brother. He holds his glance for a second too long, enough for Finn and I to pass a "what's up with him" look between us. He spots us looking, clears his throat and playfully winks at Robin. West walks down the coach and pats Noel's back for them to get off. I watch Finn give West evils as he passes. West catches the affront and turns back briefly to meet my glance. I quickly ask Jerry a question to avoid engaging him.
Bloody prick,
Finn whispers to himself. Who? Noel? Robin accuses. No. Finn turns to check West and Noel are far enough down the coach not to hear.
Just West.
Oh, I get that. He's not that bad when you get him by himself, Robin says to Finn. I'm sorry. I lean forward and raise my eyebrow. I mean, he's certainly less of a prick when you get him by himself, but a prick nonetheless, Robin says, thinking she's just saved herself. I narrow my eyes, half joking, half serious.
You have got to be kidding me,
Finn says, letting his mouth hang open. You'll be fine, Jerry exclaims. Above us looms a vertical drop roller coaster. The cars dangle over the side and pause before they're released, plunging face first into a steaming black hole in the ground.
No, absolutely not.
He shakes his head. Oh, come on, it'll be fun, I shout over the plummeting screams.
There is nothing you can say that will get me on that.
I take the crook of his arm in my hand and pull him down to whisper in his ear. If you do it, I'll do that thing we spoke about the other night. He springs upright and his eyes widen. He looks at me. I nod in confirmation with a raised eyebrow.
Okay, let's do this,
he shouts, taking off towards the entrance. What did you say to him? Robin asks, pulling on my arm. I told him I'd play Catan. Catan? I don't know. He's been going on about it for weeks, some board game.
Quickly, before I change my mind,
Finn shouts. Jerry's theme park strategy is paying off, as we only wait 10 minutes. Finn tries to back out before the restraints come down, but I sensually mouth, Catan, to him. He sits right back down and locks himself in.
Can you please make sure I'm definitely in tight enough?
Finn exclaims to the attendant checking our restraints.
Oh, you're in all right,
the attendant says. Finn looks over to me. He's as white as a sheet.
I can't believe I'm doing this. I can't believe I'm doing this. I can't believe I'm doing this.
He mutters to himself before the car pulls out of the station.
Oh my fucking God! I can't believe I'm doing this!
He screams at the top of his lungs. Finn, shh! There's kids behind us! Jerry leans over to say.
Well, they're about to get a lesson in every swear word in the known English language.
Finn shouts in a voice fit for a muppet. The car latches onto the lift hill and the anti-rollback system clunks into action. The long and deep ticking up the lift forces Finn to close his eyes and try to hide in the headrest of the seat. Jerry and I lean forward to look at each other and laugh at his trepidation.
How are you guys so calm about this?
Finn screams from behind closed eyes. We come here every year for Jerry's birthday. I laugh.
Oh, fuck me.
Finn accidentally opens his eyes at the top of the lift. Our car rolls off the chain and slowly circles the top in a slow rumble.
Cam?
He shouts. Yes? Finn hesitates to remove his white knuckles from the handlebars. He throws one hand into the air and holds it open for me to take. I glance back at his closed eyes to see if I'm reading the cue correctly. We are in public, after all, and there's every chance someone from school could see. Finn? I try to double check.
Cameron, you better hold my fucking hand or I swear to God.
He loudly rallies off. I don't think anymore and take his hand in mine. I squeeze it tightly, trying my best to reassure him. I can't tell if it's the drop approaching or the physical touch with him that's quickening my heart rate. Whichever rush it is, I never want it to end. He opens one eye to peek at me. Is it happening? Here we go! I scream. The car locks onto the hanging system and the girls and I all whoop at seeing the drop come into view. Son of a bitch! Finn screams down the drop. As the car comes to a shuffled stop in the brake run, Finn's hair is windswept and frazzled. He slowly releases my hand. I so wish I could hold it all day. So, I ask, what did you think?
Never, ever again,
he replies bluntly. Jerry, Robin and I all burst out laughing. You sure you don't want to go again? Jerry asks playfully.
Jerry, don't make me hate you, he says.
Getting in line for the log flume, we clearly didn't notice West and Noel were a few people ahead of us. After a couple of awkward looks back and forth between our group and theirs, they chose to step to one side and let the people between us go ahead of them.
Hey, you,
Noel says, putting his arm around Robin.
Hi,
West says. I'm careful to hold a typical acknowledging smile, but engage no further. Finn pulls an equal expression.
Have you been on the haunted house ride yet?
Noel asks us. He balances himself against Robin, checking behind him every now and then to see if the lines moved.
No, not yet. Is it scary?
Finn asks. It's fine, Jerry says to Finn.
That's what you said about the last one,
Finn replies.
Don't like the scary ones then?
West interjects in his westiest West voice. Finn rolls his eyes. I lock eyes with West and scour to get him to shut up. An awkward silence hangs over the group.
Do you want to ride with us?
Noel asks. I think it's 5 to a boat, Jerry says.
Okay, well, you girls come with us and Cam and Finn can go together,
Noel says. The excitement of Finn and I having a moment alone warms my soul. Wouldn't it make sense to go 3 and 3? Robin says. Jerry could go with the boys. No! Noel and I accidentally blurt out at the same time. Noel and I both look at each other confusingly, considering the other person's motives in the synchronization.
I just mean, it'd be fun to get the 4 of us in a photo together.
Noel lies. Well, why doesn't West go with Cam and Finn? Robin tries. No! Jerry, Finn and I all blurt out at the same time. I'll come with you guys. You're right, Noel. It'd be good to get a picture of the 4 of us, Jerry says. As West, Noel and Robin move ahead, Jerry leans back and whispers, You owe me. Finn and I both nod in unison, grateful for her sacrifice. 2? The attendant asks. We both nod and she gestures towards the next available boat moving along the conveyor belt. Taking my seat, I look ahead to see the others dip off the end of the station, into the water, and down the flume.
What are you doing? You need to protect me,
Finn says behind me. I look around to see I've left ample space between us. He coaxes me with his fingers, inviting me to slide back and sit against him. I smile at his brazenness and comply, sliding my bottom back and resting against his chest.
You do realise you just mopped the wet seat with your bum?
He laughs. I do now. I look up at his cheekboned grin. He leans out slightly to get a better look at me as our boat approaches the start of the flume. I, in turn, focus on each part of his face individually, mentally capturing his creased dimples, his shiny blue eyes, and his 5 o'clock shadow appearing dark and rough this close up. I watch him glance down at my lips before he sits back out of sight. It's only then I feel his arms lock around me like an automated restraint system. They tighten, squeezing the air out of my lungs and leaving me breathless. His chin lands on the tip of my shoulder and he buries his head into mine. You're the best, you know that, he whispers. My heart slows to a stop. I grasp his hands, keeping me locked in place, just to check this is actually happening. The L word pops into my head. Could I? Should I? Finn? I ask. He silently nods in reply. I shift my shoulders to one side, gently forcing his chin off my shoulder, and allowing us space to look at one another. I just wanted to say, I haven't realised our boat is leaving the station. The boat drops off the conveyor and slaps into the running water. I fall forward before Finn's wrapped arms pull me back. Before I even have a second to recover from the lurch, a large slop of water slaps me across the face. My eyes close at the dissatisfaction of the splash. Finn immediately throws his head back in a loud cackle. I can't believe that just happened. Finn tries to muster between gasps for air. His head falls to one side as he wipes tears from his cheeks. He takes a couple of deep breaths to try to calm himself. The timing of that! He replays the moment in his mind and starts laughing just as hard again. Shut up! I playfully shout, squeezing his leg with my fingertips. He brings himself back from laughing just as the boat comes to the first lift hill. As the angle forces me to lean back against him, I turn my head to present my lips. He gets the hint immediately, smiles, and bends his head in to meet me for the kiss. With his lips pressing against mine, I feel his mouth inflate and air escape his nostrils in puffs of laughter. Seriously? I pull out to laugh. I'm sorry, I won't laugh anymore, I promise. We go back in to resume the kiss before he stutters through his nose again. I'm sorry, it's just... He bursts again and his eyes water. The look on your face! He's increasing in pitch with every word. I'm sorry. He gains composure just as we slide down the first small drop. He ducks his head behind my shoulder as the splash sends a pattered spray over the two of us. Was that the photo? He asks, emerging from behind my shoulder. No, that's on the big drop. There's a big drop. He stops. Aha! Who's Mr. Funny Man now, eh? Ahead, an animatronic is spraying a stream of water directly at head height. In it quickly approaching, I throw my head between my knees. Finn loudly splutters water from his mouth. Oh, thanks very much, he cries. I turn to see his face and hair completely drenched. Droplets are still gushing out of his hair, and several drops run down his face. I burst out laughing at him, just as he did to me. You know, it's a good thing I love you, he says. Air gone. Laugh stopped. Heartbeat missing in action. Did he just say that? Did he mean to say that? Should I say it back? Am I thinking about this too much? Am I thinking about this too much? Did you mean to say that? I love you, Cam, he affirms with his dimples. I love you too. His lips flatten and flow into a smile. I turn my body further and pull his collar in for a kiss. The wetness of his hair punches through the moment as droplets run into my eyebrows and down my face. Our boat suddenly bumps against the side of the trough. His elbow quickly acts as a seatbelt and rocks me back into him. He laughs for a short moment before pushing our lips together again. His tongue gently dips between my teeth to meet mine and delivers more emotion in this kiss than any other prior. I had no idea kissing him could get even better than it was before. Throughout the rest of the ride, I bend my head back to ask for top-up kisses. When I'm facing away from him, I giddy myself in thankful prayers to the universe for this boy I've landed in the lap of. Literally. We approach the big drop. Smile for the camera, I shout back at him. Screw that, he shouts. Finn nuzzles his head into my shoulder and realigns his arms around my waist to ensure he's as protected as possible. I throw my hands in the air and ride the drop with glee before I scrunch myself into a ball just as we hit the water. A splash of large drops smacks against our backs. We both emerge soaked and laughing. Stepping off the boat, I hold my hand back to help Finn. Laughing between ourselves, I see West having bought a photo ahead in the gift shop. He shoves it into his backpack and walks out. Approaching the wall of screens to check our photo, I only see Jerry left. Ha! Look at you two! Jerry exclaims at the picture of Finn and I on the screen. The flash has almost washed me out entirely, but you can just about make out Finn's scrunched-up face growing out of my shoulder. How much is a photo? I ask the cashier. 1 for £20 or 2 for 30. they reply.
Daylight robbery! We'll take 2, please, Finn interrupts, pulling out his wallet. Are you sure? It's a lot of money, I protest. Positive, he says, handing over his debit card. He lowers his mouth to my ear. I never want to forget the moment I first told you I loved you. With the last word entering my ear, goosebumps ripple down my body and my hand instinctively reaches out to squeeze his. I make no effort to hide my blush. Finn steps up to the counter to complete the transaction. I catch Jerry full-on staring. What did he say? She quietly sings to me. I take her by the arm and walk her a few steps further away from Finn. He said he never wanted to forget the first time he told me he loved me. I whisper. Oh my God! Jerry excitedly yells. Shush! I flap my hands at her. We both look around to catch Finn staring at us. He knows exactly what I've just told her. He smiles and playfully rolls his eyes. Where are the others? I look over her head for West, Noel, and Robin. They've gone ahead. So sorry. I'm your third wheel now. You will never be a third wheel. As the 3 of us approach the coach, we see Robin, West, and Noel eagerly awaiting the doors to open. Is it okay if we hold back? I don't really want to hang around West whilst we wait, I ask Finn and Jerry. Of course, Jerry replies. We take a seat on a nearby bench. Robin looks impatient with her arms crossed, and West and Noel seemingly leave her out of their conversation. She pans around, looking for other people to arrive. She spots us across the car park sitting on a bench. She passes pleasantries to the boys, which they fail to acknowledge. Her head sinks in subtle disappointment as she makes her way over to us. Hey, did you have a good time? She asks. Yes, thanks, I reply. Is everything all right? She looks back at the boys. Yeah, fine. You sure? Jerry asks intently before eyeing up the boys behind Robin. Yeah. I connect with Jerry and telepathically ask her to give us a moment by tugging my head to one side. She nods in understanding. Come on, Finn. Let's get a drink for the coach. Jerry stands and takes Finn off the bench with one arm. Oh, okay, Finn says as he's escorted away. He looks back at me and I mouth, 1 sec. In space freeing up on the bench, Robin sits down. She relaxes her arms and fiddles with the tails of her cardigan. She avoids my eyes and stares into the gravel. Come on, Rob. What's up? Nothing. I'm fine. I've known you long enough to know there is no such thing as fine. Did something happen? No. But there is something. I guess. Her eyes roll to the other side. I hold the pause in silence, not wanting to force her. It's just... She starts, then hesitates. Yes? Does Noel even like me? She asks, and my heart skips a beat at her directness. Why do you ask? That's what I thought, she assures herself. I didn't say no. Don't play me, Cam. I've seen it on your face every time I mention his name. Today, I think I saw it for myself. What do you mean? I scoot up and place my hand on her back. For someone who's supposed to be my boyfriend, he barely looked at me all day. He was more interested in quoting some random cartoon with West. Every time we went on a ride, I was sat by myself. It's like they were purposely leaving me out or something. Wait, didn't they ask you to join them after the log flume? I ask. Technically, they asked Jerry and me. But having thought about it, when Jerry said she wanted to stay with you guys, they maybe didn't want me to still take them up on the offer? Wait, they asked you and Jerry to ditch me and Finn? Well, yeah. Right. My eyes sag. I look over to Noel and West stepping aside from the lower years now encircling them. West throws his head elsewhere when he sees me looking their way. Did West ask you to join them? No, Noel did. Which is why I thought he might still want me to come, even if Jerry didn't. You know,
seeing as I'm his girlfriend. A light bulb. The looks, the messages, the kiss at the start of term, asking her to join them. This isn't about me. It's about Jerry. I don't get it. I've liked him for so long, and now when I think he's finally started to like me back, maybe I've been making the whole thing up. I'm clearly not skinny enough for him. She wipes a tear from her cheek and tries her best to control the quiver in her voice. Hey, don't you dare talk about my best friend like that, I snap. I thought Jerry was your best friend. I'm allowed more than one best friend, you know. I pause and watch a glimmer of a smile appear. I promise, it's not about you, Rob, and it is all about him. You are a wonderful person, beautiful inside and out, and if he can't see that, well, if he can't see that, he's a bigger twat than I knew him to be. I know you're trying to cheer me up, Cam, but I'm pretty sure it's because of me. Maybe I was too clingy, or maybe I just messed it up. I take a deep breath and throw my pupils back in desperation. Rob, I need to tell you something. What? She muddles through sniffs of her running nose. I think Noel likes Jerry. What? Her face screws and she quickly shakes her head at the idea. He hasn't, said anything, but literally days after he dumped you, he was trying to message Jerry. He did. She tries to take it in. Yeah. And I look over my shoulder. Before you two, got together, he kind of tried it on with Jerry. What do you mean? She asks as her sadness morphs. I remove my hand from her back and slide myself away slightly. I worry my next few words will determine whether I help or hinder her. They just, They slept together. Robin punches a stare through her eyebrows. No, they just kissed. I panic. That's worse! She launches herself off the bench. I'm not sure it is, I say to myself. She paces a few steps, crossing her arms and digging her nails into her skin. How do you know about this? She stops at my feet. Well, Jerry told me. When? She asks through a small gap in her lips. Her eyebrows dip and her nostrils flare. I've cocked this up. I don't know what to say. Cameron! She shouts. When it happened, I say. And you didn't think to tell me? I wanted to, but... I try to reformulate my words, but I'm at a loss. What's going on? Jerry interrupts, holding a bottle of Ribena. Finn hesitantly stands next to her with a bottle of Lucozade in each hand. When were you going to tell me you and Noel kissed? What? She panics. Finn looks straight at me, and I look at him with startled eyes. Or that he messaged you after he dumped me, Robin continues. I've never seen Jerry disarmed before, but she's got nothing. She gulps a couple of times. Her jaw twitches and tenses on either side. Why, of all people, did you not tell me? And better yet, why did you tell Cam and not me? Hey, why? Robin steps up to Jerry. I'm sorry. I didn't want to upset you for no reason. Jerry tries to find her footing. Well, look where that's got us. What do you mean? Jerry asks. My boyfriend doesn't want me. He wants you. Robin pokes Jerry in the chest. I don't think he does, she replies. Oh no, it makes perfect sense now. And I would have got here a lot quicker if you two hadn't kept all this shit from me. She turns towards me. Best friend my arse, she spits, taking off towards the coach. Jerry holds her stance, watching her walk away and collecting her thoughts. What the hell, Cam? She holds her arms open at me. I'm sorry. She was freaking out and I was trying to calm her down. Why in God's name would you tell her about the kiss? I knew this would happen. She begins to follow Robin. Jerry, I try. No! She spins back around. You've thrown me under the bus here, Cam. Now I've got to fix this. She storms towards the coach. I look up to Finn through blurry, watered vision. He places the bottles on the bench and sits down next to me. He checks behind us, then pulls me into him with 2 arms on my shoulder. "I've really messed up," I say into his neck. "Hey now," he replies, clenching my shoulder a bit tighter. "What exactly have you done wrong?" "Well, I can't have done something right. They've never spoken to me like that." He slides his hands around either side of my torso to leave one hand on my chest and the other on my upper back. With his hands, he rocks me back and gently pushes me off of him and into the back of the bench. "Take a deep breath," he instructs. I comply, struggling to control my chin as it wobbles in the exhale while looking at Jerry and Robin arguing in the distance. And again. I take another deep breath. My chin wobbles slightly less this time. And again. That one wasn't so bad. "Look at me." I do. "I'm struggling to see what you've done wrong here. From what I gather, you've told Robin the truth. Am I wrong?" Finn says. I shake my head and buckle my lips. "Right. So calm down. Take another deep breath. Everything will be fine." Wow. How did he do that? "Here." He hands me a tissue from his pocket. "What's this for?" He taps his nostrils, instructing me to check mine. I touch the tissue to my nose and instantly realize the drip. "Oh, thanks," I say, taking my well-rehearsed bridge pinch hand formation. "Don't worry about it. I've actually got into the habit of keeping tissues on me at all times now." "You have?" My heart swells. "Well, when you love someone, you look out for them." He coolly smiles. I grin behind my tissue and fold my bottom lip into my teeth to stop myself from squealing. "Come on," he says, taking my lower back in one hand and picking up the 2 bottles with the other. As we walk over to the coach, Robin breaks away from Jerry. "Noel!" Robin shouts. "Oh dear," Finn says. I trace his view and see Robin marching up to Noel and West. Finn and I stop far enough away to not become a part of the action, but still close enough to hear. A couple of Year 11s have stopped near us to see what's going on. "Give us a minute," Robin instructs West. "Okay," he replies. He pulls his shoulders back and heads to the coach. Robin starts talking to Noel but lowers her voice to the point we can't hear. I push my hip into Finn's to suggest getting on the coach. "Don't lie to me!" Robin screams. Noel retracts into his heels. He mumbles something to her and she storms off to the coach. However, after 2 steps, she stops herself. She turns back, pulls back her arm and releases it like an elastic band to slap him clean across the face. The cracking of her palm hitting his cheek forces an "ooh" from all the lower years in unison. "And in case you haven't gathered, we're done," she shouts. Finn and I look at each other in disbelief. Noel's face turns pink, either from the slap or from the embarrassment. He looks over at Finn and I and shakes his head free of any vulnerability. He licks his bottom lip and laughs to himself. I push my hip into Finn's again and we walk to the coach. The lower years silently part like the Red Sea to let Robin through. Their wide eyes and smirks at one another don't distract Robin for 1 step. Robin," Mr. Walsh says, holding his hand out in front of the door to stop her. She leans in and whispers in his ear. "Fair enough," he says, removing his hand to let her board unscolded. Stepping aboard, I peer down the coach. Jerry and Robin have sat themselves at either end of the back row. 3 girls from Year 11 have sat themselves in between them. All of them have headphones in and are swapping their phones back and forth. "Let's go here." Finn gestures to the free seats next to me. I look back once more to see if either of the girls looks my way. They don't. I take off my bag to slide it onto the floor. Finn sits down next to me and leans in. "Everything will be fine. I promise." I smile back at him and nod. West and Noel walk down the aisle. West looks at us leaning into one another. Finn straightens his posture and demeanour simultaneously to avoid suspicion. They pass, and Finn looks at me whilst biting his lip, reading my deflated expression.
Sorry,
he whispers.
it's okay. Still, I am sorry.
Without his usual 360 check before any form of intimacy, he slides his hand over my lap and takes my hand from between my knees. He slides our hands under the armrest between us and tightens his fingers around mine.
Are you sure?
I ask.
Positive.
He dimples. Throughout the journey, we take small breaks from our handhold, frankly, to let our palms air out from the sweat. But after we've shared a song or two through one headphone each, or he's cheered me up again after I start thinking about the whole Jerry and Robin situation, our fingers wander down under the armrest and find each other again. At one point, I run my thumb backward and gently smooth it over the mechanics of his wrist. In resting there, the gentle bumping of his heartbeat is enough to make the whole world disappear. My concentration on each beat quietly thudding against my thumb makes the more than 90-minute journey feel like it's 10. Before long, we're back in the school car park. I stretch my arms into the low ceiling and turn sideways to pull my back from its tension. It's then that I notice West and Noel gathering their things in the seat behind us. My eyes widen and I slump myself back down in the chair like a sack of potatoes.
What?
Finn asks. I point over my shoulder and into the seat's back. He turns his head just enough to see them. He catches eyes with one of them and passes an acknowledging eyebrow raise. He then looks down at me without changing his expression. We hold our stare for a moment as I curse to myself. Chapter 12. Switch. Jerry and I haven't spoken in nearly 2 weeks. At first, I myself wanted space after the blowout. But then, it almost became awkward to start talking again. Robin's been ignoring us both, even choosing to sit next to Helen in tutor. Jerry and I have at least shared acknowledging nods, but neither of us has had as much from Robin. The bell rings.
Cameron, can I see you for a sec?
Mr. Walsh asks.
Ooh,
some of the lads joke like I'm in trouble. Oi, shut it you three, Mr. Walsh jests. Don't worry, you're not in trouble. Standing to one side to let the rest of the business studies class file out, I relax my shoulder and drop my backpack down on the table. As the last student passes through the door, Mr. Walsh gestures for me to approach his desk. I rest my bum on the table near his. I won't keep you. I just wanted to check in and see how things are going, he asks. Yeah, fine, thanks. I lie. Okay. The reason I ask is your results from last week's mock exam didn't go as I'd expected. Oh? Oh, indeed. He opens his top drawer and removes my exam paper. 64%. And the thing is, I know you know all of this. What's going on? Sorry, sir, I'm just finding it hard to focus. Clearly. He pushes his chair back to stand and slides himself onto the table beside mine. Is it something at home? Maybe something in school I can help with? No, it's fine. I'll do better in the next one. Promise. I take my backpack strap in hand and tip myself off the table. All right, but if you need to talk, my door's always open. I fake a convincing smile and nod. Walking out of the classroom, I turn right to head to the canteen, but there's no point in trying to go there. I pivot to the left and towards the double doors out to the playing field. I fall into the push sign and swing myself through the doors. Some Year 7s run past me, nearly knocking me into the wall. Normally I'd say something. Today I just close my eyes and take a breath. The smell of freshly cut grass is a welcome friend as I lurch up the bank that overlooks the field and school. It's a beautiful day, and I'm not the only one who's taken the opportunity to sit outside. I find a spot that's hidden from the footpath at the bottom of the hill, however, not so far over that I become a target for stray footballs being kicked around on the other side of the bank. I drop my backpack and turn it into a pillow. Lying on the warm grass looking at the blue sky, I ponder what Mr. Walsh said. I could have told him everything. I could have vented.
asked for advice, anything. But I don't want help right now. I want quiet. And this, right now, is as quiet as I can get it. I consider swallowing my pride and running back into his classroom to say everything out loud, but my feet are heavy and my back is glued to the grass. A "hey" interrupts my quiet. I tilt my head back and cut my hand over my eyes to shield them from the sun. Rays poke through Jerry's ginger curls, and the realization it's her causes me to sit up and check I'm not misreading the silhouette. "Hey," I reply. "Can I sit here?" she asks, pointing with a few fingers at the space next to me. "Sure." I wrap my hands around my bent knees and prop myself up. "How's things?" she asks. "Been better? You?" "Same here. I take it you haven't heard from Robin either?" "No, not yet." I pause. "I sent her an essay a couple days ago trying to explain everything. She's read it, but hasn't replied." "I did the same," Jerry says. "And Finn? I haven't seen him a lot recently." "He's good. We're good." "That's good." We both nod and smile at one another. She stretches her arms out to invite me into a hug, and I willingly lean into her, squeezing her waist. "I'm sorry," I whisper into her hair. "No, I'm sorry. I should have just told her, then none of this would have happened." "You were trying to protect her feelings," I say, leaning back out of the hug. She shrugs to the universe. "So, things with Finn are good then?" she asks. "I saw him in the corridor the other day. He seemed a bit distracted." "That's likely because of Noel and West." I roll my eyes. "Why?" "Nothing. At least, we think nothing. On the coach back from the trip, Finn and I held hands and stuff." "You did?" "Yeah, but that's not the thing. We didn't realize until we got back to school that Noel and West were sat right behind us the whole time." "Shit." She widens her eyes. "Yeah. However, neither of them has said anything, and knowing West, I'm pretty sure he would have by now. So, hopefully, our worrying is for nothing." Without warning, my head is engulfed in her arms and shoved into her bosom. "I am so sorry. You need me for things like this. You need me to tell you how ridiculous you're being." "I really do," I mumble through squeezed cheeks. I tap her elbow to kindly ask her to release me. "Can we not do the whole silent treatment thing again? I hated it." She nods. "Never again." As I reach up to ring the doorbell, the present slips from the crook of my elbow. My knee jerks up quickly to catch it while I continue to reach for the button. Before I have a chance to push it, the front door opens. "You must be Cameron," Finn's mum excitedly says. A short and petite woman, she's wearing knitted slippers that go up to her shins despite the fact it's 20-something degrees today. Her long blonde hair is trying, but failing, to hide her natural brown colour that lurks underneath. "Hiya," I say with a wobble. "Oh, bless you," she says, noticing my difficulty balancing. She reaches out and takes the present from under my arm. Come in, come in. Finn's just outside with Sammy. Have you met the dog yet?" "I have, yes. He's adorable." "Isn't he just?" Finn's mum says as she closes the door behind me and hands me back the present. "I'm Ruth, if Finn hasn't told you already. Would you like a drink?" Her words come quickly and her personality is infectious right off the bat. "Yes, please." I slide off my shoes and tuck them under the radiator in the narrow hallway. "Tea? Coffee? Coke? Something stronger, perhaps?" "A tea would be great, actually." "Coming up!" she shouts, pointing her finger into the air. I follow her into a small kitchen with barely enough space to fit 2 people. I place the present down on the countertop when the back door opens. "Oh, hey." Finn walks in and looks down at Sammy, whose eyes barely peer over the doorstep. "Through?" Finn says, allowing Sammy to bounce into the house and run up to my feet. His ears flop with each patter along the black and white checkered laminate flooring. "How's the cutest thing in the whole entire world?" I say in my happiest doggo voice. What about me?" Finn says, closing the back door and sliding off a pair of flip-flops. Oh, you're number 3.
3?
Finn exclaims. While filling the kettle, Ruth cackles like a hyena at our exchange. I place my hand flat in the air and ready to lower it with each name. It goes Sammy, Harry Styles, then you. To be fair, Harry Styles is a dish, Ruth says, joining in.
Mum!
Finn exclaims.
You're old enough to be his mother.
So what? I could be a cougar, she says, scrunching her face. Finn blushes and I throw my head back in a laugh.
And we're leaving,
Finn says. Finn scoops my back and spins me around. I swipe the present with one arm off the counter and wave back to Ruth as I'm slid across the kitchen floor.
Lovely to meet you, Ruth,
I say.
Lovely to meet you too, Cameron. I'll bring your tea up when it's ready.
Thank you, I shout back. Finn pats each cheek of my bum to instruct me upstairs. Reaching the landing, he passes in front and leads me through one of 3 doors. His room is perfectly square with green walls. A tan braided rug haphazardly rests against a wooden double bed that's pressed into one corner. His wardrobe looms over me. At the end of the bed, some box shelves hold books, vinyl records, board games, and sentimental trinkets. The one that sticks out immediately is a small brown teddy bear with a glass eye that's barely clinging on by a thread. He's worn and seemingly gone unwashed for many years. I walk up to the shelves and point to the bear, placing the present down on the floor. Who's this then?
That's John John.
John John? You might end up being the 4th cutest thing in the world now, I jest.
Stop,
he moans. I turn into him, take his biceps in my hands and creep onto my tiptoes so our lips almost touch.
For the record, I whisper, you will always be the cutest, sexiest, nicest and loveliest thing in the world.
I lift myself higher and kiss him gently. This kiss feels safe. In his home with his mum, who knows he's gay and that I'm his thingy. It's comfortable kissing here. I lower my feet and smile as I back out of his hold. Oh, hello, I say, noticing Sammy sat in the doorway with his head tilted to one side. I hope you didn't hear what I said about Finn being the cutest thing in the world. It was all a lie. I just said that so I'd get some action, I say to him like he can understand every word.
Rude,
Finn shouts. He throws his arm into my stomach, his other under my legs, and hoists me into the air. I yelp as I fly through his room and land on his striped bedding. Bouncing onto the mattress, he grabs my wrists and pushes them back into the bed. Pinning me in place, he straddles my hips.
Take it back,
he says, gazing into me intently. Never, I shout back.
Take it back,
he says sternly, getting closer to my face with each word, but somehow keeping a cheeky smile on his expression. Sammy, help me, I shout.
Sammy can't help you now.
He deepens his voice so it's almost all bass. The sound reverberates in my eardrum and sends a shiver down my body. I try to lift up my wrists, but only get as far as a centimetre off the duvet before he quickly repositions his grip and throws them back into a restrained position. So, you don't want your birthday present then? I say. He drops his evil-like smile and raises his eyebrows.
Okay, I will free you under one condition and one condition only.
I quickly struggle to try and free myself again, without any luck. Name it, I concede.
You play Catan with me and Mum.
Ugh, fine. He plants a kiss on my neck and sets me free. He pats the covers next to him, inviting Sammy to jump up onto the bed. I step off the bed and collect the present from the floor. In sitting back down, I drop the present in his lap. Before he considers opening it, he quickly throws his shoulder into me and crows his neck to peck me on the lips.
What is it?
He shakes it near his ear. Open it and you'll find out. He glares playfully before starting to peel back the paper. Sammy pokes his head around Finn to watch him.
Cluedo,
he shouts, reading the box. I thought you might like it.
I love it.
He dimples his cheeks, relaxes the box into one hand, passes his free arm around me and pulls me into a kiss. And I love you too. Thank you, mister. You're welcome. I love you too. Too. He returns his arm to hold the box in front of him just as his mum walks through the door. She balances 2 cups of tea, a small plate of biscuits and a birthday card pinned under the plate with her fingers. Look! He spins the box around to show her. Cluedo! I love it. I haven't played that in years. It's taken me until now to notice how thick her South London accent is. Something about I love it just sounded so funny to me. Well, the question is, are we going to play Catan or Cluedo? I ask. They spin their heads in unison. Both, they say. I laugh and they quickly join me. Ruth slides the tea and biscuits onto the small white desk. Thanks, Mum, Finn says. Thanks so much, I add. She smiles and is left holding the red envelope. She runs her fingers around it, her smile appearing more fake than before. What's up? Finn asks. Here. She hands him the card. He takes the card that's been sent in the post with his name and address handwritten under a stamp. His face instantly sinks. He looks up to Ruth for confirmation. Dad? She nods. Seeing this and the tension that's instantly fallen over the room, I run my hand up his lower back and rub a circle into his t-shirt to comfort him. I wasn't sure whether to give it you or not. No, it's fine. He stares at the envelope and thumbs the corners. He shakes his head and tosses it on top of the boxed shelving. I'll deal with that later. For now, it's game time. He excitedly stands and Sammy leaps off the bed to follow him. I willingly match his energy. Heading downstairs and into the living room, the house opens up more with the sunlight from the conservatory. Ruth quickly clears various red-stamped notices, bills and forms off the table, allowing ample space for us to set up the board. As the night draws on, the light in the conservatory turns blue. The rich colours on the Catan board seem to fade into black and white, with only a small lighting fixture where the living room meets the conservatory to light our play. Right, Ruth announces to create a break in the game. I've got Hawaiian, Texas barbecue or margarita pizzas. Which one would you boys like? I wait a second to see if Finn responds. He doesn't. I'm happy with anything, I reply. Shall we just share all 3 then? Ruth asks. Sounds good, Finn says. I nod and smile. I'll go pop them in the oven. Would you like a refill, Cam? Sure, thanks. I'm just going to go to the loo, Finn says, pushing himself up from the table. As Finn heads upstairs, I make my way into the kitchen to keep Ruth company. Is there anything I can do to help? I ask, announcing my presence. All under control, Cameroni. You sure? I insist. She slides the last pizza into the oven with her fingertips and closes the door behind them. Well, actually, if you can distract Finn for a few minutes, I was going to put some birthday candles in the garlic bread. The garlic bread? Yeah, he's not a big one for cake, so I thought this would be funny. I love it, I dramatically whisper. Okay, leave it to me. I turn to head out of the kitchen. Oh, Cameron, she gently says to stop me. I turn back and smile. I'm really pleased Finn has found someone as lovely as you, she says, pulling me into a tight hug. Although she looks petite, she's got one hell of a grip. I start to well up at the emotion of her embrace. It's like she's purposely squeezing the tears right out of me. We lean out of our hug and we've both got watery eyes. Now go on, I promise to stop being an over-emotional mother, she says, waving me off and grabbing a tea towel to pat her eyes. Finn's lucky to have a mum as loving as you, Ruth, I say, quietly hoping it solidifies my good favour with her. She pops out her bottom lip and wells up even more. I go back in and give her a hug of my own. It feels like she needed that second hug more than the first. She pats my shoulder and I release her. Okay, give me 5 minutes, she says, wiping a tear from her cheek and directing me to the stairs. I smile and head upstairs. The bathroom door is ajar. Finn? I say, pushing the door open slightly. No reply, and no Finn inside. I lean my head back and step towards his bedroom door. I push it open, and Sammy's asleep at the end of the bed. Finn sat on the floor with the red envelope next to him and a plain birthday card in his hands. His face is pale. He's still, and his jaw seems strained on either side. Around his feet are a couple of other birthday cards resting in the creases of the rug. You okay? I timidly ask, careful to only take one step into the room. He looks up, but his mouth doesn't crease, nor do his dimples appear. Yeah, he says with a dry throat, looking back into the card. I take a couple more steps into the room and lower myself to the floor next to him. He slowly drops his head to my shoulder to rest on me. I wrap my arm around him. Do you want to talk about it? I ask gently. He hesitates, then silently passes the card into my hand. To Finn, have a good one. From Dad. From Dad. That's brutal. Oh, I say. My thoughts exactly. Finn cracks. I pull him into me and squeeze his shoulder a little tighter. You know what? He starts. What? Screw him. He sits up from my shoulder and snatches the card back. He stands and paces. Screw him. He points to the card. I've never seen Finn angry before, and I'd be quite happy to never see it again. His eyes are wild, his eyebrows sunken, his jaw tensed, and his nostrils wide. If you met this guy in an alley, you'd be frightened. I'm having a perfectly great birthday, and this knob has the audacity to send a card that says, From Dad. He rolls his eyes and shakes his head. Tosser. I opt for silence and just let him roll through whatever this is. He continues pacing, making the odd grunt or huff before he folds at his knees and plonks down on the bed. The upper half of his body goes limp and his head drops into his chest. His hands cradle the card between his knees. He sits there silently for what feels like an eternity. A tear falls and quickly disperses in a quiet tap on the card. Springing off the floor and sitting next to him on the bed, I might as well be a ghost. He keeps his head down and hides his silent weeping. I share the silence and rock him into my side with one arm. He rests his head on the ball of my shoulder, still cradling the card and only occasionally raising a hand to wipe the end of his nose. Dinner's ready! Ruth happily sings, walking into the room. She presents a baguette of garlic bread on a plate with a series of candles alight in it. Her face drops at seeing Finn's body language. I grit my teeth, push my chin into my neck and shake my head, signalling for her to abort the mission. Thankfully, Finn doesn't look up as she passes the plate back through the doorway and puffs her cheeks to quickly blow out the candles. She squats down and pushes the plate along the landing carpet so it's out of sight, then wafts the smoke as she slowly pads her knitted slippers over the carpet. She pushes Sammy slightly to move him over and sits down next to Finn. She joins in the silence and reaches over to take the card from Finn's hands. His fingers flop at the card, no longer supporting them. Ruth glances at the card, closes her eyes and curses her lips in quiet frustration. Baby, she says, craning her head sideways to try and see his face. I can't tell if he glances her way or not, but he sits up, sniffs, and smudges both hands over his cheeks. He looks over to me. Sorry, he cracks. You have nothing to be sorry about, I say. He turns to Ruth and she tilts her head to meet his line of sight. She scrunches her mouth to one side sympathetically, trying to stop herself from crying too. Finn reaches down to the floor and picks up the other cards. He opens them, one by one. Love from Mum and Dad. Love from Mum and Dad. From Dad. He exhales. I know, Ruth says, nodding. Ruth takes the cards from him and places them on top of the shelving. She twists behind herself and brings Sammy onto her lap. Finn smiles at him and pats the top of his head, just as a tear trickles down his cheek. He does love you, Finny. Does he? he says without blinking. As misguided as he is, as moronic as he can be, he loves you more than you know. You didn't choose to be gay, and he can't choose not to love his son. He was there for every birthday, every Christmas, teaching you to ride a bike, teaching you to drive, the holidays in Cornwall, everything. Through all of it, he's loved you. And as much as he might try to ignore the word from a card, and despite everything he said to you before we left, he chose to send a card. You and I both know that's impressive in itself. They both chuckle. Finn wipes his nose with his index finger. In wanting to feel helpful, I scan the desk and find a box of tissues. I pull a couple out and place them in his hand. He smiles through his teary laugh. Thank you. The fire alarm on the landing blares, startling all three of us. Ah! Ruth screams. We all laugh. Are the pizzas burning? Finn asks. Oh, don't worry about that. Ruth dismisses the sound with a flick of her wrist. After a few seconds, the alarm follows its dismissal and silences itself. We all take a deep breath and let the air resettle in the room. Your dad loves you, Finn, she says, placing her hand on his head and stroking his hair. For him, it'll likely take time, but I suspect he's missing you like crazy today. Yeah, maybe, Finn sniffs. Oh, I hate to see you like this. She slides her hand down to his shoulder and I pass him into his mother's arms. She smiles at me over his shoulder and then closes her eyes to gently rock him from side to side. Shall we have some pizza? Ruth says encouragingly. Yeah. Finn smiles. He takes a long breath and sighs, placing his hands on his knees and lightly bouncing himself off the bed. Ruth looks at me as I smile, watching his mood change. Why is there garlic bread with half-melted candles out here? Finn asks, leaning back into the room from the hall with a raised eyebrow and pointing to the floor. Oh, shit, Ruth says, relaxing her shoulders. Across the lunch table, I do my best to subtly catch Jerry's attention. Robin's walking down the sixth form corridor towards the canteen, and whilst she still hasn't spoken to either of us, I hope every day that she finds a way to at least sit with us. This time, she catches Jerry's smile and hovers on it for a moment. She then quickly looks away and across the canteen to catch someone else's eye. Hey, she says excitedly, waving at them. She cuts the connection with us and strides over to the other side of the canteen. I turn to follow her path and notice Helen Miller inviting her over. They greet each other with a surprisingly friendly hug before Robin sits down with Helen's gaggle of gal pals. I thought Robin hated Helen, Becky says to Jerry and I. So did we, I say, still captivated by the oddness of their blossoming friendship. You three still not made up then? Jack asks. Becky kicks him under the table. Ow! What? He yelps. Just leave it, she snaps. He willingly complies and rubs his shin under the table. Where's Finn? Jerry asks. Not sure, I say, looking down to my phone. Tuesday, May 14th, 1:12 p.m. Me. You joining for lunch, mister? Kiss. I check my phone a couple of times, but I don't get a reply. Only after I've made up a story in my head that he's working on his final project for tech do I get a tap on my shoulder from one of the lower years. A short girl from year 8 with short brown curly hair and a round face holds out a folded piece of paper. I was told to give this to you, she says. Oh, thanks, I say, taking the paper from her pinched fingers. No problem, she quickly replies before taking off. That was weird, Jerry says. Right? I unfold the paper in my lap to buy myself a moment to consider whether it's something I'm willing to share with the group. Phone died. Meet me in the dark room. Finn. Kiss, kiss, kiss. I'm slightly taken aback by his handwriting. I can't recall the last time I saw him write something down, but I'm pretty sure I would have noticed this. If anything, I judge myself for loving a man with this penmanship. I've got to go see Mr. Walsh about something. I lie to excuse myself. Is it about the exam? Jack asks. Yes. Can I come? I'm bricking it. Oh, it's about my mock exam, so it's probably best I go by myself. All right, fair enough. He accepts, relaxing back into his chair. I pick my backpack off the floor and sling one strap over my shoulder. As I do, I spot Jerry's raised eyebrow and crossed arms undressing my lies. I mouth a silent shh whilst I slyly drop the note into her lap. See you guys later. Jerry has just enough time to open the note and read it before I step away from the table. She purses her lips and smiles. Enjoy your meeting, Jerry says sarcastically. I serpentine through the lower years playing silly buggers in the corridors. The corridor quietens as I approach the art department. I turn down the hallway that leads to the photography classroom and pause in the doorway to check the coast is clear. Turning my head, I spot the red light outside the darkroom is off, signalling that the red light isn't active inside. However, for good measure, I knock on the door just as Finn taught me. I wouldn't ever want to be the reason someone's work got ruined. I knock loudly to signal my entering the light lock. I shuffle myself inside, close the outer door behind me, and notice no light shining through the gaps under the inner door. I allow my eyes to adjust briefly before entering the darkroom. It's pitch black. Finn? I ask into the room, slowly shutting the door behind me. I wait for an answer, but only hear the interval dripping of water from the sink's tap. I wait for a moment for some sort of surprise, but then assume he must not be here yet. I search for the glow-in-the-dark sticker that says, red light above the switch. I pat my hand over the extruding electronics, rest my thumb on the switch and click it. With that click, my heart drops to my feet. Hello, Cameron, West says. West is resting against one of the workbenches with his arms crossed, with Noel standing not too far away from him. It's hard to make out all of them in the dim red light, but it's enough to see West's accusatory expression and Noel's finger and thumb vibrating on his lip nervously. What are you doing in here? I ask them flatly. We could ask you the same thing, West says. He stands and takes a few steps towards me. In my finding the light switch, I've accidentally left enough space for West to step between me and the door. He blocks my way out and I back away to the sink. It's only when my lower back taps against the wet rim of the sink that I stop. What are you on about? Looking for Finn. What? My stomach tightens. I look over to Noel for any sort of response, but he avoids eye contact. We know about you two, West affirms. Game over. Whatever you think you know, you're wrong, I try. Oh, really? He takes a step closer to Noel. Pass it here, West instructs. Noel walks over to a bag on the floor, unzips it, and takes out a large piece of card with dark, colourful graphics all over it. I can't make out what it says. West opens it up and takes out a piece of paper. By its density, I quickly realise it's on photographic paper. So, this isn't you? He hands me the photograph. It's Finn and me on the log flume. I glance out the side of my eye at the card holder for confirmation. I now realise the theme park branding is all over it. What are you on about? Here. West snatches the photo from me to point to Finn's hands wrapped around my waist. So what? For fuck's sake, Cam. We saw you. On the coach, you two holding hands, whispering to each other, sneaking in here every other lunchtime. We know. The reality hits me like a truck. I place my hand behind my back to steady myself. My breathing deepens as I check to see if there's a way past West. There isn't. What do you want? You have a choice to make. Either you break this thing off with Finn, or Noel and I will make sure everyone knows what you two really are. A couple of gaylords butt-fucking in the dark room, he says in his darkest West voice. West? Noel quietly tries. West holds his finger up to Noel. My jaw begins to shake and twitch from side to side. My grip on the sink tightens, and I have to lean back over it and turn my head to one side as West leans himself into my face.
And Cameron?
He waits a couple of seconds to see if I respond as he moves in further. I turn my head further away from him.
Whatever you think might have happened over Easter, I can assure you, didn't.
He whispers deeply. He looks me up and down as I try my hardest not to give him the satisfaction of crying as a result of his intimidation. It's getting harder to do, though, as more and more golf balls appear in my throat, making it increasingly harder to swallow. He backs off and signals to Noel to leave with him. A tear escapes my eye as I build a sliver of confidence to try to fight back in any way I can. "Why are you doing this?" I crackle. West opens the door back into the light lock and signals for Noel to go through. Air gets trapped in my throat at the realization of being left in a room alone with West. Noel glances over to me, not knowing if he should speak. He looks at West, enters the light lock, and West closes the door behind him. West turns on his heels and walks back towards me. He steps up to my feet, and I try my best to call his bluff and not lean back this time. However, my tears betray me and bring him some sort of sick satisfaction as he watches one roll down my cheek.
Why am I doing this?
He tilts his head to whisper mere centimetres from the end of my nose. He pauses and pricks his ears to check Noel leaves through the outer door. At the sound of the door closing, West's posture gains new confidence at having me alone. He moves his face in closer to mine, and I flash back to him trying to kiss me in Center Parcs. It's then I succumb to his bluff. I dip my head to one side to avoid his approaching intrusion. His hand takes the crook of my arm and tightly squeezes my cartilage. He pulls my arm to bring my ear closer to his lips.
Because I can,
he whispers. He throws my arm out of his grasp, and my hand hits the sink. I grit my teeth to stop myself from reacting to the pain. He steps away to the door and lowers his arm below the light switch. He then flicks his forearm, causing his knuckles to slap the light off. He opens the door quickly, allowing it to slam against the wall and reverberate in response. West leaves the inner door open as he steps through the light lock, opening the outer door and letting the classroom's light stream over the center workbench. My jaw falls open and my knees give way. The gravity of his shakedown overcomes my very being. Tears stream uncontrollably, and I have to place my hand in my mouth to stop myself from wailing. I lower myself to the floor and let my back rest against a plastic drum. I try to get a hold of my breathing. I gasp for air between my teeth before I remember what West said again. The floor might as well fall from underneath me. Chapter 13. Hide.
Cameron, come on, it's 8:20.
Dad calls from downstairs, re-waking me for the third time this morning. West's voice instantly conjures in my mind again, just as it did for hours on end last night. For a moment, I'd forgotten. It wasn't my reality. As it turns out, though, it is. I dig my head into the pillow and ask my body to get up. It doesn't obey. If anything, it relaxes further into the mattress. It doesn't take long to hear Dad's feet thumping up the stairs. He gives a quick knock before throwing my door open. I lift my eyelids slightly, just enough to catch the sun projecting from the landing window.
Are you sick?
Dad asks as he realizes I'm still in bed. Yeah, I say in a croak. He approaches the side of the bed I'm facing. I close my eyes and the back of his hand pushes against my forehead.
I suppose you do seem a bit warm. Is everything all right?
Yeah, I rust again. He doesn't say anything for a solid 30 seconds. I quietly hope he just leaves me alone without another word. The mattress bends underneath me as he sits down.
Whatever's going on, you know you can talk to me, right?
I guess.
Well, I mean it. If it's something to do with Gabriel, you just say the word and I'll...
No! I snap. Silence hangs. He gently pats my arm through the duvet.
Okay then. Feel better, bud.
He stands, walks out, and leaves the door behind him ajar.
Go cheer him up,
he whispers on the way downstairs. Jimmy sighs through his nose, almost like he's replying. My bedroom door creaks as it's pushed open. The sunlight makes me open my eyes again. I look down to see Jimmy's wet nose and beady eyes staring up at me from a seated position on the carpet.
Come on then,
I say. Jimmy walks a few steps toward the end of the bed, bounces on his back legs a couple of times, and springs off the floor to the bed. He pads over the covers, making a path up to my face. He nuzzles into my chin and licks it. All right, I say, pushing him off me. I reach over to my bedside table and claw my phone into my hand. Tuesday, May 14th, 2:02 p.m. Finn. Hey, sorry. I had my phone on silent and got into a heated conversation with Barclay about her wanting to put my work up in the gallery for some reason. You okay? Where did you go? Kiss. Tuesday, May 14th, 2:10 p.m. Jerry. We've got chemistry. Where are you? Kiss, kiss. Tuesday, May 14th, 2:15 p.m. Jerry. Finn's here. Where are you? Kiss, kiss. Tuesday, May 14th, 2:17 p.m. Jerry. Finn says he didn't see you at lunch. Is everything okay? Kiss, kiss. I formulate possible replies in my head, but realize each one of them involves spinning a new web of lies. I want to be honest with Jerry, but I know she'd go full mama bear attack mode. West would most likely end up buried 6 feet under in the woods somewhere, and Noel would be without testicles forevermore. As tempting as their undoing would seem, I'm sure Finn would still end up being outed. I can't tell him. He's definitely not ready to come out, especially after seeing his face drop at that birthday card. If I tell him, he'll force himself. I couldn't watch him struggle through that. Oh, Christ, what do I do? I can't break up with Finn. I wouldn't be able to, even if I tried. But do I have to? Is there even a choice here? My eyes well up as they run from side to side in my spiraling thoughts. Golf balls start appearing in my throat again. However, this time, I let them come and overtake me. I tug the covers over my head, and regardless of Jimmy's presence, I shut down. Sitting in the flimsy plastic fold-out chair, I stare at the overturned paper on the desk in front of me. The gravity of the next 90 minutes starts to make me feel heavier. Mr. Walsh looks at the wall clock and compares it to the time on his watch. All right, folks, you have 90 minutes. Please turn over your paper and begin. Good luck, he announces to the hall of gridded students, each sat exactly 1.5 meters apart at foldable exam tables. The first few pages offer some reassurance that I might actually make it through this. I write definitions of various terms, analyze data, and blag my way through the first essay question. The dryness of my throat then distracts me, and I look up from my paper to take a swig of water. I accidentally glance over the hall and see what looks like the back of Finn's head. It's instantly recognizable. My heart quickly drops through my torso. Ignoring his messages, making excuses, avoiding seeing him in school, it's been heartbreaking. Every time I've seen West or Noel walking my way, I've had to pray Finn doesn't come up to join me and make it look like we're still together. I typed out a message to break things off a couple of nights ago, but couldn't bring myself to send it. I tried to stop myself and look down at the paper. I pinch the back of my hand to distract my mind and stare at the next essay question. The last question is the most important. I replay Mr. Walsh's exam monologue from earlier today. I start reading the question, but it's like the words all morph on the page. What are you going to do? I read and instantly freeze. Every muscle in my body locks in its position. I feel the blood rush up from my feet and away from my fingertips as my hands turn cold. I try to take a breath to calm myself down but fail to expand my lungs in my body's protest. I try again and again and again. I can't get a breath. I can't breathe. I feel my stuttering chest rocking me back and forth in the chair. I try over and over to rescue myself from the hold my body has over me. No such luck. "Sir?" I hear from my side. A chair scrapes across the hall floor. I try to stop. I try my darndest, but I'm aware each attempt just makes it worse. "Cameron?" Mr. Walsh's voice interrupts. "Cameron?" He tries again. He crouches down and into my view. I spin my head towards him and try to open my mouth to apologize for causing a scene. However, my eyes speak for me. They ask him for help. Before I know it, I'm on the carpet in reception, with my head between my knees and propped up against the nurse who's allowing me to lean against her. Whether she's an actual nurse or not is unknown. Her stern Eastern European accent has always put the fear of God into any Year 7 who's tried to pull a sickie in their first year. I'm guessing my current position against her is an attempt to calm me down, and it seems to be working. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. She repeats. "I'll take care of it," Mr. Walsh says from the other side of the gym doors. The door swings open and I now have autonomy over my head again. Seeing him offers some comfort. My breathing begins to slow. I focus on the nurse's counting until he's close enough to hear me. "Sir, I didn't finish. I need to go back in," I say through deep breaths. I lean forward and place my hands down on the carpet to try to stand up before the nurse's hand appears on my shoulder. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, stay down, Cameron," Mr. Walsh says. "But, sir," "But nothing. Stay there," he says firmly with pointed eyebrows. I stop my movements and recoil at his tone. I've never heard him speak like that. Even to the dicks in our year, he's always so calm. He strides over to the reception desk and leans through the dividing window to say something to the receptionist. The woman in her 60s with curled, light blonde and borderline white hair listens intently to Mr. Walsh's instructions. She nods and starts typing into the computer. Mr. Walsh turns the screen towards himself and reads it. "Okay, thanks, Lou," he says, taking off from reception and practically running through the doors into the main corridor. His attitude makes it harder to breathe again, not to mention I'm currently leaning against some poor woman who's got to put up with my theatrics. "I think I can sit up now," I say to her, trying to hide my irregular breathing. "Nice try," she says. After a few minutes, Mr. Walsh throws one of the double doors open, holding it for someone behind him. "He's through here," he says. Through the door emerges Robin, looking from side to side, then noticing me on the floor with the nurse. Her eyes widen. "What happened?" she shouts, coming across the room and kneeling next to me. The Robin I see in front of me isn't the Robin who ignored Jerry and I the other day. She's the Robin I know, the one I love, the one I've missed. "He had a panic attack," the nurse says. "God, Cam, you didn't have to be that bloody dramatic," she jokes. I laugh at her and find my breathing becomes more regular as I come out of a chuckle. "Do you want to try sitting up?" the nurse asks. I nod and slowly push myself up off the floor. Standing, it's almost like nothing happened. "How are you feeling?" she follows up. "A little lightheaded," I reply. Robin watches intently as she reads everything the nurse says and proactively reaches behind her to pull over one of the reception chairs. "Here, you sit down there. I'll go get you some water." The nurse uses her hand to guide my back into the foam-padded chair. Now free from body contact therapy with the nurse, I relax a little more. Robin slides up an armchair next to mine and plonks herself down with a small bounce. "What are we going to do with you, eh?" she says. I look at her and smile. I then divert to the ground and let my face sink. "I'm sorry," I say. "Hey, stop that," she instructs. "Water under the bridge. Just focus on calming down." "Really?" I ask, looking back up at her. "Really. I was just punishing you guys." "Well, it worked. We've missed you. I've missed you too, I swear. If I hear Helen tell me about her Spanish boyfriend one more time, I might just throttle her. She has a Spanish boyfriend. Robin's eyes become knives. Sorry. I hold up my hands in a plea for forgiveness. You all right to look after this one? Mr. Walsh appears over my shoulder, speaking to Robin. Of course. She nods and smiles in reply. Don't worry about the exam. I'll take care of it. Your mum's on the way, so just sit tight. I'll see you tomorrow if you're feeling better, okay? The calm and cool Mr. Walsh has returned. Thanks, sir, I concede. Mr. Walsh smiles and heads back into the gym to continue running the exam. So, what happened? Robin asks. Her question makes my stomach tense as all the realities flood my brain again. My eyes dart and I take in a deep breath. You know what? Don't tell me, Robin says quickly, likely sensing my panic sizzling. We'll use this pocket of time to catch up. Since none of the conversation mentions West or Finn, I enjoy this moment of sweet escape. Normalcy, even for 20 minutes. Mum arrives to pick me up and runs into reception looking for me. I'm right here, I say flatly to calm her down. Oh, thank God. Are you okay? How is your breathing? Do you need water? Have you had some water? Oh, Christ, where can I get water? Mum, I'm fine, I say. Okay, she says, calming herself down. Hi, Robin. Hi, Trace. Do you want a lift? Mum asks. It's okay, thanks. I've got to get back to class. Right you are, Mum says. Robin looks at me and pulls me into a hug. She squeezes me tightly. Breathe, she points aggressively. I will, I promise. I glance at the screen of unread notifications and pick out a message from Jerry and Robin to reply. I'm fine, and hopefully buy myself some time. I dare not open the conversation with Finn. Even the preview line of, if it's something I've done, please tell me, makes my stomach knot and my hands fidget. Jerry's tried calling twice this morning and both times I've just let it ring. Cam, Jerry's here, George calls from downstairs. Should have seen that coming. I leap off the bed and scurry around the carpet, picking up various dropped laundry. As her footsteps up the stairs draw closer, I debate what I have time to do. I wave my duvet flat and scoop some glasses into a corner on the bedside table. Bloody hell, Cam, Jerry says from the doorway. What? You've only been off school for 2 and a bit days. It's like you've been imprisoned. She navigates the carpet, slides my books to one side of the sofa and sits down. It's not that bad, I say, pushing underwear into the chest of drawers. Cam, there's a yogurt pot that looks like it's growing a colony down here. I pick it up and actively wince. I toss it in the already full bin and settle myself on the bed to face her. What's up? I ask. I won't stay long. I've got work this afternoon, but just wanted to check on you. Robin texted me about what happened on Thursday. She did, she affirms. Do you want to talk about it? Not really. Just stressed, I guess. She hums and nods at my closed body language. Finn messaged me last night. Saying what? Saying you've been ignoring him all week. He said you didn't even tell him about the panic attack. Her tone is accusatory. I didn't want him to worry. The whole school heard about it, so rest assured he's worried regardless. Oh, yes, oh, she says. We sit in silence as she checks her phone. I could tell her. Jerry? Mm-hmm, she hums, still looking at her phone. Never mind. No, go on, what is it? She locks her phone and sets it down on the sofa next to her. I quickly formulate a plan. Tell her a piece of the truth. She wouldn't tell anyone if I swore her to secrecy, and as long as I don't give her enough to hunt West and Noel down over the weekend, I could buy myself some more time to find a way out of this. You know how I said West and I, did stuff when we were younger? You and Gabriel, yes. She grins cheekily. I roll my eyes. You can't tell anyone this. I swear. She raises 3 fingers in a brownie promise. I'm thinking maybe he's, a raging homosexual. Yeah, maybe. I could see that. She nods, studying the hypothesis. I lower my eyebrows at her agreement and build a portfolio of West's mannerisms, phrases, friends, likes and dislikes, trying my best to gather evidence to support the claim. Plus, can you ever tell? Jerry asks. I mean, you could tell with me, I reply. Yes, but you're you. I'm not that camp, am I? It's not about being camp. You were just... She hesitates. You were always nice. Nice? Yeah, like you didn't conform to what the other boys in class were doing and never really wavered on caring about that. You'd always stick up for the girls, and we all got along with you better than the other boys. It's not like I knew, it's just... I never really saw you being with a girl, and that just made sense. Right. Evidently, Jerry has known me better than I've known myself for far longer than I've realized. We've spoken about me coming out and stuff before, but this is the first time she's said this. But West isn't nice. I build a case against my own theory. Well, that's true, but there's no one way of being any particular way. You know what I mean? Not exactly, no. Sexuality, I think, is more complicated than what they talk about in PSHE. Like, imagine the pH scale. If you say 100% straight is an acid at number 1 and 100% gay is an alkaline at 14, any person could fall on any number on that scale. So someone who was bisexual would be a 7? I ask. Well, yes. But someone might be a 2 or an 11 and still refer to themselves as bisexual. Okay, I think I know what you mean. Did you come up with this? I didn't come up with it. It just sounds like it makes sense. So, West, for example, though his prick lad scale might be one way inclined, his sexuality might be the complete opposite. So, the two are in conflict with one another. Boom! Jerry mimes a mic drop. Her phone vibrates on the sofa cushion. Anyway, what made you think he could be non-straight? Apart from you two previously getting jiggy with it, of course. Damn, I thought I'd managed to tap dance my way out of actually telling her a piece of the truth. She picks up her phone and starts tapping a reply to a message. In Center Parks, my palms begin to sweat. I rub them together to comfort myself. Her eyes look up from the screen in my paws. He tried to kiss me. He did what? She shouts, slamming her phone onto the sofa. Keep your voice down. I wave my hands in panic. How? When? I walk her step by step through every missing detail of the Center Parks trip. Everything from the handsome high ropes instructor through to swerving his attempt in the street. She hangs her mouth open, clinging to every word and only asking the occasional follow-up question about the events. Once I've rounded off the story, she checks her wristwatch. Shit, I've got to go. She stands, and I follow her down the stairs. You know, you could have told me. I know, but you know what I'm like. Yes, you're a pain in the arse who keeps too much bottled up inside. She's right. Even having told a piece of the truth, though, I feel like a bit of pressure has been released. I unlatch the door and open it for her. And listen, she stops in the doorway and leans in. You should tell Finn what happened. I don't know, I whisper. He should know. And if that's why you're avoiding him, I think it'll be easier if you just tell him the truth. No matter what happens, she says. I just don't want to mess it up. You won't. She replies and hooks my neck into a hug. She walks out the door and into the blossoming front garden path. Wood pigeons coo in the warm morning air as the sunlight gently heats my face through the open doorway. I take in a deep breath and let some of my knots unwind. Jerry, I say to stop her. Thanks for checking on me. Any time. She smiles and walks up the garden path. I close the door and stare at the sunlit glass. I consider how I'd feel if I told her the whole truth. However, the possible consequences prickle the back of my neck and call me back to my bedroom. Walking back upstairs, the reassurance and returning confidence from Jerry's visit disappear with each step. By the time I sit back down on my bed, it's like Jerry was never here. Then again, it feels like there's something missing. It's small, but noticeable. One less thing on my mind. The rain has forced me inside. I've been debating when to go for lunch, but I find myself here. I scan each room in the art department as I walk towards photography. Walking down the connecting corridor, I realize I'm torturing myself, but I can't help it. I peer through the doorway, craning my head into the classroom. It's empty. I look at the dark room and see the red light is off. He's not here. I sigh into the empty classroom and grab the door handle. I might be able to lock my wavering heart inside if I try hard enough. "Cam?" Finn says. I turn around, startled. He's walking up to me carrying a stack of workbooks and developed photos. "Hi." I fake a smile as my hand fidgets behind me. "Listen, can we talk?" he asks. This is it. I've been planning this conversation for days. He asks if we can talk, he tells me I've been distant, he can't deal with it anymore, he breaks up with me, he's able to stay in the closet, and I'll just deal with whatever I have to. If it means this torment ends, I guess it'll be kinder to the both of us. Okay. I nod. Let's go in here. He walks past me and I catch his woody scent in the breeze. I slowly smell the air, acknowledging this may be the last time I can. He's wearing a checkered open collar shirt and blue jeans that hug his bum tightly. He drops his work on a desk and pushes his hair back to gather himself. I stand not far from the doorway, hoping he does this quickly so I can make a clean exit. Finn notices my stillness and comes towards me, perching himself on the table. Okay, he pauses. I've thought about this a lot, and I want you to tell me the truth. He scans my face for an indication of a response. I wait as long as I reasonably can before I nod in concession. What happened last Tuesday? Last Tuesday? I don't know. I genuinely don't. He takes out his phone and scans through his messages. Tuesday 14th. He faces his phone screen towards me. I narrow my eyes slightly to focus on the text shaking in his palm. It's the text from the day. Oh, that day. Sorry, I don't know. I look anywhere other than at him. Fine. He puts his phone away. Then it's me. What? I ask. It's me. I've done this to you. I've literally driven you into the ground with all the sneaking around, the secrets, the lying, you falling out with the girls, your panic attack. It's all my fault. He whimpers as teardrops form at the corners of his eyes. You haven't done anything. I try holding back a golf ball. I have, and I know I've put you in an impossible position. So please, just do it. A tear runs down his cheek. Do what? Break up with me. His bottom lip trembles. What? Break up with me. Please. I divert my attention from his words to focus on my lungs expanding and contracting. I count beats in my head to stave off falling short of air before I then process what to say. I don't want to break up with you. You don't? No. I love you. I love you so freaking much, and My throat buckles, and the ball pops. I don't know what to do. At my buckling, he jumps up from his perch and wraps me in his arms. I let everything out and into the crook of his neck. I try to stop myself, but the floodgates are well and truly open now. Hey. He rubs my back up and down and pulls me back to look into my pouring eyes. Cam, please, just tell me what's going on. I can't. I drop my head as he holds my shoulders. Please, I'm begging you, just tell me. I flick between each of his glistening blues as they bargain with my soul. It's West. He knows. Finn looks around the room, nodding as he processes each word. His hands drop from my shoulders and he begins to bite the nail of his thumb. He thuds himself into the table.
What did he do to you?
Huh? I startle.
What did he do to you? Tell me.
Nothing.
Cameron!
I fall silent, debating my next move. He didn't do anything, but he tried.
Tried to what?
Finn freezes. He tried to kiss me. Finn's fist tightens beside him.
Kiss you?
Shame weighs my chin down and only spares me enough strength to nod in confirmation. Tears bubble again and guilt becomes me. I wait patiently to be scolded or even broken up with. Nothing comes, though. It's only when I hear footsteps along the tile floor that I look up. He's gone. I hurtle myself to the doorway to see him striding off with his clenched fist. His tensed shoulders make it all too clear where he's heading. "Finn!" I shout. He doesn't stop, and he disappears around the corner. "Oh shit," I say to myself, taking off down the corridor behind him. I run as fast as my mediocre running ability allows. Thankfully, his stride is firm, but not all that fast. I catch up with him as he passes tech and approaches the canteen. "Finn, stop," I say, grabbing his arm.
No, Cam, I'm taking care of this.
He shakes me off, picking up his stride again. "You can't."
Why not?
"Because he's going to tell everyone you're gay," I shout. Finn stops, faces me, and the blood drains from his flushed cheeks. My voice echoes off the walls, retrospectively informing me how loud I just said that. My heartbeat taps in my ear, the only thing breaking the silence. Finn breathes heavily. He's looking past me. I turn and my heart stops. Through partition windows that divide the tech classroom from the hallway, West, Noel, and all the other lads are sitting on the tables looking through to us. They've frozen in passing a football back and forth between themselves. Noel looks through to see my horror and stands up from a table. He looks at Finn. "Finn? I stop myself as his eyes connect with mine. In one look, I know I've broken the man I love in two. He glances back to the lads, shakes his head at me, and takes off down the hall. I don't know whether to run after him, realizing I've done irrefutable damage in mere seconds. Maybe they didn't hear? I look back through the windows and scan each of their faces to read them. They definitely heard. I debate which way to run myself. Noel walks through the classroom and out into the hall.
Cam?
He says through the silence. "No," I reply, shaking my head. "No! This is your fault!" I spit through a tensed forehead and pointed finger. "You and that twat in there!" In that motion, I catch West's face creep up with a grin through the window. My fist clenches at his smarmy look, but the look on Finn's face cuts me deeper. I've got to get out of here.
Cam!
Noel calls after me. Chapter 14. Business. Emerging from the makeshift exam hall, I fill my lungs with fresh air and let my fried brain rest. "Well, that was horrible." Jerry approaches me from behind. "Tell me about it. You got any water left?" "Sure." She hands me her water bottle for a swig. I wipe my lip dry, then my forehead. "I thought we had bloody air conditioning." Robin joins us in the shaded courtyard. "So did we," Jerry says. Jerry unbunches her hair, whilst Robin lifts up her gathered braids to let her neck catch the breeze. Finn emerges from the hall's double doors. His eyes are dark, his hair pushed out of place by stressed fingers, and his dimples are just a distant memory. Jerry sees me looking and twists her shoulders to see him herself. In Robin also joining, he spots the three of us. He adjusts his backpack and walks around the corner. "Go after him," Robin says. "It's not that simple," Jerry answers for me. My fingers start to tap against my thigh, followed by my foot tapping involuntarily. "Come on, let's go inside," Jerry says. She places her hand on my arm and leads me into the common room. The three of us take a seat at an empty table. The mental exhaustion drains me to the surface as I plant my head in the crook of my arm. Jerry and Robin fall quiet for a moment before talking their way back through the exam. In the dark of my small cavern, my mind flips from Finn's face to the lad's. Each time I think about it, the picture is slightly different. Whether the lads said anything, what exactly I said, how Finn reacted, or what I said to Noel, it gets harder and harder to find the missing piece, the one that will fix all of this. One thing's for sure, though, the lads definitely heard. Even if they only heard part of the sentence, I'm sure West would have been more than happy to fill in the blanks. To date, only 2 people have had the nerve to do the whole "is it true" thing. Helen heard I kissed Finn in the canteen and then openly shouted he was my boyfriend. Zara heard I tried to punch Noel after he called Finn a butt muncher. I've heard other versions in passing. I suspect purposely loud enough for me to feel motivated to tell the actual story.
Hey, guys.
Noel's voice interrupts my cavernous thoughts. What the hell do you want? Robin cuts in. I lift my head from the table and blink the brightness out of the room.
Cam, I need to talk to you.
I think you've done enough, Jerry says. He diverts from Jerry to look at me. I look back briefly before shying downward to avoid his eyes burning through my face. You can go, Robin says. His body leaves out the corner of my eye and the girls lean in towards me. You okay? Jerry rubs my shoulder. My hands cup over my face to hide me from the rest of the room. I rub my fingers into my eyes and then pull them down my cheeks. Yeah, I muster before looking up at the ceiling tiles. Shall we go back to mine? Jerry asks. I nod and try a smile. Come on then, Robin says. The last time I was at Jerry's was the day everything blew up. I knew she was on study leave, so when I bolted, I knew I could find refuge at her house without spiraling alone at home. I told her everything, including West and Noel setting me up in the dark room. We used the walk to Jerry's as an opportunity to bring Robin up to speed now that the chemistry exam is out of the way. I mostly let Jerry do the talking, so I don't have to comb over every detail as I replay it. I walk with my hands in my pockets, slightly behind them, Robin turning and cursing at each revelation. So, wait, did Finn actually ask you to meet him in the dark room? Robin asks. No, West wrote the note and got a year 8 to give it to Cam, Jerry says. What the hell? Robin exclaims. I raise my eyebrows, fold my lips, and shrug. Wait, how do you know West wrote the note and not Noel? Robin inquires further. Come on, Rob. You've seen Noel's handwriting. It's like his parents taught him calligraphy as a kid. That's true. Plus, West has all the sensibility of a 7-year-old, so it stands to reason his handwriting would be just the same. That actually manages to get a laugh out of me. There he is. Jerry playfully shoves me. I stumble sideways a couple of steps at the push. But what about Finn? Does he know about the whole darkroom thing? I didn't tell him. I should have. My head dips slightly. No, we're not doing that, Jerry interrupts as we approach her front door. Doing what? I ask. Blaming yourself for what is clearly the work of a narcissistic, sexually confused sociopath. You've done nothing wrong. Jerry puts her key into the lock. No, because if I hadn't said anything, if I hadn't shouted it in the bloody hallway, Finn would still be in the closet, blah, blah. Yes, you've said. Jerry interrupts my rambling spiral, pausing on the door handle. However, if you hadn't said anything, West would have outed him anyway. I'm sure in a more devastating fashion than you mistakenly did. Finn would have inevitably spun out just as hard, if not harder. You'd be blaming yourself for not having broken up with him, and ultimately, we'd be in a very similar situation. Anyway, you wouldn't have had to go chasing after Finn if West hadn't tried to kiss you, and Finn hadn't planned to beat the crap out of him for doing so. This whole situation is not your fault. Jerry rounds up her points with a finger, completes unlocking the door, pushes it open, and steps inside. Robin follows behind her, pausing at me. She's right, you know, Robin says. I look down at the welcome mat and replay her words in my mind. I think, and think some more. Holy shit, she is right. But what if I say, stepping into Jerry's house. But nothing. Jerry takes my arms to hold me in front of her. Cameron Jonathan Hawkins, I love you to pieces. But please, snap out of it. This is not your fault. She releases me. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit, she shouts, heading into the kitchen and pointing into the air. If she's right, then what am I doing? If it's not all my fault, then there's a chance I can fix this. I've got to go, I shout into the kitchen. Go where? Jerry's head emerges through the doorway. I've got to try fixing this. I throw open the front door and jog down the garden path. Before long, I might as well be running through the village. My bag thumps against my lower back through the alleyways, across the park, and past the Red Lion pub. Approaching Finn's house, I pause in my step. What am I doing? I ask myself. Screw it. I've got to try. I pick up my pace and step down to his front door. My hand jitters too much to ring the doorbell. I knock on the distorted glass window. Waiting, my head feels like it's swelling. There's movement behind the glass, but I'm left waiting. Just a second, Finn's mum calls through the door. Her voice allows me to lower my internal stress by 1 octave. I watch her blurred hand put a key in the door and unlock it. She opens the door and looks up at me. Oh, hi, Cameron, she says softly. Hi, Ruth. Is Finn here? She clamps her lips together briefly. I'm afraid now's not a good time, she says, tilting her head and glancing back into the house briefly. I look past her but don't see him. Oh, okay. Sorry to bother you. I dip my head in defeat. She sympathetically nods and goes to close the door as I step away. I turn back. Could you... She stops closing the door and reopens it slightly to listen. Could you please tell him I'm sorry? And that I miss him, but mostly that I'm sorry. She nods. I'll tell him. 27 messages delivered, but all unread. 4 voicemails left, but none replied. It's been days, and no matter how often I go to school to revise and walk to the photography department, he's never there. Seaton's study leave policy means that he doesn't have to be in school at all now. However, I checked the timetable in the common room, and I know he has a geography exam today. Before the exam's due to end, I pack up my media stuff and find a spot facing the windows in the common room. As a main throughway to the exam hall, I'm hoping to catch him and at least try apologising in person. I rapidly tap my pencil on the table over my index finger. I then chew the end of it and bend it with my thumb, almost to the point of breaking. I hold my breath as he walks into the room. I recognise his boots first, then his jeans. Despite the heat, he's wearing an oversized navy hoodie and hides his face below a green baseball cap. He doesn't see me as he nears my table. He grabs hold of the handle, about to walk out to the courtyard. In that motion, he looks up and spots me. He lifts his head just enough for his eyes to peer under his cap. I freeze at seeing his expression cold and hesitant. He slowly drops his eyes down, looks at the handle, then pulls it open quickly. He walks out and I lift myself up to watch him walk through the courtyard, praying that he turns back. He doesn't. I should go. Treading down the corridor to leave school out the back, I'm careful not to look up and catch anyone's eye. Cameron? Mr. Walsh's voice interrupts. I look behind me and don't see him. There's an open classroom door and I backtrack a few steps to peer inside. He's there, leaning back through the doorway. Hi, sir, I say. If this was any other teacher, I'd have bolted, but I know I don't have to be anything but myself around him. Come in. I'm just sorting out displays for the GCSE Open evening. I enter the room to see an array of paper cuttings littering the floor, an open pair of scissors on the table, an uncapped Pritt stick and 2 large A1 boards with questions written in Sharpie about business studies. It looks like the displays are winning, I say dryly. Oh, I know. There's a reason I'm not in the art and design department, he says just as sarcastically as I would. Which is ironic because I actually took graphics at A-level. I laugh through my nose at his hopelessness. Can I help? It's really fine. It doesn't need to be anything fancy. He holds up a printout of a cartoon beaver holding a briefcase with a speech bubble that says, "Well, damn it, I didn't know business studies could teach me that." Oh no, I say, dropping my bag on the table. I walk in and gather the various printouts together. I turn the presentation board around to see what he's written. He comes over to watch me read it before I look down at the cartoon beaver again in his hand. Is it salvageable? He asks. I think so, but first you need to get rid of that. I point to the beaver. What? Not the business beaver. He's the mascot of the whole thing. I look at him through a raised eyebrow. The business beaver. Beaver business, I say flatly. Okay, now I hear it, he concedes. Mr. Walsh follows my lead, handing me various stationery and coloured papers as and when I need them. I manage to jazz up a lot of what he's already done and adjust the language slightly so it sounds even remotely attractive to an incoming Year 9. He clears away some cuttings whilst I colour in one of the subject headers. Coming back to the table, he reads my relaxed expression. Do you want to talk about it? He asks. Whatever's on your mind. Do you want to talk about it? I rub the pen on the card a couple more times as I consider his offer. I don't want to bother him with high school drama, but then again, I have just saved his displays. And he offered. Well, do you know Finn? I know of Finn. For the past few months, we've been kind of seeing each other, and he wasn't exactly ready to come out, but through my mistake and, frankly, my loud mouth, I accidentally outed him. No matter what I do or however hard I try to find a way to fix it, I can't. He won't even speak to me. And the whole reason we're in this mess is because I was actually trying to help him stay in the closet. But I stupidly let West find out, and he used that as an opportunity to make my life a never-ending nightmare. Mr. Walsh ponders. What? Nothing. I just thought you were smarter than this. Wow. Way to kick a guy when he's down, sir, I say with a sarcastic laugh. No, not like that. It just sounds like... I don't know. Maybe you've been trying to control a lot of things that are completely out of your control. Not only that, you've taken sole responsibility for the actions, feelings, and upset of at least 3 people. He pauses. Am I wrong? I shake my head. Right. I've known you for a long time, and you are one of the few people in this world that truly has a heart of gold. You yourself even said you outed Finn accidentally. And West? Bloody hell, if I had £1 for every time that boy psychologically abused a student, I'd be a very rich man and out of this teaching gig faster than you can say, business beaver. I laugh. So, maybe try not to beat yourself around the head with a myriad of problems that are, frankly, not your responsibility to fix, nor in your ability to fix. So, I should just do nothing. Exactly. I sigh deeply and ponder the concept. But I don't see how me doing nothing will mean Finn and I end up working things out. He looks over at my worry and raises his finger to suggest he's got an idea. He stands and walks over to his bag atop the front desk. Unzipping it, he removes his phone and comes over to sit back down. See here, this is my husband, Andy. He shows me a lock screen wallpaper of him, Andy, and a very handsome husky. We've been together for 12 plus years now. I like to think I've learnt a thing or two in that time. Sometimes you just have to sit back and be there for them. Even if you'd love to try helping, even if it pains you to your very core to just let them ride out whatever it is they're going through. Doing nothing is sometimes the best thing you can do for someone you love. You've just got to be willing to be there for them. Huh. I study his words. What I think would be a good idea is for you to chat with someone. Like a therapist. Not necessarily. However, I have had great success with my therapist. But even if, for the time being, just find someone, maybe around your age, who's outside of the equation, doesn't know any of the players, and you can just talk to. I smile to myself and gently nod in understanding. Thanks, sir. I think you're right. Are you kidding me? I'm always right. We both laugh at his lack of subtlety. I think I'm gonna head out, but thanks. No, thank you. My display would be a travesty if it wasn't for you. I do feel like it's missing something, though, he says, sliding a piece of paper out of the pile of rubbish. No business, Beaver, I point at him. He fakes a sad face and I stand up to leave. I tug my bag over my shoulder and head out. Good luck, I say back to him. You too, he shouts out the door. Rounding the corner, I take my phone out and start scrolling through my contacts. I press call and hold the phone to my ear as I bump the door open with my hip. Hey, sorry, I know this is pretty random. Are you free this weekend? Chapter 15. Bench. Oxford is looking weird. I'm so used to Mum and Dad bringing us here for Christmas shopping. It looks like a completely different place in the summer. The full green trees that spew out of the dotted university gardens and bright flower beds that line the high street make the whole city seem more alive, more magical. When we came as kids, Grandad once told us to look up as we passed under unassuming shops and offices along the interweaving roads. It's there you find some of the best architectural marvels of the last few hundred years. Gargoyles on bakeries, statues on clothes shops, and Tudor beams on coffee shops. The best of Oxford is found when you look up. I find the shopping centre and wait outside the entrance. My headphones keep me company as I roll my eyes upward and over each building one by one, studying each carving, each plinth, each detail. My mouth hangs ajar as I ponder that people had to actually make all of this. Hello, you, Emily says, waving down my attention. Hiya! I remove my headphones. We embrace, and I'm instantly reminded of how meaningful her hugs feel. My first one in Centre Parks literally saved the entire trip for me. It doesn't take us long to start rambling about our geeky interests. We swap our Netflix reviews and obsess over our most listened to almost aligning exactly. We find a game in trying to find the gaudiest piece of clothing in each shop we visit. Heading to get coffee, we stumble onto the subject of books. Have you been to Blackwell's? She asks as we collect our coffees from the worktop. No, what's that? She lurches back in a dramatic gasp, clutching my forearm. We have to go. It's one of the oldest bookshops in the country, and I think it has the largest collection of something or other. I forget the details, but it's a treasure trove. I nod and let her lead the way. It's on that walk she asks the question I've been expecting, but most certainly dreading. So, how's it going with your fella? It's a long story, I reply. We've got time. Through the undercover market and a lengthy detour through Grove Park, I recount the whole story. Emily occasionally says things like, that must have been hard. How did that make you feel? And, did you speak to anyone about it? The weird thing is that she doesn't actually weigh in with her opinion. She doesn't try to suggest how I could have done it better. She just listens. And really listens. In the process, I make some self-observations. I think maybe I shouldn't have carried as much as I did, and it might have been easier on me if I just told someone about it, even if it didn't change the outcome. Maybe it would have been easier somehow. As shit as the whole thing sounds, I think you've actually learnt something, Emily says. Oh yeah? What's that? That you need just as much help as you're willing to give to other people. Only thing is, now, you might actually be willing to ask for it. Fuck. In those few words, my whole perspective is shattered into a million pieces. Everything I thought I was doing to help myself, I was actually sabotaging myself. Whoa, I say. Feels good, right? How did you get so smart? Trauma, my friend. Lots and lots of trauma. She smiles. I puzzle about whether to smile back at her. She notices my confusion. You know that phrase, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger? She says. Yeah? I know that to be all too true. With the caveat, however, that you have to be willing to make changes and adjust your perspective in the process. Are you willing, Cam? Yeah, I think so. She smiles and takes my arm in hers. Let's go buy some books. Throughout Blackwell's, my eyes widen as each room opens up larger than the one before. Books from floor to ceiling across every wall under countless different headings and rooms that seem to appear from nowhere. We delve deeper into our favourite books, authors and genres. After we get onto the subject of self-help books, Emily tells me about her parents, her uncle, and her first girlfriend. It's then I understand that if she can find a way through all of that and still have a way to smile every day, so can I. Then, as if the universe has been listening in on my thoughts, a text arrives. Saturday, June 8th, 4:42 p.m. Finn. Hey. Kiss. I'm just taking the dogs, I shout into the house. Okay, Mum shouts from the kitchen. Closing the front door behind me, I'm grateful to leave without questions. I pat my pocket to check I've got doggy bags, then let Rosie and Jimmy's leashes slack for the walk to the pond. Their happy bouncing and the warmth of the summer morning kindly distract me. I've thought of 1,000,001 ways this could go, but I try my best to repeat what Emily said yesterday. There's the exact same likelihood of it going well as there is for it going poorly, so really, there's no point worrying. As logical as that phrase is, I've done nothing but worry. I was lucky to get 2 hours of sleep last night, and I have the bags under my eyes to prove it. I've been ready for at least an hour, just lying on my bed, wishing for time to pass. Unsurprisingly, I get to the pond about 20 minutes earlier than we said we'd meet. I let the dogs off, and they immediately run into the water. I throw their favourite ball several times whilst waiting for Finn. Eventually, the dogs tire and they sit at my feet next to the bench, heavily panting pond water from their tongues. Jimmy leans against my leg and I wince at the slimy wetness of his fur. Hi, Finn says. His boots have been replaced by clean white Nike trainers. He's wearing an oversized red t-shirt and black gym shorts. His hair looks just as it did the first day I saw him. His eyes have their blueness back, and he dimples at seeing the dogs. Rosie and Jimmy quickly notice him and go running up. No, Rosie, Jimmy, sorry, they're wet, I say, leaping up from the bench. He bends down to greet them and tussles their foreheads. They're all right. He smiles at them. Hello, you two. He flicks some droplets off his hands and then wipes them on his shorts. Hi, I say, smiling. Hey. Do you want to sit down? I gesture to the bench. Sure. I throw the ball into the pond again, hopefully buying us some time to speak without wet dogs. So, how have you... I'm glad you... We blush and smirk at our fumbling words. You go, I say. I'm glad you came. Me too. We each turn to face the pond and wait for someone to take the lead. I know I've written it, but I wanted to say it. I really am sorry, I say. I know you are, he whispers. I'm sorry too. For what? He hesitates and readjusts his t-shirt hanging in his lap. He sits upright. Noel messaged me. I sink my eyes into the pond and turn my head away. Oh. He told me everything. Everything? He nods and scoots up the bench closer to me. He looks down at my hand resting on my thigh. With one hand, he takes my forearm and cranes my hand into his. What
Wes did to you, what Wes did to us. I want you to know none of it is your fault. And I'm sorry I didn't give you the opportunity to tell me what happened yourself. I just freaked out. But you could have told me when it happened. I should have told you. I know why you didn't. And I know the whole thing in the corridor wouldn't have happened if I hadn't stormed off and let my anger get the better of me. I squeeze his hand a little in mine. He notices and smiles. He turns his attention to my lips. He hesitates and turns away. How are you? I ask. Like, really? How are you? He takes a deep breath and sighs. Jimmy runs the ball back to me for another throw. I take it out of his mouth and launch it as far as I can from my seated position. I'm getting there, he starts. The day you stopped by, Mum and I ended up having a long conversation. Ultimately, I think there's a lot I need to work out, but I guess I don't really know where to start. I nod, choosing to say nothing and just let him continue if he so chooses. Which kind of brings me to us, he says. I hold my lungs in their place. He spins to face me, bringing his other hand into our hold. I understand if all of this is too much, and I won't blame you if you think it might be easier if we just called it. I feel my heart sink into the pond. Is that what you want? I ask. I want to know what you want. I gather my next words in my mind and smile to myself. I want you. I want all of you. The good, the bad, the to be discovered. And no matter what comes next, I want to be there for you. I want you too, he replies softly. My chest warms. I clench my jaw in the excitement of knowing he's still mine. I drop his hands and push my body up and into him. My arms engulf his shoulders and he, in turn, wraps his arms around my waist. His cheeks dimple and his pearly teeth invite me to kiss him. I lift my head as he dips his. Our open mouths meet and our tongues glide into one another, pushing together firmly. I'm reminded on how soft his lips are and everything that's happened since I first kissed these lips. A tear forms in my eye before arousal quickly dismisses it. We kiss again and again, each time with slightly more force than the last. It's like we're trying to get closer than what's physically possible. Or maybe that we're making up for lost time. Rosie sighs loudly, causing us to exit from our embrace. Oh, I'm sorry. Is me kissing my boyfriend an inconvenience for you? Finn mockingly says to her. Your boyfriend? I say, not believing my own words. Sorry, that was presumptuous of me. No, I blurt. You want to be my boyfriend? He asks through a pinch of his mouth. I throw myself into him again and kiss him like I've never kissed him before. My tongue teases his repeatedly before I almost slip off the bench. Does that answer your question? I say. He smiles, which pushes his nose upward in a cute fashion. I love you, he says. I turn to the dogs, lifting my arms from his shoulders. You hear that? My boyfriend loves me. I exaggerate to the dogs, pointing over my shoulder to Finn. He clamps his arms around me from behind and pulls me backwards into the air. So much so, my legs flail in the air. He nuzzles his head into my neck and nibbles my ear. And does my boyfriend love me? He whispers, bracing his fingers on my ribs, ready to tickle me if I say something sarcastic. Your boyfriend does, I say, dipping my head into his for another kiss. He pulls back, holding the kiss hostage. And will my boyfriend promise to be honest with me in the future? Your boyfriend will, I reply. He smiles and interlocks our lips. Rosie sighs again. Yes, all right, madam, Finn says, picking up the ball and launching it. I laugh. He smiles. I settle into his arm and bask in the unfamiliar comfort of having a boyfriend I love that also loves me. A hot one, too. I mean, just look at that jawline. Flawless. I don't know if I can do this, Finn says. We stop in our tracks, approaching the school. A couple of lower years have looked our way as they pass through the school gates. I step in front of him to draw his eyes down to me. Whatever you want to do is what we'll do, I say, carrying enough confidence for the both of us. He looks over my head and his jaw tenses. Let's do this, he says with a defiant nod. It's the first day we're back to regular schedules. Exams have all wrapped and the Year 11s have already finished for the year. We, however, get the joy of starting next year's courses early. Morning, Jerry calls out to us. I sneakily texted her and Robin, asking them to meet us outside so he'd have plenty of support walking back into school as a newly out person. You ready? Robin smiles. Finn nods and lowers his hand next to mine. I run my fingers over his shaking palm and tightly secure his hand in mine. Jerry takes Finn's spare arm in hers, and Robin links with Jerry. The four of us walk into school as a team, ready to back Finn up every step of the way. Helen passes in front of us and looks back to confirm she saw Finn and I holding hands. Finn notices and squeezes my hand tighter. The four of us break into twos as we make our way down the main corridor. I catch a couple of people spot us together and whisper between themselves. Then, the bit I know he's been dreading. We approach his tutor room, and this is a part he's got to do by himself. He stops in front of the door and rereads the room number a couple of times over. Okay, he says. I'll, see you at break? Of course. Meet at the table, yeah? He nods, trying his best to hide the fight-or-flight responses battling it out inside him. Jerry smacks his chest with the back of her hand, which catches him off guard. She points up to his chin. You listen here, Mr. Fair... What's your middle name? She narrows her eyes. It's James. His eyes cross on the tip of her finger. Jerry inhales and starts again. You listen here, Mr. Finn James Arthur. You are going to walk into that and every room today, as you have every other day of this year. If someone even tries it, you text me, and I'll make sure it's the last thing they ever do. You've got this. Finn nervously nods in response. Jerry flares her nostrils, dips her eyebrows inward, makes a fist, and twists it in the air under his chin in a sort of go-get-'em tiger gesture. What she said, Robin pipes up. Thanks, guys, he says, biting his bottom lip. Jerry and Robin relink arms and step aside slightly. I step up to him and I dip my head into his collarbone. I hug him as he silently jitters in my hands. I squeeze him a little tighter to stabilize him. I wait until his fingers relax, as I don't know how long he needs this hug to last. His hands slide over my back and his face almost makes me want to cry. Everything's going to be fine, I say. His chest deflates a little in those words. He looks down the corridor and behind himself to check no one's coming. He leans down slightly and pecks me on the lips. I love you, he whispers. I love you too. I don't want to let him go, but I know I have to. The girls and I continue down the hall to our tutor room. We quickly take our seats and I check on him through the window as I tuck my chair in. From what I can see, he's fragile, but holding in there. I've got an idea. Jerry pulls her bag into her lap. She scurries through the contents and pulls out her art textile sketchbook. She flips through the pages to a blank one and digs again for a marker pen. Pulling off the cap with her teeth, she drops her bag to the floor and begins scribbling. Robin and I peer over her shoulder as she writes, "You've got this," in big capital letters.
She draws 2 exclamation points and pulls the page out with one long and loud tear.
Morning, folks.
Mr. Powell enters the room. Cover for me, Jerry whispers as she pushes her chair backwards and falls to the floor. Robin and I look at each other, not knowing how exactly she wants us to cover for her, crawling along the carpet and circling the back of the classroom towards the windows. Did you have a nice weekend, sir? Robin asks Mr. Powell. He starts telling her about some fishing trip and she pretends to be listening intently. I run my eyes to one side of my head, careful not to draw attention to Jerry. I only see a few wisps of her hair bounce up over the tables. They themselves soon disappear from view. Then, her arm pops up, holding the piece of paper. Her fingers wiggle the makeshift sign into the seam of the window so it faces out into the courtyard and at Finn. No way, that's crazy, Robin says to Mr. Powell. Jerry's wisps appear again as she pads her way back.
Jerry, what are you doing?
Jack says, noticing her. Realizing she's been caught, Jerry springs up from the floor. Found it, she exclaims.
What were you looking for?
Mr. Powell asks. My contact. I knew it was here somewhere. Jerry holds out her finger, carrying an invisible contact lens back to her seat.
Since when have you worn contact lenses?
Jack asks. Robin and I stare daggers at him to get him to shut up. Since forever, Jerry says in her best Valley Girl accent. Jerry then blows on her empty finger, lifts up her eyelid, and pretends to put it in, blinking it into place and making out she can see better now.
You might have wanted to wash that first, Jerry,
Mr. Powell says, with a pulled chin and crazy eyes. Jerry hesitates for a moment, realizing the whole class is now looking at her like she's just licked the floor and said, delicious. I'm sure it'll be fine, Jerry says, playing it off.
Anyway,
Mr. Powell blinks the horror off his face and starts taking the register. The 3 of us pinch ourselves under the table to stop falling into fits of giggles. In containing my smile, I look at the sign balanced in the window frame, then further to Finn. I watch him intently, waiting for him to see it. Here, I reply to Mr. Powell, still looking out the window. Finn then glances over and does a double take. He narrows his vision and leans in slightly to read the sign from across the courtyard. His lips unconsciously read out each word before he realizes it's a sign from us. And there it is. Dimples. He looks at me and I send him a wink. If I was closer, I would have guessed he blushed at that. On the timetable for Year 13, Robin and Finn have double photography this morning. Jerry has double art, and I have double media. It's good to know that he won't be by himself this morning with Robin there. And Jerry's just around the corner if she needs to sort someone out. I think I'd actually trust Jerry looking after him better than I could look after him myself. My foot taps throughout Miss Morgan's introduction to the A2 course. It stops for a few seconds each time I get a vibrating check-in from Finn. I open my course book that hides my phone and read, Monday, June 10th, 10:13 p.m. Finn.
I'm doing okay, mister. Smiley face. Sarah just said some really nice things and Robin's keeping an eye on me. Love you. Kiss, kiss, kiss.
Me. Really? That's great to hear. What did she say? Love you too. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Finn.
She said we make a cute couple. Kiss, kiss, kiss.
Me. I knew I always liked her. Winky face. Kiss, kiss, kiss. I make it to our table first, closely followed by Jack and Becky. Jerry, Robin, and Finn all emerge on the other side of the canteen together. As they start making their way across, I track their flight path and spot Noel and some of the lads on one of the tables along their route. Oh, Jesus, I whisper to myself. I watch with my exceptional vision and pray the lads don't spot Finn walking past. Noel turns. Here we go. What is it? Becky asks. Nothing. Wait here. I spring from my seat. In pacing over, I watch Noel stand to say something to Finn. The lads stop their conversations to watch. Jerry slides herself in front of Finn and crosses her arms. I speed up my walk to get there as fast as I can. As I approach, Robin grits her teeth and raises her eyebrows at me.
I just hope there are no hard feelings, is all,
Noel says.
It's okay, Jerry.
Finn taps her shoulder to dismiss her offensive. Is everything okay? I ask, walking up to join them.
Yeah, Noel was just checking on me,
Finn says.
Well, actually, I wanted to apologise to both of you,
Noel says. You do? I ask. You do? Robin asks in a higher tone from behind us.
Yeah. What West did wasn't okay, and I should have stepped in. But please know how sorry I am. How sorry we all are.
He gestures behind him to the lads on the table. They collectively offer sympathetic nods. Wow, okay. Thank you, I say. Where is West?
I don't know, but if he says or does anything, I'll deal with him,
Noel says. Well, Noel, thank you for your apologies. They are appreciated. I turn to Finn and the girls. Shall we? The three of them nod and we make our way over to the table. Robin loiters back and faces Noel with crossed arms. She looks him up and down before aggressively sucking her teeth at him. He smiles to himself and sits back down. Finn takes the seat next to Becky and she instantly pulls him into her bosom. His eyes widen at the pressure with which she squeezes him.
Hi, Becky,
Finn says through his compressed throat.
She'll tire eventually,
Jack says. Becky relents and allows Finn to sit up. We heard what happened, and we just wanted to say, we love you so much, Becky says. I know you only joined our little table gang this year, but it genuinely feels like we've known you for ages. With that, we wanted to get you a little present. She reaches down into her bag and rummages through. Finn connects eyes with me and raises his eyebrows, asking me where this is going. I shrug in reply. Here. She hands him a small book with a metallic bow stuck to it.
Homosexuality for Dummies,
Finn reads aloud. Robin rolls her eyes from one side of me whilst Jerry hangs her mouth open. Do you love it? Becky bobs excitedly.
Yeah, it's great, thanks.
Finn acts his heart out like a kid getting socks for Christmas.
And don't worry, I checked. Instructions on how to bottom are in there,
Jack says confidently. Finn flips it over to read the back.
You don't say.
He's killing me with this. I cannot wait to use this as ammunition for the remainder of our relationship. Holy crap, I'm in a relationship. I have a boyfriend, and he's sat there across the table looking as handsome as ever. Not only that, my friends all know. Whoa. I watch his smile intently, studying every part of his now relaxed and happy demeanor. I planned for the worst-case scenario today. Turns out, the best happened all by itself. He catches me staring and smiles. His shoe meets mine under the table. Without a quiver, he winks. I think I might just be the luckiest guy alive. Chapter 16. Golden. Running down the stairs, I stop in the hallway where Rosie and Jimmy are sprawled out on the hardwood floor, enjoying a cross breeze through the house. I rub each of their bellies and they waggle their tails in response. Who's my favourite doggies? Who's my favourite doggies? Walking into the kitchen, I grab an apple from the fruit bowl and throw it into the air. I miss catching it, but manage to save it from hitting the floor with a quick juggle. Aha! I say to Mum and George, who are sat on the kitchen counter eating bowls of cereal each. Morning! Why are you in such a good mood? George quips as milk drips from his paused spoon. Because, my dear sweet little Georgie, you're being shipped off to Nan and Grandad's, hopefully forever, and I get 6 weeks of peace, serenity, and free access to the computer whenever I like. You're not going forever,
Mum whispers to George. Cameron, stop teasing your brother. Oh, come on. He winds me up plenty. Can't I just have this one day? No. Now get your shoes on. Otherwise you can walk to your friend's house. Okay, now is the time. I've been meaning to say, actually, Finn, he isn't just a friend. We're actually, together. He's my boyfriend. A dollop of milky cornflakes slops from George's spoon as his mouth hangs open, closely followed by Mum leaping off her bar stool to engulf my head. Oh, honey, I'm so happy for you, she shouts, pecking my face all over. Mum! I push her off.
What's going on?
Dad asks, entering the kitchen with wet hair and a towel around his neck. Cameron has a boyfriend! Mum yells, taking Dad's shoulder in her hand and using her other to present me like a star prize on a game show.
Finally made up with Gabriel, then.
My eyes widen and Mum quickly smacks him across the back of the head.
What?
He yelps. No, it's that young man Finn. You know, the one that came over the other day, the tall one? Mum pretends like I can't hear her loudly mouthing it to him.
Oh. Good for you, son.
Thank you? I hesitate back. Mum looks at her watch. Right, come on, we better go. She springs into action, scratching her keys off the worktop. Cameron, say goodbye to your brother. Goodbye to your brother, I say sarcastically. Cameron! Mum shouts as she walks into the hall. All right. I circle the kitchen island and we both lean into a forced patted hug. Make sure you stay out of trouble, I say, rustling his hair.
Make sure you wear a condom,
he replies with crazy eyes. My jaw falls open at his quick response and I cough a laugh. George! Dad shouts across the kitchen. He shovels cereal into his mouth and holds his hands in surrender. Bye, Dad, I say.
Have fun, but not too much fun.
Have you got any camping chairs? Jerry asks Finn.
Mum, have we got any chairs we could take?
Finn calls upstairs. Checking the garage, she replies.
Back in a sec.
His hands hold my hips as he moves past me. He leans into my neck and gives it a tickling gnaw of his teeth. I giggle in a high pitch. Stop! I cry at his playful affection. He winks and leaves out the front door to the garage. Robin is using the living room mirror to tie her hair up in a bandana, while Jerry tries to Tetris various bottles, snacks and glow sticks into a cooler bag. I check my phone and see a text from Becky. Jack and Becky have just got there, I notify the girls. Jerry, have you got the tickets? Robin asks her through the reflection. Jerry and I connect, pulling eyebrows at how daft a question that is. What? Robin says, turning around. This is Jerry we're talking about, I say. Who forgot the tickets for my birthday last year? Robin quips. Fair point, I say, looking at Jerry. I've got them! Jesus, it was one time! The front door opens and Finn emerges with 2 folded deck chairs under one arm and 6 bottles of cider under the other. He looks up the stairs to check Ruth is out of sight. He props the chairs against the banister, then creeps into the living room and hands Jerry the bottles. Cider? What are we, 16? Until last month you were. Now, hide them at the bottom, Finn says. Jerry does as she's told and reorganizes the bag. Ready? Jerry asks, zipping it up.
Mum, we're heading down to the festival,
Finn calls upstairs. Ruth traipses down the stairs holding her hair off her neck. She stops short of the bottom and leans under the ceiling to see us in the hallway. Okay, you 4, have a good time. I'll be there from about 7. Let me know if you need me to bring anything with me.
Thanks, Mum,
Finn says as the girls and I line up behind him to leave. Oh, Finn? She hops down the last few steps and leans into him. There's some bottles of cider in the garage if you maybe want to take those. She whispers with a wink. Jerry, Robin and I look at each other like we've been busted.
Yeah, thanks, Mum.
Finn replies, smiling. Ruth grins and wiggles her fingers at us. Have fun, she says in her sweetest voice. We lead out of the house and into the sticky summer air, bursting into laughter as soon as the front door closes. Jerry and Robin carry the cooler between them and lead us through the village. Finn carries the deck chairs in one arm while he carries my hand in the other. I've got a rolled-up blanket under my armpit and a carrier bag of picnic goodies dangling from the crook of my fingers.
Has there always been a music festival?
Finn asks. No, it only started 2 or 3 years ago, Jerry says back to him. It's good fun, though, when it doesn't rain. Last year was a total washout. Tents were rolling all over the field, people's shoes were getting stuck in the mud. We called it quits by 9 o'clock, I explain. Arriving at the playing fields, the village matriarchs are running a small cash desk under a gazebo. We line up and pay our £7 entry fee.
I've got it,
Finn says as I reach into my pocket to get my wallet. No, it's fine, I say, still digging. He leans into me and looks through his eyebrows.
Let me pay for my boyfriend,
he whispers in his deepest and most commanding voice. The accents of his words flick off his teeth. I blush and my bottom lip retreats.
Okay,
I manage. The festival isn't exactly Glastonbury. It's pretty much one stage under a large white tent, with everyone in the village grouping themselves on picnic blankets, under pop-up gazebos and a few food trucks. Every year they get some sort of funfair ride. No way! It's Twister! Jerry excitedly points to the flashing lights and spinning spider contraption. Finn stops in his tracks.
You're going to drag me on that later, aren't you?
Yup, I shout. I change my walk into a skip and drag him along by our held hands. However, there's West, and my gleeful skipping quickly sinks into a shy walk. Finn looks over to where I've spotted him and tightens his hand around mine. West looks our way, stops, and starts coming toward us. Finn tugs on my arm and pulls me into a whisper.
I'll handle this,
he says, dropping my hand and about to head into a duel. No! I stop him with my hand on his chest. I've got this. I turn back to see Jerry share a questioning look. I'll be fine, I say to her. I actually have no idea if I'll be fine, but I've got to do this. Even if he drop kicks me into next week, I know Jerry will castrate him shortly after. I pace away from Finn and Jerry as the approaching frame of West becomes slightly more terrifying. He looks away to hide his awkwardness before changing his course to pass me. Almost like this was all a strategy to intimidate me, but I just called his bluff. He locks eyes with me before averting and striding in the opposite direction. West? He stops and turns.
What do you want? Haven't you got a boyfriend now? You can't stay obsessed with me forever.
The snark of his tone just adds fuel to my inner fury. The confidence to meet his toes and look up into his smug chin carries me unconsciously. Why, yes, I do have a boyfriend now, and he is more of a man than you will ever be. Because, unlike you, he knows who he is. West's chest inflates like he's readying for a battle. I'm quick to cut him off as his mouth opens to speak. When you're done hiding, Gabe, I'd like my friend back. His eyebrows sink and crease his forehead in confusion. I smile and pat his shoulder as I walk away back to Finn and Jerry. Is he charging up behind me? I ask Jerry as my confidence sinks into fear. Finn quickly retakes my hand and looks over at him.
No, he's just stood there,
Finn says. Did you tell him to do one? Jerry asks. Something like that, I reply. He glances our way before he wipes the end of his nose and walks off. In his demeanor change from my words, I almost feel guilty. But then, I know I shouldn't. Who's that? Jerry says, pointing to her side. Emily! I scream. I drop Finn's hand and run over to meet her halfway. We leap into a hug and I squeeze her as hard as I can with one free arm. I'm so glad you came. Of course. Cam, This is my girlfriend, Hope. Hope has long, curly brown hair and massive blue eyes hidden behind coloured glasses. Her eyes are made even bigger by mascara, her hair is pinned back with multiple hairpins, and she's wearing a large white men's shirt that's partially tucked into jean shorts. Hi, Hope. I open my arm to her. She accepts the invitation and comes in for a hug. Emily's told me all about you, Hope says. All the good stuff, I hope. Hope? I raise an eyebrow at myself. They both look past me as Finn, Jerry, and Robin walk up to join us. I introduce everyone, and Robin is instantly captivated by Hope's eyes. Your eyeliner is flawless, Robin says. Thank you, Hope replies hesitantly. Robin passes the cooler handle into Finn's hand and walks over to Hope to take her arm in hers. No, I mean it. How do you get it so perfect? Emily joins Robin and Hope, walking towards our spot on the field being saved by Jack and Becky. She seems nice, Finn says, smiling. A real delight, Jerry adds. Is that a hint of jealousy I hear in your voice, Miss Andrews? Maybe, Jerry replies. You know there's no replacing my number one. She smiles and gently smacks my arm. We follow the rest of the group to meet Jack and Becky. They've laid out a few blankets behind Becky's parents. Finn and Jerry plonk the cooler down and we all set up a semicircle of blankets, fold-out chairs, picnic food and drinks. As the afternoon draws on and the sun gets lower, I take a moment to sit back and watch the group from all walks of life laughing over stupid stories, occasionally getting up to dance and throwing sausage rolls across our little patch of heaven. I rest my head against Finn's chest and watch Jerry warm to Emily, just as I did. The sun turns golden orange as it sinks behind the silhouette of the tent. The group is lost in fits of giggles over Becky smacking her bottle on Jack's, causing his beer to spray up into his face, and Becky profusely apologizing the next second. Finn taps my arm, asking me to sit up. He stands and holds his hand out to my face. I take it, and he helps me to my feet. Come on, he says, squeezing my hand. Jerry notices and winks at me as Finn leads me out of the group. I cup my hand to my forehead to block the low sunlight streaming across the field. Finn walks us to the bushes that surround the field and through a footpath amongst some trees. Where are you taking me? I ask, moving a branch out of my face. You'll see, he replies. He leads me down a dirt path, the golden sun reflecting off the trees and bushes to turn everything into a painting of dark blue and bright orange. As the path narrows, he stops. He spins me around into a dance hold and scoops me in by my lower back. I rest my hand on his shoulder as he brings me into a kiss. I love you so much, he says. I love you more. Not possible. He kisses me again and leads me forward with his hand. My head spins at knowing this man is my everything, and I'm his. A field of golden wheat opens up below a small grassed bank. Whoa, I say. Nice, right? Finn steps in next to me and drops to the ground. He pats his hands free of freshly cut grass and places one arm back to give me space to lower myself in next to him. I thump to the ground and rock into his side. The occasional faint crashing of drums from the festival dances through in warm gusts, but for the most part, it's quiet. The wheat rustles in the breeze and my hair tickles my brow. He rests his head against mine and throws his arm around me. He drags me to the ground. What are you doing? I yelp, laughing. He smiles at my reaction, then bundles himself over me to roll onto my other side, deeply kissing me on the way over. I run my hand over his stomach and pull myself to rest my ear against his chest. I watch the crop ripple in each swirl of the breeze. Finn's heartbeat keeps me company as I ponder just how lucky I am to have found him. With love. Hi, Adam. It's me, Adam, from the future. Listen, I know today has been just as shit as yesterday, and you know full well tomorrow won't be much better. But
I just wanted to drop in to say everything does get better. Amazingly better. So much better, in fact, even if I tell you everything, you just won't believe me. You've probably heard it several times by now, where teachers and family members tell you, school is the best years of your life. Well, I'm here to tell you what a load of old bollocks that was. The moment you leave school, life opens up in front of you. You'll form lifelong friendships with people who love Disney just as much as you do. You'll kiss boys, fall in love, also fall out of love. Sorry, it's a bitch. But I thought you should know. Travel the world, run your own company, and even write a few books. Unfortunately for you right now, being different isn't the best. But being different will one day become your biggest asset. You're going to scream into your pillow some nights and wonder whether it's all for nothing more than once. But all of it builds the person you become. My empathy, my drive, my creativity, my perseverance, I owe it all to you. Whilst I'd love to give you a fast pass to skip the next few years, I'm afraid you've just got to plough on through. But I promise, it will all be worth it in the end. If you need something to keep you going, you get to go to Disney World. Maybe even more than once. Not everyone's going to welcome you with open arms, but that's okay. You soar higher without them weighing you down. Just keep going. A lot of things are out of your control right now, but soon you'll be able to build the life you've always wanted. Now, tidy your room, do that coursework you're putting off, and call your nan. You've got this, Tiger. With love, Adam. Kiss. P.S. You'll never see that twat in engineering again after year 11. Taylor Swift puts out like 10 more albums. Maybe find out how to kiss someone before you first whack at it. And if in 2019 you could invest in Zoom, that'd be great. Thanks. Love ya. Kiss. Adam Hattan, the author of Hiding Him, writing a letter to his younger self. Acknowledgements. It's been a long road to get Hiding Him into your ears. A road with plenty of challenges that I couldn't have overcome without the wonderful support of some amazing people. There are also people in my life that indirectly helped this book become a reality. Find yourself a best friend like Gary C. Since we met at a YouTube convention in 2014, we've had the joy of maturing together, holidaying together, supporting one another through life's tribulations, and celebrating our happiest achievements. Without Gary, Hiding Him wouldn't be what it is. From hearing the first chapters in my childhood bedroom to being the first person to hear the finished manuscript over FaceTime, his patience, kindness, perspective, creativity, and generosity allowed me to have a safety net whenever I fell backward. Any time I needed advice, he was there. Any time I needed someone to bounce ideas off, he was there. Any time I needed a kick up the arse, he was there. Gary, you're an incredibly wonderful person to all who are lucky enough to know you personally. I have the distinct privilege of knowing you better than anyone, sometimes to my detriment, and in knowing you, I know you've likely ignored every doting word I've just written, so I will simply say, thank you. I couldn't have done it without you. Goose. The illustrations and cover were only possible with the outstanding talents of Xanthi Simmons. Xanthi's inexplicable ability to take ideas and words out of my head and transform them into visible images is something that will never cease to amaze me. One of the funny things while writing Hiding Him is that I had zero idea what Cameron looked like. I knew his personality inside and out, but having lived in his mind, his actual face was an enigma to me. Xanthi worked her magic to bring Cameron from a bundle of general ideas into a character in full CMYK. Xanthi, you added much-needed colour to Hiding Him, and I'm so grateful for you choosing to take this on. You smashed it, as always. I can't wait to see what we work on together next. Maybe a sequel? I'd also like to add, Xanthi did most of the work on this with a newborn on her lap. Shout-outs to you, Jeannie. There's one girl/woman who added more to this book than she knows. From the day we first met in the drama studio in Year 9, when you heard I was gay and came bounding over to ask if I thought Dougie from McFly was hot, of course the answer was yes, you've been a constant pillar in my life. Those days in school would have been a lot more difficult if it hadn't been for cups of tea in my conservatory, walks to school with your art folder that was bigger than you, and summers spent gawking over boys in the year above. We both know the one. Gab, I'm so lucky to have a friend like you. Thank you for your friendship when I needed it most, and I hope there are some pieces of Cameron's story that remind you of the fun we had in the good old days. An author's job is a lot easier with the loving support of his family. Mum, Mark, Dad, and Sue, you allowed me the space to grow up my way and follow my dreams. I think we can all agree I'm the quirky one of the family, but I'm only as quirky as I am because I was raised to be so carefree by you all. Thank you for raising me with such loving support and allowing me to become the quirky man I am today. Special thanks to Mum. You taught me that if I want something, I've got to go out and get it. Not only that, if I'm going to do something, do it right. I definitely get my perfectionist traits from you, and the love of a well-organized spreadsheet. Getting a physical hardcover book into the world and into the hands of readers is no easy task, but that task was made a lot easier with an incredible team of supporting players. To my developmental editors, Jamie and Paige, thank you for pointing out where I could bring the reader even further into Cameron's story. You both offered wonderful perspectives, and your kind words brought tears to my eyes. To my proofreader, Anna, your attention to detail saved me endless revisions. Thank you for your work and for delivering as quickly as you did. To Hannah at CPI, thank you for never once doubting I'd be coming to you with an order for my debut novel. In the transition from my previous printing house, you offered wisdom, insight, and a friendly face that I was so happy to work with. You're so incredibly genuine and work so hard. Our lunches always left me excited and motivated for the next stage, and I can't wait to see what comes out of the next one. To Gemma at Book Machine, you're as real as they come. I loved laughing with you during our marketing meetings, and thank you for being the expert I needed to market Hiding Him far and wide. A very special thank you to Matthew Biddle for lending his voice to Cameron for the audiobook. You really helped bring Cameron's story to life in a way I never would have imagined when first writing this story. You're an incredible talent, and thank you so much for all your hard work. There were a few significant moments in my coming of age. The first was Zac Efron shirtless in High School Musical, but one of the last was going to the cinema, more than once, to see Love, Simon, based on the novel Simon vs. the Homo Sapiens Agenda by Becky Albertalli. I very much believe Simon walked so Cameron could run. To Becky and all the other writers, authors, producers, directors, photographers, dancers, artists, designers, and creatives helping tell queer stories, thank you for paving the way for a book like Hiding Him to exist and find the people who need it the most. Last, but by no means least, thank you to those of you who have been following my magical antics prior to this book's release. I wouldn't be where I am today without having connected with lovely people over the internet through our mutual obsession with Disney parks and Disney Cruise Line. If that's you, thank you for hyping me up to be the content creator and author I am today. Whether you subscribed on YouTube, followed on Instagram, bought a candle, a t-shirt, or one of my previous books, thank you for everything. My love of Disney isn't going anywhere, and I fully intend to keep sharing that love with you over the coming years. No matter who you are, or how you happened upon this book, thank you for choosing to listen to Hiding Him. It was a real passion project bringing Cameron's story to life, and quite cathartic for me personally. I hope there are elements of this story that can offer you some comfort, a laugh, a cry, or maybe even the next step in your own life. Whatever it is, you've got this. The end. Thank you for listening to Hiding Him, written by Adam Hattan and narrated by Matthew Biddulph. Should you choose to share your listening experience of Hiding Him on social media, please do tag @Adam Hattan. TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, X, Goodreads. For more Hiding Him content, check out www.youtube.com/Adam Hattan, www.adamhattan.com, @Adam Hattan.